Hi everyone! Hello! How are you all doing? Let me go ahead and start that timer on there. Well, let's take a good old roll call. Let's see who we have on the board today. We have, we have Skillian and Motts. I haven't seen, or I don't think I've seen that name before, so welcome into the both of you. Hi. And on Twitch's side of things, we also have Eska and Jack. Hello, and the bear's animation looks nice. Thank you. I decided it was probably, or it could be a great idea, a fun idea to start adding or doing more animations just so I could have fun start screens every now and then, and I think it went well. I do enjoy them, but I'm glad you enjoy them too. I realized partially towards the starter stream, or like probably 10ish minutes till, that there was something else I wanted to do, so if I seem a little distracted, it's because I'm pulling in these last guys. It's one more thing I wanted to cover, so I'm adding these guys. But how are you all doing since yesterday? Or if I haven't seen you this week, how have you been overall? Have you been good, bad, week going good, day going good, yay or nay? I would say for the most part, my day's been, well, I say for the most part, but my day's been going great overall. I can certainly see that. Hi, Cats on Keyboard. Welcome to stream. Welcome in. Hi, I hope everyone's having a great day. And if you're not, please reconsider. welcome into stream. Welcome in. And hi, Mini Noto. Or is it Mindy 2, maybe. Welcome to stream. You can tell me how close I got. I can try again. I don't believe I've read that name either. Yeah, I haven't. Welcome in. I can certainly try again. And I hope that it's always the same to you as well, Cats on Keyboard. I hope your day is going considerably well, and if not, you're gonna have to reconsider too. Let's see. I think I have one more file to drag and drop into here, and then I think we'll be good to go. Things I wanted to make sure we covered. And let's see. Close enough? I'll take it. Usually it's either I butcher it or I get it perfectly. Close enough? You know what? I'm not upset at that. Not one bit. And been helping out with the town festival? Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. It's pretty fun but tiring. I bet it sounds like a lot of, what is it, arm work, muscle work? My hat's off to you. Muscle work, things of that nature. Me and it don't get along on an outsidey sort of thing, so I mean, town festivals, I do love a good festival. I love a good carnival, especially when the carnival comes into town. That's always one of my favorite things to attend. Do any of you have a favorite carnival ride? I don't remember what it's called, but roller coasters? Nah. I was one of the ones that enjoyed what was it? It was this ride where you would spin in a circle and, okay. You would spin. The ride would spin so fast that it made you cling to the wall. And by the time you were done, you just spun in a big circle and it made you super dizzy. I'm not sure the name of the ride, but that was always my favorite to do. I wasn't always in town whenever they were, or different carnivals would come in, but if I could find that one, I would be on it all day 24/7. It was one of my favorites. Let's see. Here, there, copy. And I think you're the last guy I need. Yeah, good. Okay, we're all good to go then. Just wanted to make sure I grabbed that guy as well. And nothing else I don't think I need to do. And those are fun and feel like you... Well, I feel like at least for this one, it's not as dangerous. Oh, is that what it's called? Hold on. Let me copy. Copy and paste. Oh, it is! Yeah, centripetal force ride. That's a very specific check. Did you just know the name by heart, or did you know what to look for? The merry-go-round? I wouldn't call it the merry-go-round, and it wasn't the one, you were just flat on the ground, so it didn't feel too dangerous. You were flat on the ground, you spun. It wasn't the ones where it was on a tilt, but yeah, that's the exact ride I'm thinking about. I'm surprised you got the name right. Centripetal force ride. And time to farm? Yep. And hi, Mr. Retector. Welcome into stream. And unfortunate, I thought I had a different screen. My apologies from YouTube side of things. I thought it was up here. I thought no one was chatting, but I didn't have the right tab open. Let me double check on the names. Hi, Rodrigo. Hi, Mordor. Welcome into stream as well. And time to be a farmers. Time to be a watch. I hope you all enjoy, and let's see. Good morning and evening and night, everyone. Hi, and Motts. Welcome in again. Okay, I think I got everyone. Okay, good. And let's see. Yeah, lovely. Okay, good news. Let me look on a screen here. Many screens to go through today. We'll see how things go. It's either a yay or nay, depending on how well. And let's see, centripetal force is the one thing that makes it special. what, could you elaborate a little bit, Check? I am curious. Is it the reason why things happen to cling to the sides, or what is it that makes it do the thingamajiggy just about? Let me make you a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay. Well then, since that timer up there is up, why don't we go ahead and get into things? Why don't we? Let me go ahead and drag you all over here so I can see what you're doing. Click on this guy here and go ahead and do a well, where's the transition? Here. Transition. There we are. Good to go. And let's see. Time to get into things? Yeah. Saying that, today should be pretty fun. I'm super excited. We'll be focusing on studying crops, and we'll do 3 today and then 3 next Saturday. That way we don't have to focus on doing all at once. So whatever 3 we do today, we'll do the other 3 next week. So we have on the menu today wheat, potato, tomatoes, apples, carrots, and pumpkins. I felt like those could be super fun to do in wheatless or wheatus. What a funny word. I don't think that's an actual word, or courageous and appealing. Hi, Frost. Welcome to stream as well. Welcome in. So, to start us off, we'll start off with the Pixelart of the day, and then we'll move on to question mark, and you'll see where we're going with this. So saying that, I'll go ahead and drag you all over back here so I can have the screen pulled up. Let me go ahead and pull up many screens, I tell ya, and go into Pure here. And Check, there is nothing to fear. I'm pretty sure you know what's gonna happen since you've been here since I've done things like this before. I think you might be. You probably and Eska, I think, are the 2 that are gonna get what that question mark is. But if you have a guess, don't say it out loud. Leave it as a surprise. Welcome to Pixelart of the Day, a thing I like to do at the beginning of stream, where we spend about 10 to 8 minutes or 5 to 8 minutes looking at some Pixelart I can either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, places of that portion. That doesn't even sound right. Places like that. How about that? And since today is about crops, we have a pumpkin here by Antonio I think. And if you like this artwork, you should 100% go check them out. And the purpose behind doing this is it gets our minds warmed up for looking at pixel art, for making pixel art, and I think the best way to get better at something is to look at other people do it. You have to do it as well, but I think observation is something that goes a little bit unsung compared to actually doing something. So by looking at this, we're actively trying to see what techniques, methods, things we like about the art, things we dislike. So let's have a little bit of a discussion for a little bit to warm our minds up to pixel art. Let me go ahead and enable you here, and oh, wrong guy. And let me go ahead and enable that timer. We'll do 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes should serve us certainly well. So let's see, tools here, you here, and then we have you here, and let's see, you here, and we'll do 5 minutes on the board. And there's also, you can see, silhouette, design, color, technique, shape, lighting, readability, and purpose. Those should hopefully get you started on a topic. And that timer there. Alrighty, we're all good to go then. So, what do you think? I don't think that pumpkin's safe to eat. What do you mean? It looks like a delicious pumpkin. I'm not much of a pumpkin enjoyer of raw pumpkin. Well, no. I do like pumpkin puree, but raw pumpkin itself, not a fan of. I would say right off the bat, usually what I start off with is colors. And I might talk crap about the puns, but that one was decent. Oh, silly. And pumpkin flavor? Oh yeah, pumpkin spice is definitely going to be a thing. So let's see here. I usually start off with colors, and what colors am I noticing off the bat? I'm seeing a lot of green, and I would say brown, and maybe orange are the 3 colors. So I'll go ahead and do on here green. Oh, that's not right. Green, brown, orange. Usually, it seems to be the case. Art usually has 3 main colors it goes for. You can see different colors of green. There's a bit of brown here everywhere, and then that pop of orange. If you can keep it to 3, that seems to be the sweet spot. And I do like the design and color because it emphasizes the eerie feel, but I do not like that the background and color inside the pumpkin are the same. The way it looks like the pumpkin is kind of 2D, just a paper cutout. Interesting. You know what? That's an interesting one. I'll put that down. Inside of pumpkin, Pumpkin, is the same as outside. Makes it feel less 3D. Interesting one. And colors, indeed colors. And pumpkin spice, yeah. And hear me out. What do you mean, Mots? And I like the bug on the we have done a bug study before. I can't see. I don't see a face on the bug, which is even creepier. I think this overall feel makes it very creepy. Let's see, how would I describe that? Creepy feel, E-E-P-Y feel, and I think it's due to also the colors. The colors do feel creepy. I'm getting that sense from it. Creepy feel from low, I would say low saturated colors, SATURATED, saturated colors. Usually low saturation equals more realistic. So let's say less saturation, or saturation equals, less saturation, URATION, equals realistic. And that might be why we're getting a more feeling. Hi, FML, welcome into stream, welcome in. And see, but I'd say the strings help to add volume. That's true as well. What would you call it, the pumpkin strings? These guys here, I would agree, it does add a sense of volume, and the way they curve, I'll add that inside as well. Let's see, strings on inside, curve, and make pumpkin, PUMPKIN, feel 3D. And it's very small, but interesting palette. Yeah, I always love colors, or palettes, or just pixel art in general that uses very few colors. For example here, these two colors, they're only two colors, but they do so much to add to the design. And if you can manage to do so much detail in as few colors as possible, I really do like that skill. Very warm too. Interesting. I would say these guys aren't warm, the colors at least. And silhouette is big compared to, for example, Stardew Valley, for example. Can you elaborate a little bit, Mr. Detector? I would say as well, something that catches my eye are the square shapes. So I'll do shapes and lines. This is something I'd love to do more in my pixel art. But if we zoom in here, you can see lots of lines being used, like line here, there's a line here, some lines here, and there's also squares for certain details. You have a square here, square here, where some areas are blending in towards. So I guess maybe shape dithering is what you would call it, because dithering, which is kind of blending two colors together, you can use shapes, and I do enjoy that. So let's see. Shapes and lines and squares used for dithering. I think that's a good point. And hi, Code with TD. Welcome on the stream. I remember that name very specifically. welcome in. And the brightest areas is the pumpkin. Yeah, the pumpkin's the brightest, which draws your attention to it. Let's write that down. Pumpkin, PUMPKIN. Pumpkin is brightest, PUMPKIN is brightest, BRIGHTST, brightest, which draws attention to it. I do agree. And let's see, the lines are for wrinkles. That's what I think, at least. I would say these are. What about this line? Usually, pumpkins are up and down when it comes to lines. Left and right. I don't think that left and right belongs there as a realistic pumpkin, but I think stylistically it's a perfect addition. And let's see. It's very small. Notice the lighting gives it a bit of a green color. Oh, you know what? That could be it. Lighting overall feels green. Let's saturate it colors. Lighting feels green. I think that's a good point. Yeah, it's green lighting. Maybe that's also why it feels unnatural. Hi, CG peers. Welcome to stream. Pumpkin, missed you. Well, welcome back in. I'm happy to see your name again. And also, do pumpkins have roots like that, or does it have them just for style? We'll see. I don't know. I looked at a few images of pumpkins, but I don't remember anything. And another thing to note, I didn't even notice, look at these flies. All the bugs. The bugs make it super creepy. So I'll add that as well. Bugs, worm, and flies. That is also something to notice. And let's see. Anything else I'm missing? And hi, was it Ray? Or was it Riley? Welcome back into stream. Please correct me if I'm wrong. And I think pumpkins should have roots. We'll see. And the stump? I do see a stump here, but I'm not sure about these roots. But again, we'll see. I do have some realistic pumpkins that we will be taking a look at. And they're plants after all, not just some kind of spawning item in Halloween. Well, different plants have different parts of them, but again, we'll see. And it has a wart like bumps on the side too. Oh yeah, this here, warts in the pumpkin, make it super creepy too. Pumpkin, KIN, warts. Okay, I think that's it. Any other ones I can see? And hi, Kaleidoscope. Welcome into stream. Welcome in. And let me do this here so I can see. Lovely. That makes it a little bit easier to see names and everything if I drag it down. Lovely. Okay, good. Let's see, what software you always use to take notes? This one is called PureRef. I should be able to do. Let's see if it's gonna work. Exclamation FAQ. It should send it to both YouTube and Twitch. Does it do the thing? That still doesn't work on YouTube side, but that's A-okay. I can copy it to YouTube. If it gives me 1 second here. Copy and paste. There you are. It is called PureRef, P-U-R-E-R-E-F, but you should be able to find all the programs you see me use on that page there. So hopefully that answers your question. And by roots piercing, you could say that maybe they're not from the pumpkin itself. Maybe, but rather from dark evil or something. That's a good implication, just overall really dark and evil. Anything else I missed? The shadows on the right look like the same color as the roots. Left, right. You know what? Yeah, look at that. These two colors are the same. But when you zoom out, they feel completely different because of context clues. That's a good catch. Crazy. Lovely. Okay, yeah. I really do like this piece. It's really nice. Okay, saying that, let me bring you back into the planning screen here. Now, before we get into drawing, I'd like to take you all on a field trip. How does that sound? A field trip of, once again, observation. I just want you to take in the information, take it in, look at it, and try to consume it with your mind as brain food. Let me get some water, and then we can get started. Let's see. Shake you up. I use the little juice packs for, well, the sugar-free ones juice packs. They're always super tasty. I have lemonade today. No coffee, just a little bit of juice. Okay, I'm all fueled up and hydrated to go. So, let me go ahead and click on this screen here. And I should be able to bring you into, if we go into, let's see, and let's see, the supreme fruit is missing there. If it's the one I think, Rodrigo, the one that starts with a B, don't need it, don't want it, it doesn't belong in here. Let me bring you into, let's see, gaming here. Lovely, and just for the Resi stream, nice. It would have been better if it was like a potato juice or veggie juice, but I'm sure some of you will recognize this game. This is Minecraft, and I wanted to do, let's see, it's about 1:20, so we'll spend about 10-ish minutes in here. Not very long at all, but I just wanted to take a look and show you the differences that Pixelart can make in setting the theme and tone of a game. Since my focus, while Pixelart can be used for things that aren't game dev related, making games, and it can be used just as art itself, I want to take a focus on making pixel art for games today, so fruits and crops, and I think that's Minecraft. It is indeed, and hi, Mr. Gene! Eris, hello! Been busy with moving and whatnot, but hello! Hi, welcome back in! It has been indeed quite a second, I do agree! Let me go ahead and click on this guy here so I can get names, yep, and I did read that as well. Okay, good. And why did the pumpkin break up with the squash? Because it found the relationship too Gordian. Terrible, horrible, no good, very bad, awful. What we'll do is I want to bring you into this area specifically right here. Now, this is the way that Minecraft regularly looks. These are beetroot, these are wheat, so this is wheat, this is carrots, we have potatoes here, and just different various crops. And this is the way it defaultly looks. If we change our, let's see, so this is the default look of Minecraft. Let me show you what Minecraft looks like nowadays, as it went through a visual change. The old way Minecraft looked like, it was called programmer art. Since it wasn't made by artists, it was made by the programmers. So when Minecraft got an update, a refresh, artists came into play, and they redid the look of Minecraft. So now, and what was the elevator void place closed? No. As I said, the elevator place is the place I don't go to on purpose. And I did read that as well. So if we take a look again, I want you to notice, and I think this is the button I want to press, but just look at the different change in how the game looks. That's what I want you to really pay attention to as I'm waiting for this guy, and I think I click this button here. Does this pause it? But look at the way the wheat's changed. It's gone from being completely yellow to being green and the different crops. And I just wanted you to take a look at, and I think, start up again. That's not the right one. There we go. That guy, this guy right here. Notice how it's no longer yellow, kind of muted a little bit. The crops, just the way the game looks differently when different art is applied to it. This is all the same size of pixel art, but it looks a little bit different, doesn't it? Let's try Whimscape on for size. If I click on done here. And let's see. And I think it was a good visual change. These sprites look so much more beautiful and modern. Interesting. Maybe it's my nostalgia glasses, but I just like how you can see that if Minecraft were made a different way with different art, how that would immediately change the game. For example, this is a texture pack called Whimscape, and isn't it intensely different from before with the carrots? Look at that, and the potatoes. This one makes it, adds, I would say, a more vibrant feel to it. Even the crops here have been changed. Just an overall look at what it could be if you were to update and change it. And I'd like to have 10% of your excitement. I imagine you can make bad news sound exciting. I can't even think of really bad news like I could say. This just in. No. Thank you. And let's see, did I miss anything? Let's see. When I succeed at art and programming, I can brag about my amazing style being made by the programmer. Gotta go out there and represent programmers. And by the way, I realized right as soon as the stream started that today's Saturday. It's finally time to catch up on the ever-releases farmers market. Oh, I see, Frost. Well, have fun. I hope you do. And on the theme of crops, yeah. And with the resource pack, it looks like a medieval RPG game. Interesting, isn't it? And hi, Rudy. Welcome into the stream.
Terrier Darts subscribed on YouTube.
Let me grab that name. Thank you to Terrier Darts, I think. Welcome into the stream. And thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Saying that, let's go through a few more of these since we have a little bit more time. Let's look at one saying medieval. We have one called here Excalibur. Take a look at how it changes Minecraft all over again once it finishes uploading. And while I'm a lurk, no worries. And again, thanks for saying hi. It's been a second since I've seen your name, so it's really nice to see you again. And let's see, this just in, the harvest has been inflected with blight. And there's some safer bad news. I didn't want to go dark and grim. Thank you for that one, Frost. And let's see, you, yum, truly terrible news. And that's me. Oh, I see. Got ya. Yeah, that makes more sense. It takes me a second to get used to names, but thank you for that one. And mixing texture boxes, my favorite kind of crop. Yeah, you just don't look at that one. Look at this. Isn't it such a different change? We went from being bright and vibrant to more of a dark and grim sort of feel, all by textures alone. I also want you to keep in mind that all of these textures use the same exact dimensions. Usually you do 16 by 16 or 32 by 32. So these guys have the same exact sizes. They're not bigger or smaller. They just use space differently. Space and color differently, which is interesting, isn't it? And let's see, I dirted that. Mixing texture purple black. Yeah, that's not there. You don't see it. You don't see it at all. And a very serious plan. Yeah, feels super serious, doesn't it? Let's see, we have on here next up. Let's see, we have Excalibur. Let's take a look at plastic. And I believe that is the last one up here. Oh no, one more, dandelion. Okay, almost done. And let's see, make sure I didn't miss anything. I think we're all good. Yep, good. Okay, now take a look at this one. Completely different again, right? What do you notice about this one? I would say it feels less detailed. It's pop, so lots of bright colors, but not a lot of detail and no more blank texture. But look at the wheat. It's just lines, doesn't it look like? And less more, what is it, shapes? Just lines. Tons and tons of lines, simple colors used for this guy. And looks like a kid's toy? Yeah, usually when it comes to colors, as we said before with the pumpkin, if I go back into here super quickly, I'm glad you bring that up, Skellion. Looking at this guy, it doesn't feel very childlike, doesn't? And it's usually because of color. When color has more saturation, it feels more kids-like kids' toys that are super bright and colorful. When it has less saturation, it feels more realistic. And if we go back into, let's see, you here. And the plastic one I dislike a lot. Surprisingly enough, this used to be a super popular texture pack. This one here. And the poor pumpkin's really going through it. He'll get it's just a cycle of life. We're missing cycle of life, circle of life. And the last one here is called Dandelion. And let's take a look at this one super duper quickly. And, okay, and she's got the real harebrained footage when you're distance. I forgot to get Optifine, so you're stuck with very dark and grim. But look at this one, right? It's not super pop, but I would say it gives a warm, comforting feel. Wouldn't you say? The colors feel cozy. Like you could sit next to a fireplace when you're looking at this guy. The colors aren't in your face, but I get a nice feel from this. It's toned down, but cozy. And I'll show you what I mean with colors in a little bit, but just overall, the different look the game can get if you use textures differently, if you do a different style. I wouldn't say art can make or break a game, because there is art out there that's super low textured, but the way you style it, the colors you use, can describe your game a lot more before you even look at mechanics. If you were to look at the plastic one versus this one, it can update it a lot or change the way it looks, the feel you're going for. And I adore the inventory in Dandelion. Oh man, Dandelion's one of my favorites. I usually like a lot of high pop colors like you can see on me. Lots of saturation in your face. But you know what? This one has a special place in my heart. Saying that though, that's all with our field trip. So let's go back into planning here and let me go ahead and close Minecraft. Let's see. Go ahead and save and quit on you. Save and quit. Alright, so that was the question mark. Now let's talk about resources for a second. If I look at you here, lovely, and let's go into here. And let me go ahead and click on you here. So, to those of you that don't know, I have a website you can go to. If you go to erisezra.com, and if I do on here, !STUDY, study, and I also have to do it quickly if I go ahead and copy this guy and paste it into YouTube as well, and more simpler. Yeah, it's different. The difference is what they make. what you can see is that, well, once a week, I like to do Pixelart studies. If I go to here, for example, and I go into, let's see, resources, you can see the previous studies we've done before, like paper and bugs and water. And what I try to do is I try to gather as many resources as I can on the topic. For example, here we have crops. So that's the link. If you click that link, it'll bring you to this page here. You can see that's the YouTube stream. And we have a few other things, so I'll quickly go over these. And if you're interested in looking at the texture packs as well, I also link all of them here too. And if you want to learn how to use the texture packs, we're going to go through it a little bit later, but this also here is a quick video on how to get started with looking through the files and everything. So if you think it's a good idea and a fun idea, I also do have this as well for Minecraft. And hi Sandoval, welcome to the stream, welcome in. So let me go ahead and close this guy. What I wanted to touch on quickly was that if you're more of a visual person, if you need to hear videos, need to hear people talk, I have a playlist here on here for food. So I go on YouTube, I try my best to look up videos related to the topics, and these were all I could find about food. So if you're looking for just more videos, this is here. And let's see. Aside from that, we also have this website, which is an article. So if you're more of a reader, you might find this article handy when it comes to looking at farm, plants, crops, things of that nature. And last on the list, we have the Stardew resource. Now, it recently got an update, which I'm really excited about. But overall, the Stardew resource is a website you can go to where people get the files of games and they upload them. So if there's a certain style or a certain game you like and you want to see the art behind it, this is the place to go. And you can see here, if I click on this guy, there are different games listed here. Most popular one that would probably relate to what we're doing is probably Stardew Valley. So if I click on Stardew Valley here, you can see these are all the files related to Stardew Valley. So if I just click this bear, for example, you can see the bear sprite. And why is this important? If we were to go back into PRF here for just a quick second, if I wanted to make a pumpkin like this, I wouldn't know where to start. Usually when it comes to Pixelart, dimensions really matter. Like 16 by 16 versus 32 by 32, you'll get different results. And if I wanted to make a pumpkin this size, I'd have to kind of zoom in and start counting. I think that's maybe 2, maybe that's 3, and so on and so forth. It's really hard to get the dimensions of this down. So an alternative, what you can do is if I go back into here, you would be able to download this guy. So if I click this download button right here, you can download it into your Pixelart program of choice. In my case, I use Aseprite. We can go ahead and go back into here. And if I go ahead and drag and drop, let's see, that bear sprite that we just grabbed into my Aseprite, you can see if I zoom in, I know for certain if I were to want to draw a bear, that this guy is about 32 by 32 wide. So it makes it really easy and really nice to get references and to get better at learning what you like. And if you like a style of a game, you can get better at studying. So it makes for a handy dandy guide in that regard. Let's go back into here and let's see. Aside from that, we've gone over the Stardew resource and again the texture packs. So I think we're overall good to go. And let's see, I know the pain of looking at Pixelart and then having to count the pixels just to get the correct number. Yeah, I am so glad I found the website, as since using it, I think my Pixelart has improved a lot. And does Deltarune have crops? It has one specific thing in it, and I only added it because of that one specific thing. And for the size, yeah, sizing is important. A lot of the times people look at Pixelart and they're like, hey, what size is this? And it's super hard to know unless the artist tells you. So let's go back into here, draw right here. And well, if I go ahead and close you here, and let's see, move you here and here. Good, okay. Saying that, I believe that's everything covered. Oh, before I forget as well, and Jackenstein? Yeah, no, Jackenstein would count, actually. You know what? I didn't even think about it, but yeah, Jackenstein would have been a good reference too for pumpkins. Let me bring you back into, let's see, planning screen here. And from there, let me go ahead and click on you here, and then let me go ahead and do exclamation DISCORD. So if you'd like to take part in this study, you want to try drawing crops for yourself, even if it's not any of the ones listed on here, and you just want to try drawing the theme of plants or crops, let me also paste it here as well. There you are. And do you think that using Resurrect 64 is a good palette to begin with for Pixelart? I think the fewer colors in your palette, the better. I like using Resurrect 64 as a base ground, but I would say choosing a palette that has not a lot of colors can help you get your understanding of Pixelart down. And hi Benki, welcome back to stream. Ahoy people, ahoy, and Jackenstein's little dancing guys. How cute. What we'll do, and you can see there the community review, at the end of stream, we'll take a look at Discord and see what everyone's been up to. And if you happen to upload your art on here, we'll take a look at it. So if I go ahead and click on this toggle here, you should be able to see the Discord. You'll join from the welcome screen here, and you can see Spooky was the most recent person. And if I scroll all the way down here, you should be able to see Pixelart Study with me. And if we go ahead and close this guy for a second, you'll see the previous studies. And what people do is they click on a study and you can upload. And for example, we've done a bug study before. You can see bug studies that people have uploaded. So if you click on this crop one, the one that's pinned, and post your art in here, we'll take a look at it at the end of stream. I notice this guy has a little bit of color at the bottom. There you go. So if that sounds of interest to you, that's also there. And let me go ahead and hide this guy right here. Okay, so we've talked about Pixelart of the day, we've talked about the filter, we've talked about resources. Why don't we go ahead and get into drawing? So, what should we draw that's on this list here, would you say? I'll take suggestions on what we should start off with first of this list. Which one do you think? And that's gonna be useful for me too. Lovely, lovely. I'm really happy to hear it. The pumpkin? Sure. We'll start with pumpkin then. Pumpkin will be the thing we start off with. Let me go ahead and click on you here, apple. We'll do pumpkin, then apple. And then we'll see about the third one. How about that? And let me write that down as well. Pumpkin, apple, wheat. Sure, you know what? We'll try to get all three of those since we'll do 3 today and then 3 next week. So pumpkin, let me write that down. Pumpkin. Apple, apple, and wheat, wheat. Okay, we'll do those 3, and then we'll save the rest for next week. How about that? Let me go ahead and bring you back into Aseprite. And why am I third so quickly? People write very fast. It's crazy, I tell ya. So let's see. What I wanted to start off with was seeing if we could just do a basic dirt. And we were talking about the texture pack earlier, or not texture pack, palette. I use one called Resurrect64. If you Google it, you should be able to find it. And what I can also do is send this, let's see. I'll send this also in the Discord as well if you want to use this color packet, texture pack as well. I can't speak words, can I? Hi, Epic. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. And what do these crowns even mean though? Can you elaborate a little bit, Benki? If you mean on YouTube side of things, I believe it's how frequently someone types. I'm not quite too sure. The YouTube update's still a little bit confusing to me. Let me go ahead, and if you want to use this color palette that I'm using, I will go ahead and also drag and drop this into Discord as well, if you want to use it. Usually, I start off with looking at colors like these, since I do like these colors, and then I'll make my own colors. But as I said before with choosing color palettes, I believe this is 64 colors. I would recommend starting with something that's more along the lines of 16 colors, maybe even 32. 64 is kind of in the long, higher ones, as the more colors you have, the more options. And I think when starting out, the less options you have, the more creative you can get. Saying that, and hi, Aloris. Is it? Oh, no. It was Alois, I think. Welcome back into stream. And I need to make one for all ears fans. I'd love to soon. I have a few ideas, but nothing too concrete. And I did read all of those, I believe. Okay, good. Saying that, I wanted to start off quickly with just grabbing a brown here. And the first one was pumpkins. So let's do pumpkins, I say. And let's see, Cursal. Right. Okay, good. Cursal. You're gonna have to remind me. It's gonna take a good old second, but thank you, and welcome in. Welcome back. And do you mean the XP on the YouTube leaderboard? It's a little funny, and either awards points every minute upon typing or upon subscribing. Interesting. Okay, I did not know that at all. What I'll do is I'll first make our background a brown for our ground, and then I'll go ahead and make this a little bit so we can still see, and then we'll save it and zoom in. What I want to try to do first is pull from our mind and imagination before we even look at pumpkins to begin with. And let's see, actually is how much support there's a leaderboard for it. I see, there's a cap for a certain time. And super chats, I see. Interesting. And can you remind me of the website to find the color palette? It should be low spec, LOSPEC. Let me do it here. I should have this in FAQ, but LOSPEC. Should be that. There you go. Never mind, found it. Good. And couldn't you have pinned the thingy in the Study With Me channel? Yeah, that would be a great idea to check. At this point, that would be a wonderful idea, especially because of how much I use it. Let me go ahead and bring you into Pure Up here, and let's go ahead and take a look at some real life pumpkins to draw upon. I think message length counts as well. Interesting. Let's see. So, taking a look at pumpkins, since that's the first guy we'll start off with, I have lots of pumpkins up here. And what I want to try to do is, also let me cover that timer as we don't need it anymore. There you go. I want to try to draw your base pumpkin, and then I want to try drawing the growth stages of the pumpkin. So starting from seed, maybe 2 stages in between. So I have a few references on here for different cycles, things of that nature, but I want to just start off with drawing pumpkin. And quick question? Sure. And I did read that too. Good. So let's see. Let's look at, I think this pumpkin. This pumpkin kind of looks like the default pumpkin. Hi, Ansia. Welcome into the stream. Welcome back. Let me go ahead and move this guy as here as well, so I can make sure I get all the names. Good, good. Okay, so let me go ahead and save. What are things we notice about the pumpkin right off the bat, would you say? I try my best to look at shapes first when it comes to pixel art. So if I scroll out a little bit, the pumpkin seems to be, if we were to look at it, more of an oval, possibly, and you can do a berry for, what do you mean exactly, Epic? Do you mean in terms of what we should draw? Right now, we're gonna do, or today, we're gonna do pumpkins, apples, and wheats. That's on the agenda. And does the trial version of Aseprite have anything different from the original version? I would not be able to tell you, Benki. If I do, let's see, Pixelart. If you're looking for programs, oh, never mind. Hold on, Pixelart, yes, how about that? Ah, I do go over programs I recommend for using Pixelart. There's free options on there. I've never tried the beginner version of, what is it? I've never tried the trial version of Aseprite, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. However, there's a way to get Aseprite for free, and there's also a fork of Aseprite called, let's see, what was it called? I forget at this moment the name, but you should be able to find options on there if that is what you're worried about. Saying that, let me go ahead and slide this guy over here, and I'll right-click this guy and click on Draw. All right. So pumpkin-wise, what are we seeing in terms of shapes? I'm seeing a few things. Libersprite, yeah, Libersprite. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yep, that's the one. Libersprite, yep. So let's see. And now better. Good. Let's see. What I'm seeing is it's either going to be some sort of oval, or we kind of have a flat place here, let's see. And then we have kind of a round place here, a round place here. That seems to be the shape, isn't it? And the build up wasn't working for me. I see. That makes sense. Oh, that totally makes sense. I haven't tried it before, but compiling is definitely, I've tried it before for game dev, and it is a little bit tricky. Let's see. We have a flat top again, and then we round it out, I think I'm getting this shape around, or I think I'm getting this shape. And then we have a rectangle that looks like it just kind of pokes out. And we have another rectangle here, kind of like a slanted rectangle. So I think I understand the shape of at least some of these pumpkins. So let's start off there, where we have two kind of tops, the round, and then we have a tilted guy like that. That seems to be the beginning shape of our pumpkin. So let's start there. And but enough talking, let's focus and watch your masterpiece. I do appreciate it. So let's start here when we're looking at pumpkins. Usually you want to start off with the shape. So let's go back into, let's see, draw here. And did I miss anything? I don't believe so. Okay, and let me also make sure I grab it here. And did I say hi to you, Skellion? Maybe, but if not, welcome in. And if so, welcome in again. And you actually inspired me to open Aseprite today. Lovely. That's always really nice to hear. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and click on Aseprite screen here, and I'll make this a little smaller so we can have it as references. I think another thing that's super important is having references when it comes to making art in general, as you can't really, or it's super hard to draw from memory. It's a good exercise, but if you're trying to make art, it's good to have something to look at. So let me go ahead and save you about here. So to start off, we'll just use a really dark color, like this dark, well, is it purple? Sure, why not? And we'll try to draw the shape of our pumpkin. And I'm going to continue to procrastinate. That's sometimes good too. We're just taking a break. And I just remembered my family member that works at a gas station and helps people inflate all sorts of things. That's my pumpkin. Terrible. Awful. Another thing we'll be doing is we'll try to keep our pumpkin and all of our plants or our crops in this 16 by 16 box. And all of them will be in here, as I think that's usually what I tend to go for. If not 16 by 16, then it's usually the 32 by 32. So this size is what I usually do. We're trying to think of it as if it were an icon. That's what we'll start off with. And is the 2D shape or 3D better at simple shapes from reference? Can you elaborate a little bit on what you mean, Cursal? And let's see. I always make art from memory, but yeah, it's not easy. It just helps me to be more creative, I think. That makes sense too. I just find it easier than having my references on hand, now that I don't look at references at all. Not that I don't like references at all. That makes sense, yeah. It is good to draw from memory every once in a while. If I'm doing something super serious, then I make sure to have references, since they're super handy. And from this square box, we're going to carve out that shape that we have here. And let me go ahead and make this also bigger so I can see it myself on my side of things. So we have that flat top, right? So about here, and what we'll do too is I'll use the, vertical symmetry tool on Aseprite so that we can get the top and bottom symmetrical. And hi, Napa. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. I hope you've been doing well. And something I've also wanted to get in the habit of is remembering outlines. So I'm also going to take into play outlines themselves. And if I just erase this guy, let's see. Yep, this is good to go for lining. And let's see. I did write that. And references help me if I don't know what the thing looks like at all, or how it's even to begin with drawing it often. Often animals, yeah. But I usually look at them before, very rarely while I'm drawing. That makes sense. That certainly makes sense. So let's see. We have a flat area and then a bit of a curve around the sides. So something like that maybe, and then maybe something like that, probably, right? And let's also go ahead and add our color so that we know what is an outline versus not an outline. So I'll go ahead and I'll just grab this color of orange. We can always change the colors. These are just here for temporary purposes. And I'll go ahead and also make sure we have this. So we have an outline and non-outline. That way we know as we're shaping things. And then we also have the stalk at the top. So let's go ahead and add that. Let's see. For the stalk, we kind of have that slanted guy. So we'll add a little bit of a slant. Maybe what we can do is do something like that. And then maybe something like that. We're not trying to make it perfect right now. All we're trying to do is just add something that we can add upon. And redeemed, oh, I don't see it, but I can hear it. Oh, chosen sub-emote, I see. And there is a website dedicated to Pixelart palettes. Yep, it's called Low Spec. It's a lovely website. And what do you mean, Crystal? Did I miss something? Studying references. I think I got it all. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. And she's looked in, what do you mean? And hi, by the way, Rockstred. Welcome to the stream as well. And how are you so passionate about drawing? And welcome in for the first time too. I couldn't tell you. It's just something I get super excited about. If it's a topic I like for example, game development or programming, or I guess it's the same thing. Music, art, it gets me just super revved up and I can talk about it for hours, I'd say. Let's go ahead and also add a brown for our stock. So I'll just grab this brown here. How about that one? Yeah, brown stock like that. And that's our simple pumpkin. And I rewrote the question. Oh, I see. I thought it was the same one. When studying from reference, is it better to simplify what I see into 2D shapes or 3D forms? Oh, that makes more sense. I would try to see what you're trying to see. If you're making an icon, it's probably best to think of it in terms of 2D. For example here, right? I made a 2D shape. If I were to make this pumpkin a 3D shape, I would probably say, let's see, if I grab a draw here, if it were 3D, I'd probably say it'd be more along the lines of rounded out edge down here, right? And then we have the edges that curve, and then maybe another rounded out edge up here.
Rockstred just followed.
And thank you for the follow as well. Welcome in, and you are a ball of energy. Thank you. I do what I can. And I'm very passionate about drawing, thanks to Iris on my side. I'm happy to help. That helps. Let's see. And then you'd probably have like another 3D shape here. So it depends on what you're doing. But for example, if I were to do a pumpkin, this would probably be the 3D version of this. This is more 2D. This is 3D. Because, or for my purposes, I usually start off with something more on the lines of 2D, since shapes can help a lot at first, thinking it flatter, and then thinking of it in 3D. So depending, I kind of balance back and forth. And do you have a YouTube channel? I do indeed. And thank you, Crystal, for that one. So let's see. I'm also streaming on YouTube if that's of interest to you. And I know when it comes to drawing, a lot of people in Pixelart Digital and Traditional start with rectangles and smooth out the edges to make a mix between an oval and rectangle. Yep. Shapes is usually the first step you want to go for. So this is our first pumpkin. Let's go ahead and copy this guy and paste him over. And let's see if we can improve on our very flat pumpkin now that we have him. What are things we can add, would you say? What are extra details we can see of the pumpkin we're looking at? If I go ahead and right click this guy and we click on, let's see, draw here, let's choose another color. Let's go for maybe like a red. I would say at the edges here, they're going around, and this is where 3D would come into play because they're curving around the center. They're going in a, what would you call it? They're rounding around from the edges. So this is where having that 3D knowledge would be helpful, since there's a circle at the top that it's rounding around. That's why we see these lines. So having a 2D knowledge and a 3D knowledge can be helpful, especially if we're trying to take apart something. So that's where this would come in handy at. Let's see, looking at some other pumpkins here. Anything else to notice? We see a flat surface here, and we have a top edge here. So I guess, what is the perspective we should look at for our pumpkin? There's some from different angles, but depending on where the camera is, it would be important. For example, if we're looking at a box, this would be the side of the box. Oh, hold on, like this. Side of the box, if we're looking at it head on. If we're looking at it top down, then the box might have this as the side, and then this is the top of the box. So depending on where we're looking at it, do we want to look at it from the top down or do we want to look at it from the side? And pumpkin. I don't know how, but you made me drawing a pumpkin. You made me draw a pumpkin with pixels instead. Good. The more people I can get in Pixelart, the better. I'm glad I'm doing what I can. And I did read that too. Lovely. Okay, so saying that, if we were to draw it from an above picture like this, where we can see the top, or draw it from a side picture where we can't see the top, which one do you think? I think seeing our options is a good idea. And also you can see as well, these guys aren't as round, but look at these guys. They're super round as they're going around our edges. So depending on the angle too, from where we're looking at, that can also be super important. So let's choose a color for our edges that we're rounding about, and let's see about having a distinguish from our top and our bottom. And that's the most misread message in a while. Did I? Hold on, let's see. I don't know how, but you made drawing a pumpkin with pixels interesting. Oh! This is what happens when I speak very fast. Thank you, Jack. And can we animate it rotating? If we have time, possibly. I want to make sure we get through all three: pumpkin, apple, and wheat. We have about 4 hours, so I want to dedicate about an hour to each. But if we have time, certainly we can try animating it as well. So let's grab this pumpkin here. Let me go ahead and slide this guy here. Let's see about our edges. What I'll do is I'll grab a second color, just a darker tone for our edges. Possibly, let's see, this color here. Yeah, let's use that color. And misread in a while is usually about 5 to 10 minutes. I try my best, all right? Let's go ahead and let's grab our symmetry tool again. And what I'll do this time is I'll grab it and we'll use the, was it vertical? Horizontal. Interesting. Horizontal one that goes up and down. I thought horizon was on the line, but maybe they're called different things for different reasons. And sup, Giggle Mug? Hi, sweetheart. Welcome to stream. Welcome back. Let's make sure it's in the center. So about, I think here's the center. And oh,
DDoS subscribed
let me
on
grab
YouTube.
that name. Thank you to DDoS. Welcome to stream, and thank you for the subscription. Let's see. And a while is a small amount for such a fast being. True, I say true. Now, there are a few ways we could do it. We could do 2 in the center. We could then maybe do kind of a guy maybe coming out, but we want our pumpkin to really feel round. But you can already see, right? Doing it this way, adding those edges, I feel like it already is a pumpkin. And I'm modding currently. Oh, I see. Do you mean modding as in modding for someone, or do you mean modding as in like modding Minecraft or adding an addition in that? And here's, what if we just wait a while? Huh? Who has time? Nobody has time for that. Another thing, right? If we're looking at it from the top down, I'm going to grab a brighter color than this. Actually, let's choose a brighter color. So if I were to go, let's see, maybe more to the right a little bit, and then let's go into, let's see, more into these orange areas. And if I were to add a top to this guy, so something like maybe, let's see, actually, do it down here like that. Can you see where the difference would come from? And if I were to move, let's see, some of these colors are a little bit tricky. So let me change the colors a little bit. I'll move this guy down, and then we'll move this guy over to the right since it's a cooler color. So maybe more along the lines of something like that. And hypothesis confirmed. And after the stream, do you still have so much energy, or are you toast? I fizz out. I am either no energy or all energy. There is nothing in between. I will use up all my energy here, then I'll go take a nap, and then I'll use up more energy. 'Tis the circle of energy. And what I wanted to show off was the idea between top and side. You can see how, well, actually, it kind of reminds me of one of maybe those pumpkin bowls. And if I move the stem more towards the center like we see here, now our pumpkin has that center line. That's a lot interesting, something like that. So depending on if you're looking at it from the side or from the top, I quite like the side idea. So maybe we can expand on the pumpkin being from the side. And you are sugar if it were a person. Thanks. I've been told if I was caffeine. I don't think sugar has ever been brought into the conversation, so I'll gladly take it. Saying that, let's see. I think doing this guy might be a lot more fun. So let's try drawing it, or yeah, let's try doing this guy. And saving it. Let's go ahead and slide it over and continue working on it. And we're on a schedule, all right? A schedule that needs to fit drawing silly faces. We're gonna save drawing pumpkin or jack-o'-lanterns for October. That's why jack-o'-lanterns aren't on the market for today. And I like the top-down one. Yeah, me too. So, improving on this guy, what do you think? I would say maybe making it rounder. You can see for this guy, look at how round he is. If I do a whole circle, he's more of an oval. While the other one, the other one was super flat. So while the other one was like, let's see, this here on our sides, This one looks like this. Completely different. And it's like a campfire. You can't control how much it burns, just for how long. Sounds like stars. And mine looks like a basketball. Shading might help a lot, Rodrigo. But I think the rounder, yeah, this looks more like a basketball. Oh, hold on. This one looks more like a basketball. I can't agree. So let's go ahead and make our little guy up here rounder, since we're gonna go for the more of the top-down look. Let's see. Grab you here, and I'm just gonna round this guy out a little bit more. Something like that. Rounder? Let's also make it flatter, because that guy does look flatter. And mine does a squared apple. The thing is, I've never drawn a pumpkin before, so it's always a thing of just, we're trying to make sure we get things on the board before we even start worrying about the finer details. I made mine a little bit flatter, though, and I did read that. Good. And I did read that as well. And good call. They're too spooky for a mind in September. Yeah. I want to dedicate a whole stream to looking at and drawing silly faces on pumpkins. I would like to do it, so we're gonna do it. Let's see. I shorten this guy to make him rounder, and then what we'll do is we'll make our top also super round. So something like that, possibly. We can even maybe add more roundness to these edges here. So possibly like that up there. And oh, hold on. Something like, let's see, you up here, and we'll remove that. That way we can have this guy back, and we'll add maybe something like that there. What do you think? I think it's not as round as it was before. Because we're looking at a lot of the top, it might be the case that we see, let's see, I would say if we're looking at this guy, probably most of it is top. Right now, it's kind of 50-50, and top down would technically mean fully from the top. There's a term for the angle you chose, but I don't remember. I thought it was top down and ads already, my goodness. And can you add references directly into Aseprite window like a preview? Yes, you can. Just to show you, if I click on this guy here, if I copy this, make a file, new file, and let's see, you here, paste it, I can grab this guy from up top, move him over to the side like this, and now I have it in Aseprite itself, which can be handy. I use Pure Rough since I like the mini screen on top, but you can do like this if you'd like, and kind of slide this guy over. But you can't, I don't think, make a mini reference window like this guy here. But this is probably the closest you'll get to it. And don't save there. Okay. And since ads are about to start, we'll let ads do their thing. And I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, it's super neat, isn't it? And what if we move the stem even lower? We should. I do agree. Let's go ahead. Let's see. Lower like that down there. Yeah, because you can kind of see, right? And let me grab this guy, undo a little bit. Move you up here. You can see a lot above the stem. And I think I like this pumpkin a lot more than the other pumpkins. So I'm gonna base my pumpkin around this pumpkin. But let's go ahead and have the ads run since they do need to do their thing. Let's see, you here. And someone practice getting me an ad. Let's see. They'll go ahead and run. And while they're running, let me go ahead and get some water. Let's see. And oh, I should probably move that screen over a little bit. So let me grab this guy here. And if I do, let's see. Grab you, and maybe we can move you to about, oh, hold on. Wrong guy I'm clicking on. Not you. I'm looking for you. And just slide you over just a smidge. There you go. Lovely. I'm Pumpkin Pug. Hi, Big Hat. Welcome to stream from Twitch. Yep. And while Twitch is running its ads, let me get some water. And then once we're done with water, what I want to do is some stretches. I think getting in the habit of stretching at your computer is a great idea. So water first, get a little bit of lemonade, refresher on the drinks, and then we'll start. And I think I'm done with this mod. Oh, congratulations, sweetheart. And that's the whole thing around these parts. I stayed here to see her draw shoes and a wizard hat for her witch character. That was a smidge over a year ago. Let's see. I got invested. Oh, let me scroll up. I missed the one. Let's see. What if we move the stem even lower? Did I miss something? Hold on. How do I click on the replying thing? I want to see it. I can't see it. Oh, shame. Hold on. Go up. Top would technically mean full. Oh, I see. I got invested in seeing the pumpkin finished. I see. All right. Go. Drink. Tasty. Okay. And do you know the extra Emily streamer? Do you remind me of her? No, does not ring a bell, unfortunately. And I guess that's where Aseprite helps. She can adjust the pumpkin on the fly. Yeah, I make many iterations of pumpkins. That way you can see it start to finish. And for the outline, what about making the brighter parts top part similar to the one with shading in the pumpkin, so the top part has no idea what the name of? We'll see. Since we have about a minute left, let's do a little bit of stretches and then we'll continue on the sky, as I think the colors are a little bit off, but we'll see. Certainly. All right, so stretches. Let's go to the right. And let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's see. I unfortunately decided to follow along and I had to redraw the pumpkin sketch as many as 4 times now. I made a mistake. Let's go to the back. The good news is, because we're in the sketch phase, we can do a lot of new things. And why not closer to gray? Or why did you use a green color? These colors right now are temporary. They're not the permanent colors. I just chose these colors just to have something. And And let's go to the right for our neck, and then a left for the neck. And let's see, will it be more visible? Let's go down. Let's go up. There we are. Let's go to our right. Let's go to our left. And let's go to our, did we already do our tilts? I do like doing the tilts. The tilts are very nice. And you can also go side and down. That one's a pretty nice stretch. And then you can also go side and down again. Those are some of my favorites. And are you done with this mod? Or are you done with this mod? And I broke my... What is that word? Never seen it before. An easy top of pumpkin. Yeah. What I can say is, depending on what colors you choose or what your method is, I like choosing colors around what we're doing. So for example, we just have orange here for our pumpkin and then choosing different colors depending on what we're doing. Some people like doing grayscale first, which I do enjoy. And oh, welcome back to the ads, by the way. And, oh, more stretch!
Check_14 just
Sure.
in stream. Yeah.
Let's do our next stretches then. Go to the left a little bit. Go to the right a little bit. And first one, what do you mean? Up and then down. And turn down, and let's do turn down. There you go, check. Thank you for my stretches. Alrighty, let's see. Saying that, let's look at our top pumpkin a little bit and bottom pumpkin. Something that might be good to do is maybe we just remove this guy to start off. Maybe just this here for now. And that way we can get a better look at our overall pumpkin and improve it from there. That could be a method. That does not look right. Hold on, like that. There we go. That could be a method as well. That could be super helpful, and I think that's what I'll do. We'll see if we can make our pumpkin rounder and plumper. That's what I want to try. And you went to posture check, but that works out too. I see. Let's see. Well, many see, so it seems. I want to see about our top-down guy. And yes, it's a small mod for a friend of mine who streams RimWorld. So it's a RimWorld mod. RimWorld mods are always very easy to make. Ah, I see. I'd love to try making Minecraft mods sometime one day. Let's go ahead and I'll make this guy, let's see, maybe rounder like this. 4 edges you usually want to do, and we do have space here we can use as well, but when you're talking about curves, going sideways by 2 can be pretty handy. So doing something like this instead can be nice in terms of shapes. You can see we really get a use of our edges here. And then let's see, maybe we can do, but then if we go down here, maybe we can do something like that so it's rounder. If you're doing steps, there is going by 2, so doing 2 steps like this. There's also doing 1 steps. You can sometimes mix them, but I like to do my best to not, or if you mix them, doing something like that instead. And hey, quick question, is there a birthday date or some kind of anniversary for something? What do you mean, Benki? Can you elaborate a little bit? If you mean my birthday, it's, I believe, well, I say believe, May 5th, so 5-5. And I don't think it's a particular spooky, neither in the cartoon. And help, I remember the cartoon was a very special pumpkin. I don't remember the cartoon at all. I was thinking of making a surprise. I see. Well, my birthday's already passed, but Halloween, there will be a Halloween special. Also a Christmas special too, something of the sorts. So if you can do something around, I think I'll be able to stream on Halloween. The Latin May 5th, yep. I don't think so. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Posture check, spooky month. Let's see. Yep, okay, we're good. Now let's focus on this guy up here. I'm thinking we can do the same where we kind of stretch it out. So maybe we can go up by 2, down by, okay, never mind. Let's not do that guy. Maybe more so something like that, where it's rounder on the top and bottom. And then for our sides, I think we should just remove this guy, make the shape rounder again. And in fact, let's see, if I move this guy up like this and move it up like that there, I think that's a better pumpkin. I'm not sure about top down anymore, as I think it depends, but we'll see, certainly. And I was questioning if I should change the plans to drawing a pumpkin and the living pumpkin. Oh, the little pumpkin, I do remember that guy. It's whatever you choose, Ansia, and it's a pie. And you've made a pancake. Oh boy, I don't even have the yellow prepared or anything, but I can see the pancake. That's not even white. Something like a cream little pancake there. Pancake. That is cute. So let's see. We have a top and a side. Usually the top gets more light, so we'll try to do that, where the bottom is a darker orange. And let's see, our darker orange for our bottom, so something like, oh, let me grab this guy too. We have that guy, and that guy. So these 3 I'm trying to mirror, and then that guy down here. Something like that could possibly be our pumpkin. And then let's see here. I did read that, or pumpcake, if you will. Wink. I've made pumpkin pancakes before. They're very tasty. We have these guys around the edges, and then let's bring back these lines. For now, I think it'll be better to use just a really dark line. I think that'll work well. And instead of doing a double line here, I'm thinking we try to make these guys stand out. So something like that could possibly work. Maybe we can add areas, and you can kind of see there's a bit of an edge coming up here. Maybe that's something we can also accomplish to make our pumpkin look rounder. So let's see. And why don't you use the Pixelart tag in Twitch? Oh no, is it not? Oh, thank you. I do multiple streams, so sometimes I stream Pixelart, sometimes I stream Game Dev, and when I go back and forth between the two, sometimes I forget to add certain tags. Pixelart. Thank you for that one, Crystal. Pixelart. Yeah, that's very important. I added Aseprite, but not Pixelart. Thanks for pointing that out. And I did read that too. Okay, so for this guy kind of going down, up, let's see if we can add that for our bottom, along these edges, where maybe we can add, let's see, erase you. So we have these guys kind of going up here, and now it's kind of around, right? And then we have another guy maybe coming outwards. Maybe something like that can come out. And I'm trying my best to see if we can curve this pumpkin, possibly, so we have a little bit more of a pumpkin-y feel. It kind of feels like what would you call it, a gourd? But I mean, that is what a pumpkin is. It is a gourd. So let's see here. Maybe we can instead have these guys, and I'm trying to see if we can get those shapes. A lot of it, or what my favorite part about starting pixel art is the shaping. So this early design is my favorite part. I like seeing what designs we can come up with and different takes on it, because it's a thing of maybe we can make a little mini pumpkin. Maybe we don't even have to take up all of a pumpkin, and this could be a little tiny pumpkin. There's so many ways to draw it, and depending on the sizing, depending on what you choose, the options are endless, I say. And I'm thinking perhaps maybe we can make this middle part a little bit bigger. Maybe we go for the rule of 3 here to make it nice to look at. And is there a preferred canvas size with items you like to work with? I usually prefer to work with 16 by 16. So this little guy here, however, you can see my canvas is super big because my method of making pixel art is something like this. So I'll draw a lot of different ideas down and then choose an idea. So the overall art is 16 by 16 usually, but I choose a super big canvas. And in this case, if you're looking for specific sizes, this one is 480 by 270. And I think 64 by 64 to be good. 64 by 64 would be, let's see, I believe that's 4 by 4. So I think this is 64 by 64. Yeah, this would be 64 by 64. I'm usually 16 by 16. That's what I usually try to go for. I think those are the sweetest ones to look at. So let's see, just going around the edges here, what other areas can we do? Let's see, something like that there for our rounded parts. And I'm wondering about this area here. I think that looks a little nicer, doing something like this here, where it's not too much of the pumpkin. Doing something smaller might be good, and I don't want to spend too much time on this idea of a pumpkin, as we'll be looking at other pumpkins too. So we're just trying. And is it me, or is it hard to draw with 3 colors without an outline? Do you mean drawing like this, Yansia, where we start from here and then you do 3 colors and no outline? That is a style, using no outline as a outline style, using none of it, and without outline or black separation more specifically. I think it depends on the person. At least for me, I can do both. It's either or. It just depends on the mood I'm feeling. I try to do both though, as I do like both the feel of them at least. So let's see. We have you here. And for our rounding pumpkin, maybe we just bring it up here like that. And then that guy, maybe we can have it kind of curving inwards, right? So maybe we can have this guy kind of curving downwards like that. And then we have you here. I'm trying to see about these edges, this round edge. We kind of have a circle going on, is the circle I'm trying to do. And her microphone is like a cameraman for 100 meters sprint races. And I can do both, but I can't do both with 3 colors. Interesting. Although I just started shading with 3 colors since your streams. I see. I usually start with 1 flat color, and then I add the shading onto the flat color and I layer them as I go. And did I miss anything? I don't believe so. Pumpkin, yep. Okay, good. So let's see. We're going for a round sort of look with these edges. So something like that, I think would be good. And we have this guy here, and we're looking to see about adding other places. So this guy would kind of come inwards, possibly like that for our pumpkin. Let's see. If we do something like this, and then this guy can maybe come in like that there, maybe we can have it kind of curve in, something like that, but that doesn't feel right, does it? Maybe, let's see, doing something like this. I'm just trying to go for a rounder feel when it comes to our pumpkin. Maybe something like that can work. And then it doesn't quite look like a pumpkin still. Okay, new mission. 3-color pumpkin from Steven Universe with no outlines. Sometimes the right answer is just improvise. I'm really excited to see how you do the pumpkin though. I don't remember his name, but I do know which one you're talking about, Ansia. So let's see. This guy kind of goes up, so it's rounder up here. Something like that. That does feel a little bit more accurate. And then we have the middle guy here. maybe we can see about making you. So you go down a little bit. So something like this. And I'm just trying to get the shapes right. We don't even have to, technically speaking, technicality-wise, we could do this where there's no rounder edges. That also works. And the fact is, pumpkin. Oh, you know what? That's probably why I don't remember it. The truth be told, maybe what we can do is add a little guy here. And I could see this being a pumpkin, maybe even like that there, where we don't round out the edges, or we could do something like that there. And you know what? I could see this working.
Alias Omega just
let me grab
followed.
that name. That is, let's see. Thank you to Alias Omega. Thank you, and welcome into stream. Thank you for the follow. So let's see here. You kind of curve in here. I could see that working in. Then maybe we can have these guys curving in here, or it would be more so I think a curve here. Let's see. Nah, I think this is fine. Something like that. And then we also have these guys curving into, so maybe something like that could work? Possibly. But maybe these guys can be moved in a little bit. Just little curves here and there. I think for our pumpkin, we don't have to add a lot of detail. And where do we put the drawings in Discord? Rodrigo. I don't know if the moderator is here, but I should be able to do it for you. R-O-D. There you go. I added you in the spot to do it in. Let's see. If I do it there. Okay. So let's see. You here. And maybe we can go for something a little on the flatter side for our pumpkin, so it doesn't have to be too bad. You could also, this is where shape design comes into play. We saw it in the Pixelart of the day, but if I go back up here, you can see as far as the shading goes on this guy, look at the way they use shading with squares. So you can use different shapes. Your pumpkin doesn't have to be round. It can be, edges. Like, you could do different things. Circle or square, my number one spot. Oh boy, I do ask that you don't just comment to comment, you know, try to add a little bit to the conversation, spice it up. I think this is good for my pumpkin though. It's not too pumpkin-y, but you know what? I'm okay with this pumpkin. Maybe we can even do like that, but yeah, I like this guy. I think I like this pumpkin. Let's look at that stem guy, and I like the stem, so I'm just gonna grab and drag and drop that stem here, and let's move you about here, a little bit lower, and looking at this now, I'm thinking we can move our little pumpkin guys up a little bit more so we have more space for our stem to shine. So something like that here, maybe even a little bit more pumpkin. Something like this to show off more of the pumpkin edges, because I do like the stem, but I think some things could be changed a little bit, possibly. So before we add the stem, let's go ahead and add, let's see, copy this guy, paste them, and now let's see about the stem. And yes, pumpkin being the pumpkininess too. And sometimes you just forget you can start with a flat color, which is strange because it's always hard, always how I draw. Yeah, forgetfulness is a common thing around these parts. Let's see, drag it down. And I was saying, possibly either, yeah, probably there. And he is Rodrigo is the king. Mini comments, let's see. Move you about up here. And I'm gonna move these guys up just a little bit because I want to see the pumpkin behind this little guy in the back here. Yeah, about there. Okay, and I'll go ahead and grab our symmetry tool again. And let's see about there, right? I'm VIP. And I saw a phonography on Pinterest that uses a lot of lines outside the overall shape. It broke out of the shape, but it made the piece even prettier. Ooh, I don't know how to explain it, but it was inspiring. Oh, I'm glad you're able to find inspo. That's one of my favorite reasons why using references is a great idea, because many of the times, there's ideas you don't even think of until someone else brings it to your attention. And you're like, oh, that's pretty nice. That's pretty good. So let's see. Add a pumpkin maybe about here. And, oh, actually, probably there. Then maybe we could do a pumpkin there and there. So possibly for our pumpkin, we can do something like this, where we can still see the stem. But I don't know. I think the stem popping out was a good idea. So we'll do popping out stem. And hi, Pneumatic. Welcome into the stream. Welcome in. And I zoned out. No worries, mods. So welcome back in. And happy Programmer Day. Is it Programmer Day? Oh. And by the way, as I say, I'm no agent of chaos. I'm sure you're the agent of chaos. If I had to guess, I'm pointing fingers at you. Let's go ahead and slide this guy. Or hold on. Copy. Paste. Oh, hold on. Scroll out. Oh, hold on. I see our problem. We still have you. Okay, erase these guys, and erase you for now. There we are. And it's the 256th day of the year. Perfect bite. Oh, that's a good joke. It's awful, but it's a good joke. And I lost my spot. We all did. So let's see. Save it here. Slide it down here so we can look at our different pumpkin iterations. Save it there. Okay, so I thought having the pumpkin stem not pop out or below it, but I don't quite like it. I like the shape of the pumpkin. So maybe instead, if I copy this guy again, right? And let's see, oh wait, and let's see, true programmer day. That is very cute, and earliest programmer day. I haven't noticed. Let me go ahead and copy this guy. And I think what would be a better idea is maybe that can be a good pumpkin, or maybe something like that. I think this guy is better to look at than this guy. It's not quite the reference that we're seeing, but I do think this one is clear for look. And look, that looks great. The Pumpkin King from way back in the day would be proud. Oh boy, Halloween's gotta be one of my favorites. I like this guy. This guy where it's this guy, so many this guys. But I thought having the edges above it would help. But I think this is better. I like this. And happy day code, guys. Indeed, indeed. And thank you too, Jack. And which stands for payday. I see. Well, congratulations, Mr. Detector. So I'll go ahead and slide our pumpkin down. We'll go ahead and paste this new guy. Anything else you think we can add? And ever had a chance to work on games before with Pixelart skills? I've made one game with Pixelart as for my repertoire, but not really. I've only made one game, and I hope to make another game with Pixelart. Another thing to consider is shapes. If I do this guy and this guy, look at the difference between pointy and non-pointy. Which one do you think you like? The stem being super pony or the stem not being super pointy? I think maybe, let's see, you could do a point there. I think there's so many different ways. Just adding those single pixels, I think it adds a lot to the character, wouldn't you say? The differences. Though this kind of feels a little bit like cake, if I had to say. Looking at these guys, though, I kind of like. Well, look, let's see. If we're looking at stems, are they usually pointy? They're usually super flat. And flat can be described as pointy. And let's see, that was a joke about Programmer Day. Oh, I see. I did not get the joke at all, right over my head. And two things I learned from Iris: believe in the process, even when it feels slow, and catch every change. Nothing is too small to matter. I'm glad you think that, Crystal. As yeah, look at this, 2 pixels of a difference, but it changes the language of these guys a lot. And looking at them, I kind of like my pointy guy a little bit better because I'm already using a lot of points in my sheep. So maybe we go with this guy. I enjoy him. So let's keep it going with this one here. And let's save it. And I'll slide this guy down. From here, what are other things we can add before we start adding extra details or extra colors too? I would say, let's grab this guy in here. The colors can change so we don't have to worry about the black too much. But are there ways we can add rounded edges? And ooh, imagine a pumpkin cake that looks like a pumpkin. Ooh. So many ideas. That does sound delicious though. I can't agree to that. Maybe we can add a guy going around here. Nope, I forgot my symmetry tool. So let's go back into here. Maybe we can add it something like that there for pumpkins kind of coming around the edges. Maybe something like that. Possibly, but I don't know. I think for now, this is fine. Let's start upgrading it. And cake or real. Cake. I do remember that show. All right, so since I think this is what we'll stick with, let's start adding additional features, shall we? For example, here, I'm not sure about the color of my pumpkin. And let's go back to here. There's a lot of vibrant oranges. And you know what? I say let's stick with it. What we'll do to start off is choose our outline. And there's multiple outlines you can do. And outlines can certainly change the way art looks in general. And if I just grab this pumpkin just to show off what I mean when it comes to outlines, let's see. I'll move you. Actually, let's make you a little bit bigger. And then let's see. Actually, I'm going to just copy, paste, move you downwards like that there, slide you down, and then merge you down, then make you smaller again. And usually there's 4 outlines that Pixel artists go for, and square pumpkins though are cool. They are. I think you get them from putting them in square objects. I think that's how square melons are made, if I can recall. I believe there's 4. So let's see. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. The usual differences when it comes to outlines. And let me slide it down here so you have a place to look at. The first one people usually go for is black. And even this outline here is not completely black. Black would be, and if I make sure our continuous is not checked, so I think that's right, fill that in. Nope, it has to be checked. There we are, not checked. Black is one idea. You could also do colored. So some people might do, if I go ahead and grab this guy, make a new layer and paste you in, or hold on, grab you, and then let's see, you here, and then you here. Good, okay. Grab you, and then you. Okay, I'm looking for this guy. New layer, paste. We also have no outlines, so what I can do is just grab this color and delete it. And you can kind of see it's a little funny, so we'll add in the details just super quickly. Something like, let's see, you here, and we'll do a darker color, so we'll go towards you a little bit, maybe even a little bit darker there for our colors. There you are. That makes a little bit more sense on what we're trying to do. So something like that might be no outline pumpkin. And then we also have our colored outline. So let me go ahead and merge this guy down, merge down, and make sure these guys are good to go. And that kind of looks like a potato on a pedestal. If you believe hard enough, I can certainly see it. And also let me go ahead and move these guys down so you can see the differences. Let's grab a darker version of this. So I'll go down here, more towards that guy, and then we'll go towards our greens and our yellows. And then what you would do is fill this guy in, maybe even a little bit darker. You could possibly go like down here, I'd say. And then for our stem, you would grab this color here, go darker, and go towards our lighter colors here. And it might be something like this here for our stem, maybe even a little bit darker for our brown up here. Something like that there. So there's this option here. And then there's one more option, which is this guy, and it's a shaded outline. So what you might do is you might do, let's see, copy, new layer, paste, slide this guy over, and I'm happy with the results for so far. Good. And I'm also seeing the potato. Oh no, the potato infection. And I'm making it bigger than yours, but anyway, I'm happy with the results. Good. The thing is, it's the style. I like the style of 16 by 16, but some people prefer bigger. Some people even prefer going 8 by 8. Which is wild, but I can appreciate the effort. And for our shaded outline, what we do is we grab a lighter color. So something like, we grab this guy here, and we'll go into a darker color. So it's a little bit darker, not quite as dark as the other guys. So something like, you might say this here for our top areas, like that. And then actually, I don't quite like that color. Maybe you would grab that guy. That guy could work. Maybe a little bit darker than this guy for our shaded guy. Yeah, it can depend. Sometimes I like going warm for my darker colors. Sometimes I like going light for my darker colors. Just depends. Something like that I feel like is a little bit nicer to look at for our outlines. Maybe in a little bit darker, something like that there, so we can see the differences. But they're still pretty similar. And then we can grab this guy here, go darker again, something like that there. Maybe we go for a warmer on the outline guy here. So something like this can also work. So usually it's one of these guys you go for. And I was thinking about, oh, I see. Yeah. So you have black outline, you have no outline, you have regular outline or shaded outline or colored outline, shaded outline, and the potato probably deserves a pedestal. I don't think we're doing potato today, but well, we will get to potato eventually. These for the guys, the horsemen, and what we'll start off with is we'll grab our current guy. So let me go ahead and merge these layers down. Merge down, merge down, merge down, so we're all here. And let me go ahead and copy you, and we'll go to you down here, and you are there. So we'll grab it there. Yeah, okay. And I'll slide it down here. So for our guy, I think having this outline have a darker outline, I do like it. And it works a lot better if there's like 3 colors only, but that's also insanely cool. I see. Well, thank you. And I can certainly see if I grab, for example, maybe this guy here, the 3 colors, it does look nice. I can agree to that. Let me make sure our continuous is also not struck. And we'll go for this color here in philosophy. Let's see. I know the style, Pixelart, possibly. It could be. The thing is, this is a known style, but a lot of people do this style. It's a very common one, especially the shaded ones. They're very pretty. They're one of my favorites to do, the color shaded ones. A lot of people do the black ones, and if you're going for more of a cartoony feel, usually the black outline makes it feel more cartoony. So let me go down here, and looking at this guy, what are things we can add? I think to start off, our outline I do like, and I think going for this dark color would be a great idea. So let's go ahead and add this guy as our darker color, just on our outline here. And I should make sure it is symmetry tool. That should have been a step 1. That guy there, move you in here. For this back guy, I think for now it's okay. We'll just actually fill all of this guy in. I think that's okay. And shading with more than 3 colors is more about making a gradient. Yep. I think the things that feel more off with more than 3 colors is the jumps between the value and or hue. Interesting. And the shapes can change the vibe of the color piece too. Yep. Shape language is pretty important. It can change the whole feel of it. Let's see. Maybe here, and there. I do like this warm pumpkin, so we'll stick with this guy. I do like the warm outline. Let's go back to here. What are other things we can add? I'm thinking, because you can see here, and if I zoom in, there's a bit of lighting on this side specifically. If I do, let's see, draw here. What I'm seeing is, and I'll grab a blue too, but I'm seeing a area about here of lighting. Can you see it? There's about an area here of lighting. There's about an area here of lighting. And then there's another area here of lighting. Something like this. So it's not all lit, only certain areas. I kind of see an area here of lighting as well. And then some dark areas. So maybe we can do something like that where certain areas are highlighted. And this line here too can, I think, be changed. So what I'll do is I'll move back out a little bit, cancel you, grab our copy so we can see our, you guys are together. I didn't expect that. There we are. So we can have a side by side. That way you can see both. I'll go ahead and save this guy here, and then I'll go back into this. And what I'm thinking is, if we look really closely, you can also see it almost looks like it's more orange. So maybe we can go for a more orange line here. So what I'm thinking is, we grab this color here, go for more of an orangey feel, some more contrast, and then let's go into you here, about more contrast, more saturation. That's the word I'm looking for, not more contrast. And add it there, and then look at that. I think that does help it look more like like a pumpkin. And I did read that. Good. Okay, so something like this I think can help. And maybe now we can add those edges around the sides that we were looking for before. You know what? I think this is fine. I think that's a-okay. Maybe what we can then add are some down bump areas to make sure the highlights are added. So maybe something like this would feel a little bit better, having highlight areas there around our pumpkin. I could see that possibly working, maybe. I don't know how I like it. What I can do is, if I don't know, I can just save it for later. That way, we don't have to make decisions right now. We're just doodling to see where it takes us. So for now, we'll keep it like that. I think that's fine. Or, you know what? We'll stick with the top one. Yeah, just in case we change our mind later. And some white for our shine. We haven't gotten to the shine yet, but yeah, shine will be added, certainly. Okay, so taking a look at these guys, we also have the dark area. So again, I'll go towards the orange, since I'm seeing a lot of orange here, and we'll go down towards our more saturated tones. And that kind of gives us this shade here. And maybe, because this is the center we're seeing, we can add, hold on. We don't need the line or the symmetry tool? Maybe what we can do is add some areas here, down below. Something like maybe here, so we can see the edges. Kinda, I think it's okay. I don't think it's looking like a rounded pumpkin anymore, which I'm not happy about. Because it kind of looks like it's just top-down gradient, instead of looking like it's gradient in layers. I don't like it. And white shine, you mean? That's what I'm guessing, but we don't want to use white. We want to use something close to white. And if I were to go for realistic shading, I would make a three-way shading. The top would be brightest, and the down parts would be separated to the left and right. Do you mean realistic as in this guy here? I'm doing a little bit of both. Usually, what I do is I have a regular color, and then I have a shaded version of the color. So a regular color, and then a shaded version of this color. And what you want is your darkest bright should not be your darkest light. Okay, how could I want to describe it? Your darkest bright. So for example, here we have our white, and then we have our medium white, and then our shading. So you might say this is your regular color, your middle color, and then you have your dark colors. So you would have your dark guy here, and then you would have your medium guy here, and then you would have your medium guy. And then this would be your medium color. So you might have a pumpkin that consists of two colors. So this color here and this color here. But you can see this whitest, our brightest highlight is still darker than our darkest highlight up here. I don't think that's what's going on here. And wasn't that the saying in the Green Lantern? Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen Green Lantern. And I'll try to make a sample piece tomorrow to demonstrate my idea. Sure. And use example? What do you mean exactly, Crystal? Can you elaborate a little bit? And to see if I can describe this a little bit better, if I copy our pumpkin, do a new layer, paste you, or actually, let's see, paste you here, and move you about here. And so we're drawing pumpkins, apples, and wheat. Yep. Or are those the most fall vibe crops? Pumpkins, apples, and wheat. We also have, what we'll have next week, we'll do carrots, potatoes, and there was one more. Carrots, potatoes, and something else is what we'll do. And to demonstrate what I'm talking about here, if I fill in, hold on, continuous here, like that. Oh, nope, actually, never mind. Grab you, we'll fill you in, and why is this filling in? Oh, that would make sense. We don't want you here. There we are. And if I just quickly fill in these guys, so grab continuous, it'd be something like that there, and then we have our medium color and then our darkest color. So something like that. And I don't like the way that looks, where our darkest bright is still lighter than our lightest dark. And I kind of got confused for a second. No worries. And so brightest shadows should be lighter than darkest highlights? Yes. That's the better way to explain it. Brightest shadows should be lighter than your darkest highlights. Yep. Because this is your dark color, and this is the dark highlight of your color. So something like, let's see if this is a little bit of a better explanation. Something like that, and then we'll just super quick and, hold on, like that there. And then you would have your highest highlight. So copy you, paste you in here, and grab you here, and paste you in here, and then grab you here. So you have two colors, but your darkest guy here, so your darkest shadow, should be lighter than your lightest dark. Your darkest... Words are very confusing, aren't they? But do you get what I'm saying a little bit? And tomato, I think? Yeah, I think it was tomato. I do agree. So saying that, and that's new. I see. I hope that wasn't too confusing as, yeah, darkest highlight, darkest shadow, light, dark. The words do get confusing, but hopefully you get the idea. That was probably the most confusing way I could have explained it. Saying that though, looking at our pumpkin, I'm not saying that. This guy feels darker than that color, right? And what we can also do is if I go sprite color mode and look at our grayscale, yeah, it is darker. So maybe that's why it doesn't feel correct. And I see, and for sure, good. And I mean, yes, it makes sense if you literally only use 3 colors, because then that means your dark colors would also be your light colors, which indeed makes it seem weird. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so grabbing this guy, with that in mind, we'll up the contrast here, kind of move it over towards you, and maybe this guy, oh, hold on, that guy here would be a little bit better. This guy might need to be a little bit darker, or maybe what we can do is go darker here, and maybe that guy there could be a little bit better. Possibly. It is a little bit better, but still kind of funny. And hi, Saeed. Welcome to stream, and I always come back. Welcome in. And should brightest, lighter, darker be darker than brightest, darker, yet darker highlight? Ah! It hurts! They were losing. Oh boy. Where were we? Let's see. So I'm thinking, yeah, I think I like the idea of it being a darker edge, but I think what might be a little bit better is doing something like this here, where we're seeing the darker parts of the highlighted shade. I think that works a little bit better. And wait, I'm a BRB. No worries, and even more down. And my favorite game dev is live. Hi, the Middle Wolf, and welcome to stream, and thank you. I do appreciate it. Let's see. Okay, and oh my goodness. Hi, Copy Girl. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Let me hold on to the shout out thing. I remembered how to do
Copy
it.
Girl rated with
slash
12 views.
Shout out and then at Copy Girl. There we are. Thank you. And I hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome in. Right now we're working on how to draw Pixelart crops and pumpkins, and we started here. This was our first pumpkin iteration, and we've been slowly going through how to make it, as I've never drawn a pumpkin before, and right now we're at this little guy of our pumpkin. So today we're doing just pumpkin crops and things of that nature. But welcome in, and I hope you had a lovely stream as well, and welcome to the pumpkin stream indeedy. We're getting ready for harvest season. So saying that, this is good learning material. Lovely. I'm glad you think so. And hi, Artisan. Welcome in. And that should be more absurdly loud. I don't want it to blow my eardrums. Oh boy. And what we were talking about was shading and highlights and comfy slime raid. Welcome in all. I hope you had a lovely stream, Copy Girl. And your channel looks super cool. Indeed, yeah. Let's see. So maybe we could do something like this for our shading. Again, I don't want to do too much since we'll be looking at actual art, pixel art of artists. Maybe what we can do is do something like this here for a taller stem. And you know what? I'm not too opposed to the idea of a bigger guy. Maybe we can even do something like that. Get a little crazy up in here. What do you think? Maybe? I did like the leafy look, but what do you think? And it's fall already? Yeah! And hi, the Trifecta Show. I feel like I remember that name before. Welcome in as well. And it's cool animation back, and I'm back again. Welcome back, Saeed. And I do appreciate my eardrums. Oh boy. And making it louder on right and left? How silly. And let's see. Okay, so maybe we could go for something like that instead, or maybe... I do like this guy. I like their little flat pumpkin though, but... what do you think? Let me copy this guy in, remove you, and lower you back down. From these two guys, which one do you think? Left or right? I kind of feel like maybe this guy would work out a little bit better. I think the right has more style into it. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy here, move you down, and from there, let's see, slide you over as well to here, save you here, and then from there, let's see. I think this is okay. For now, I'm okay with my pumpkin looking like this. Maybe we can add a little bit of rounding along the edges here to show off, hey look, our pumpkin is round. So maybe something like that there, but I don't like the way that looks, truth be told. I think what we had was a-okay. Something like that. And keeping it like that for now. And let's see, Binky, when we can go down more wood. I actually too also cheered on your commenting for the sake of commenting. And it's September? Yeah, it's September, isn't it crazy? And I did read that. And right has pixels missing with my, hold on, to right has pixels missing? What do you mean exactly? This guy here or this guy here? Oh no. And let's see, let's add a little bit more shading for our colored outline. And then I think we'll be good. For example, here, I think our stem could be a little bit more brown. So I'm gonna slide you over, maybe more brown, a little bit more red, maybe a little bit less saturation since our guy already doesn't have much saturation. Actually, you know what? I like this brown. I think this brown is fine. And from there, maybe what we can do is grab you here. And, oh, hold on. Before we do that, is this guy the same as this guy? I believe so. Okay, good. So what I'll do is I'll grab these guys here. And I'm thinking something like this here to show it's popping out. It's not the same as the guy in the front, but I think it should be a little bit darker and make the pumpkin rounder. Well, there's different ones we're going for. We'll see some more examples, but this is the current pumpkin shape that I'm sticking with, at least for now. Let's see. Go down here a little bit, and then go back down here, and maybe a darker color like this can work. I don't want to go too dark. Something a little bit darker. And what I always try to look for as well is I try to look at contrast. So we go here to grayscale. You can see this color is different than this one. So that's good. I don't want to make it too poppy. And then from there, let's go a little bit darker for this guy. And I'm thinking of adding a little bit of shading. So possibly something like that there can work, or maybe there. Nah, I think this is fine. We'll keep it on the simple side. I think I'm done with pumpkin. Good. And 2 extra pixels on the stem outline is what we were talking about. Oh, do you mean these guys here? 2 extra pixels? We did look at that earlier. And when I successfully got sidetracked into drawing another living pumpkin, there's not pumpkin received universe, but I guess it's an OC named Pumpkin. The worst the name probably proving that being a living pumpkin doesn't stop you from being a good person, I think. Pumpkin the pumpkin. How cute. And let's see. I also want to add a bit of a light color for our top. So we'll go over here, and then maybe we'll go in more towards our, let's see, highlighted colors. Now, you could go red, or you could go towards our orangey colors here. So something like this here for our top color. And you know what? I don't think this works. Maybe we can up it to about here. And I think that works out a little bit better. Something like that. And the shadows make it more lively. Love it. Good. I'm really happy to hear it. It's lovely. Thank you. So let's see. I also want to add a darker color for our bottom. So we'll go down a little bit more to our right and go into our cooler colors here. And I'm thinking something like this for our darker areas. Something just a little bit darker. Maybe even a little bit more darker. And I got back to third. Oh, let's see. And soon will be spooky season. I'm so excited for spooky month. I can't wait. Let's see. Okay, so click you here, and here. And then we'll make sure you're like this. So it kind of looks like it's wrapping around, hopefully. And then the last final touch, I think, is our little highlight. So we'll go over to our whites. Maybe we can go towards our warmer colors here. And then we'll add maybe a highlight here. And then maybe a highlight here. And maybe a highlight here. Like that. Maybe what we can do instead is have a little bit of a highlight there. There's definitely different ways you can do highlights. It kind of looks like a little bit of a, let's see here. And copy and paste, so move you down there. And then from there, yep. Okay. And then, let's see. I'm thinking maybe we can do 3 there, and let me slide down a little bit. What do you think as far as shading goes? Kind of, sorta, and that means you also have a chance, huh? I ask you to, at least in YouTube, don't do too much spamming. We want to keep in the topic of here. It's not about winning, it's about participating. And how is it going with the crops? Hi, Darth. Welcome into stream. I would say it's going great. I'm having a lovely time. Let's see, something like that. Or maybe, oh, hold on. We'll move you back there, and back down there. Yeah, like that. I think having this big guy here, and then having that guy there, that's good. Let's keep the shape super simple, like that. And as far as these 2 guys go, maybe we can try a little bit of anti-aliasing across these lines. So what that would mean is we would go about 50-ish% here, and maybe we can add them around the edges, but I don't like that, so we won't do that. Maybe we can grab that shading, and maybe if we go 50% about here, but that doesn't make too much of a difference. So I think for now, this is my final pumpkin. So let's go ahead and take a look at some pumpkins from actual Pixelart games that are real pumpkins, shall we? So let me go ahead and save this guy here. We'll go ahead and subtract this guy for now, and we'll go into this screen. We finally got into it after a little bit. I thought we'd be able to do 3, but it feels like we might have to do two per stream, which is crazy. And not the oh boy. Let's see. Go back to here. What do you, oh. It does kind of look like a face, doesn't it? You'd probably be like, let's see, a little face like He's cute. I'm really excited for when we get to the good faces during October. For now, though, no faces. We can't get sidetracked. Oh boy, let's go into here. So I have Pixelart from different games we can look at. And as for those who were talking about why Deltarune was on the list of crops, there is some specific object here in Deltarune that exists, and I wanted to make sure that crops and things of such, so I made sure to add the Deltarune object from here, just to make sure that we're good. Saying that though, let's take a look at some pumpkins from different games. Before that, let me make sure I get a I get a little bit of drink and potassium, yeah. And it's a banana. And eyes 1 pixel upper. And so take a look at some pumpkins, shall we? And let me get some water first. And is that Ravendust?
Just followed.
Thank you for the follow. And welcome into stream. Welcome to pumpkin. Let me get some water here, and then we'll see about different pumpkins. Tasty. Okay, so to start off, what are we seeing for these guys? And let's take a look at the games as well. And hi, and welcome in. And she's so happy it's raining towards me. Good. Take the energy. Let's see. This is a game, I believe this one here is from, actually, I don't know. Let's see. This one is from a game called Makai Kingdom, which is interesting. And these are all different pixel art games. It's the most detailed art so far. And the massive pumpkin down there looks awesome. I believe this pumpkin is from Stardew Valley. This pumpkin right here is Stardew Valley. And these are also Stardew Valley pumpkins. This one here is from Fields of Mystria. This one right here. And then this pumpkin is from Terraria. So all of these guys are Terraria. You have here a Minecraft pumpkin seed. Then you have here Stardew Valley, Fields of Mystria, and then we also have here, which is Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasion, and then lastly we also have a pumpkin from here, which is Makai Kingdom. These are the pumpkins from the different pixel art games, but aren't they lovely pumpkins? And that is also inspired her hyperactive happiness. Banana not guilty. I sentenced it to death. What would it be? The thing that chops off the heads. Yeah, that can happen to the banana. I have an eagle eye and kind of forgot Terraria. I was surprised there was some in Terraria. This is the pumpkin growth cycle. I'm now not sure if we'll be able to cover the seeds and everything, so we'll stick to covering first the objects, and then we'll go back and forth to make sure we cover all the objects. And Minecraft is the best, I do agree. And that big pumpkin, I did read, is a very good example of gradients for shading with more than 3 colors. This would be an example of dithering. You can see the squares that are going on here. The difference, actually, yeah, look. I can show you where gradient would come from. If I grab this guy and I do a new layer right here, and I grab a layer about here and paste it in, the idea is that you take multiple layers, so something like this here, and we have a highlight and dark, so something like that there, and then you would grab a top color, so something like that. You would grab these 3 guys, and let me move you over here. And the idea behind gradients, or doing dithering, is that you would kind of mix them together. And can little pumpkins from Frankenstein hide in Deltarune be considered an actual pumpkin? If you want, sure, I'll let them have pumpkins. And that pumpkin on the top looks like it's made out of something of shiny stone. This one here? Ooh, yeah, I can see it being shiny stone, certainly. Let me go back down here and make it rounder. Well, there's different ways to do pumpkins. You can make them rounder, you can make them square. It's all about stylization. So let me go ahead and scroll down here. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything as well. Let's stay away from normal plants. And, okay, good. I believe we're good to go. Yep, okay. So, to talk about dithering and why it can be helpful is for what Ansia was talking about down here for gradients. And to do your own dithering, what you could do is, for example, if I grab these guys, you would add a little bit of something like this. Now, going along here with the checkerboard, you can do different styles. Some people do waves, different shapes and patterns, but you would kind of mix them in. So this guy comes out, and then this guy comes out, so something like this here. And dithering was used back in retro games, back in retro pixel art, since they didn't have a lot of colors available. So because they had limited colors, they decided, you know what, we're gonna do something different. And if you're looking at this, right, do you see how it kind of looks blended now, especially if we zoom out? Doesn't this guy on the left look more blended than this guy, right? And I'm not sure what I was talking about, but cool nonetheless. What is it, gradient, right? Yeah, you were talking about the dithering and gradient. That's what this is, dithering. It's just dithering on the side. Yeah, dithering. That's what these two guys are. So if you're trying to mix two colors and you don't want to take a mix between the colors, dithering is a good idea. It's an old method and it's not used as much just because we have all the colors available now, but people still use dithering because it's a nice trick to also make the game feel more cozy and old and retro-y, things of that nature. So there's different styles. And I see 3 pixels on my screen. I can clearly see the dithering. Hold on, like that. Does that make it a little bit better? I don't want to zoom in too much, but if you're looking at this small guy, doesn't it seem like it blends together compared to these guys? And I only use 3 colors. You could also use a mix between the colors. For example, here, if I were to grab this guy, grab this guy, grab a medium of the two. You could possibly also make it like, let's see, this here, and I'll grab that guy here. So you could do something like this too, but if you're going for more of a gradient style, dithering might be more of your thing. Let's grab this color here and something like this here. So it's more or less doing like this is what you would be seeing. Something like that. It's blended. You can also change the pattern. Yeah. I love doing. And I'm trying to think, do I have a dithering I could show you? Possibly. If I super quickly go into this, I've used dithering before. If I go into, let's see, materials here quickly. Let me see if I can go into water. Where are we at? Fire. Yeah, we have fire. Where's my water at? Space. That's an S. Oh, water. Here. Aseprite. Yep. And we go into water. This guy here? No, not this guy. Let me quickly grab just to show, because I believe I do it. Yep, I have, if I hide this guy here, I do a little bit of a pattern here for the gradient and dithering. And you could call this gradient or dithering as well too, where you're just mixing 2 colors together. You're trying to blend them. You can do different shapes, and I enjoy it as a method. It might be not considered your average dithering, but just blending things together with shapes can make for a nice gradient. Saying that though, let me go ahead and close this guy, and we're back to our pumpkin. So looking at these pumpkin guys, let me zoom out a little bit more. And did I miss anything? I'm from India, and there is my neighbor country called Nepal. There's a revolution going on, raising one piece Jolly Ranchers. Huh? I would say the Metal Wolf. I do understand, but the rules of the what is the word I'm looking for? The rules of the blah stream. There we are. If you could check them again. And let's see. I do that. Cluster better than dithering. Opinions are bound to be had. And your monitor is just a dither of RGB. Yeah, it's just blending colors together. Looking at all of these guys, I think one of my favorites, or at least right the top down, right? This guy here, and okay, yeah, thank you for understanding, truly. You can see our top down, right? This one here, and let's see. This one is from Fields of Mistra. This is the top down pumpkin. This one here is also top down. We also have a pumpkin that's more on the side, and their stem's also green. And don't dither. Hi, Ame. Welcome back to stream. Welcome in. And hold on. Let's see. Gradients between 2 colors passing by more than 1 color. Not really the blending that I would have called blending. I see. And no more specifically the fact they have more than 3 colors do the shading. Oh, I see. My apologies, Ansia. Yeah, that makes sense. More than 3 colors here used for colors. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's what you're saying. Using more than 3 colors. This one's using more than 3 colors. I thought you were talking about the dither. I see. That makes more sense. So let's see. We have on here more of a side guy. And then we have top down. And then we have side guy. And let's see. Do we have 3 optical cones on our eyes? Doesn't that make the whole world a dither? I wouldn't know much. So I'll grab the one from Fields of Mystria. And let's put it side by side between my pumpkin. And let's see. Because I was going for more of a top-down pumpkin. But how do they do their pumpkin compared to what I tried to do? So we'll merge this guy down, do a new layer here, and do this guy here, like that. Let's see. And it's interesting. They allow their pumpkin outer to go up top. And let's just take a look at the shape as well. So let's paste this guy down here. Looking at this guy a little bit more in detail. If I go ahead and, let's see, grab you, new layer, paste, and I fill you in. So let's grab not continuous. And oh, hold on. Grab you. I just want to do new layer. There you are. And I fill these colors in. This is the shape of the pumpkin. It's just a circle. Isn't that interesting? This guy is from that guy. That's really neat. Before and after, yeah. And the orphan pixels in Stardew Valley is amazing. Let's see. Orphan pixels, that would be, let's slide over here. Yeah, some of these guys here. Yeah, orphan pixels are usually taboo, but if you use them right, they're really nice. And sorry it took so long to get there. No worries, Ansia. But dithering as a blending technique was a cool lesson, and I didn't know how to do it done before. I see. Lovely to hear. Good. And I just noticed the resource sprite page you created, and there's Pokemon, or we're going to do pumpkin Pokemon. we have Pokemon on here because there's, if we look up here, there's kind of some fruits and vegetables. They're not real, but I thought they were worth considering. And oh look, more dithering going on here for the blending of colors. We have 1, 2, 3 colors, oh, 3, 4, but more dithering here. That's why Pokemon's on here though. You can see the use of dithering in different areas now that you can spot it. Well, you just different guys here. Not dithering it here, but just different areas. A little bit of dithering there. Okay, let's go back to here. I think this is wild though. And I just watched the whole explanation of Pokemon Pixelart style. Dithering is the backbone of first gen. Interesting. I'll have to take a look. And the guy after the guy after the guy after the guy. And you can't do anything close to Pokemon if you don't have one. Oh boy, let's see. And save that there. And okay, good. Saying that, looking at mine, looking at theirs, what are things we notice? You can see for Fields of Mystria, we have that rounded edge I was trying to do, and that's kind of what they have here. They let their pumpkin have a rounded edge all the way to the bottom. So if we were to try to modify ours to be a little bit more in line with what they're doing, the techniques they're using, what are things we can notice? Merge down here, grab you here, and I'll grab my pumpkin. So this is the before pumpkin. I'll move you down. Something we can take into mind is that idea of having these guys below. But you can see the top is still aligned with that top. So if we were to move mine down, like what I thought about doing before, now that we have a little bit more direction, as I tried moving it down, that didn't go well. So let's try now with more direction, moving ours back down. So something like, let's see, maybe even here can work. You can see as well, what they do is they have that line, so they're darker outer line. So if we grab this guy here, and nice tables. Do you mean mine look like tables? Hold on. I could see the tables. You know what? Now that I see them, if this was a white cheek cloth, how dare you? Well, go ahead and move mine down. And hey, Eris, can I talk about Nintendo and it's weird? Nope, not really either. Especially since it's not on topic with this. And and welcome back, Frost. And looks like they're trying to give the illusion of a curve. Yeah. So if I do like that, oh, do you see what's going on here? Something like this, and let me grab the diagonals here. I didn't think about doing that. They outline it, and that just adds a lot more already, isn't it? And on my way back home, so if I go back to what I had the idea of doing, something like this, then they also have the edges darker. So it would be something about here. Interesting. Okay. And then the edges are a little bit darker. So you might move for a color that's maybe a little bit more along the lines of this guy here, and we might make it a little bit darker here. So something like that there might work. For now, we'll keep it that single color. And thanks for coming, Benki. Thank you for stopping by. Got a good one. Good now. Peace. Goodbye. Thanks for stopping by. And I'm drawing and seeing just randomly. Oh boy. And then for up here, right, we also see the rounded edges. So maybe we can also modify this guy again a little bit, where we have, let's see. And oh, hold on. I don't want to modify the other guy that we have. So I'll grab you here, about here, and then we have it align. Interesting. Okay. And then you can kind of see them also coming towards the center. So it might be something like, let's see, maybe that there, and then that guy would be for that guy. That definitely made it look more pumpkin-y, wouldn't you say? And outlines are in fact the main way to show curves. I learned about it when math, strangely enough. Interesting. Although it's probably because my dad taught me also draws. Ah, that's really sweet to hear. It's always nice when you can have someone in the family who's an artist and tables with a potato. That has been said. And I did read that. Good. And by the way, you have the stream tagged as programming. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Art. Today just might be super scuffed. Cursed Soul was saying about the tags. Oh boy. That's okay. Thanks for letting me know. That's important. I'm surprised people were able to find it in the first place to stream. That is nice to hear, though. And there's so much this guy, that guy. I'm getting dizzy. And isn't art a form of programming? Technically speaking, I think. And this is real art. So, back to here. I'm looking at these guys, and maybe our stem can go up a little bit more now. This guy does go up. Maybe we can have ours poking up. So maybe we can still get that funny like we were hoping to go for. Maybe something like that. You know what? I do like that. Maybe this could work. And for Fields of Mystria, I think that's the better. Fields of Mystria, the way they do things is that they always have a black outline. It makes their game look super cartoony, and I really like that feel, but I'm not much of a black outline person, but they really pull it off, I'd say. They also have, well, it depends. It's more of a pastel-y tones. Did you ever do a lesson about transparency? Transparency in pixel art, do you mean like this? No, I usually don't use transparency unless I'm trying to do anti-aliasing, at which point I go for about a 50% on the transparency, and then I grab whatever that 50% color is. That's only reason why I do transparency. And programming is like a form of mental. And I do remember learning a programming language for making art. Interesting. And which one of the pumpkins is yours? This was my beginning pumpkin before I looked at actual pixel art, and this is looking at pixel art. So I'm taking lessons from the fields of mystery of pixel art, and I'm morphing it to feel better. And the notes I took, right, are having the idea of the outline as the curved edges. So I just added the curved edges along my outline. I also moved the stem down to show more of the areas outside. And then you also might add, let's see, darker places around here maybe. So something like that there, maybe even that there to show off darker edges. I can see that working. I don't draw that much. And have you ever drawn hands? Let's see, joke. And let's see, did read that. And I'm trying a new split screen feature in my phone. I see, you just drew a pumpkin. Congratulations. Might share the end result. You should. And let's see, I meant more artistic transparency, like rock underwater. Oh, I believe I have before. Hold on. If I grab once again quickly, oh, funny enough, I already have it open. I think. Yeah, you can see a little bit of transparency here for when I did the water. Just a smidge. I don't do it often, but that is something you usually try to do for water. So let's see. Let me go ahead and close this. Good. Go back to here. Okay, I think that's our pumpkin for now done, though. And nice, thank you. And was there a design choice of color for the stem? No, it was an idea, but just in brown itself. We could try different colors for our stem super quickly. I wouldn't mind. For Fields of Mystery, they choose to do green, which is interesting. I think that's also what Stardew Valley does. If we zoom out a little bit, look at Stardew Valley. We can see also green. So maybe Stardew Valley is very high in saturation. There's a pop of color. It hits ya. And let's see. Oh, ads already? My goodness. I'm sorry you struggle speaking so much. No worries. I'm also struggling. And it is fascinating to see the range of pixel art, like Stardew Valley versus Octopath Traveler. Yeah. I love it. Seeing all of these different ways you can do pumpkin, it's super inspiring. And it's like cake, but it's cooked hard. Let's see. What we can see about is maybe messing around with the stem idea a little bit more. So possibly what we could do is add a little bit more here and here, or hold on, add about there. Maybe we can make this go up a smidge more like that there. And maybe we can make you even go a bit more up like that, and maybe make you, ooh, actually, you know what? Yeah, I like that. I'm satisfied with that as my pumpkin. Look at that sheep. And we could also do this, or there's also that. Ooh, sharp, no sharp. And we can also do that there. Okay, you know what? Again, I ask you, which one do you like more? Eat without this pixel and this pixel, or with those pixels? Or maybe a mixture of both? I kind of like my pointy one, but the round one's growing on me too. But ads are about to start, so we'll let them do their thing. And you seem totally fine from the time I've been seeing. I think you're good. I see. I see some orange jelly. Oh no! You know what? I think we have enough time to do it before the ads. What are we seeing in terms of highlighting? They have 4 highlights and then a highlight here. And for this guy, it's a rounded highlight. It's not as bright. So maybe we can do something like that. Maybe instead of our highlight, we can do something, let's see, here, and then here. And let me grab you, hold on, about there, and move you about here so you can see all the different highlights. Maybe we can add a little bit of a highlight here, maybe a little bit of highlight there, like that. Oh, hold on. Yeah, how about that? You know what? I quite like my jelly pumpkin. We'll keep it. And like Undertale enemy shape. And I see. And let's see, without. Personally, interesting. Yeah, I kind of like the way this one, it feels spiky, but not as spiky. We'll go ahead and have the ads run though. We'll go ahead and do our stretches and all of those things. So I'll let them do their thing. And then we'll move on to drawing apples. And then from there, we'll see about wheat. And maybe less white and more orangey. Sure. We can certainly try that as well. I'll go ahead and grab these guys. We'll slide it down. And we'll turn this guy a little bit more into the orangey tones. So something like, oh, hold on. Let's see. We'll grab this guy here, go towards you, make you a little bit warmer about up here. So something like that. A little bit more orangey for both of them. That way you get decisions, you get choices. We'll go ahead and save. And you still missed. I did again. Oh no. And maybe it was the way I speak plus my reading. Let's see. That was a message before. Struggling. And did you ever dedicate a stream? No, I did read those. Struggling with speaking. Message before. Before that one? Hold on. Oh, I I meant more, artistic transparency, like, no, I did. Okay, maybe I just mentally read them then. And not enough orangey. Well, we can add more orangey. As them feels chunky with the sharp points and adjacent pixels. Chunky, do you mean here or with it less? I do like me a bit of chunky. Let's see, maybe a little bit more orangey. So I'll go back to here. Maybe make it a little bit brighter. We'll go back into the orangey colors here. And maybe more of a, oh, hold on. We need it to be a little bit brighter, about there. There you go. Little bit more orangey, just a smidge more. There you go. So the different options. I do like my more cartoony feels, and I see. No worries. And some anti-aliasing. I do want to get better at anti-aliasing, but oh boy. All right, let me get some water and then we'll do a few stretches. And do you prefer platform streaming to catch this more often? What do you mean exactly, Big Cat? Could you elaborate a little bit? And water time. Tasty. Okay, and then we'll see about stretches. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm gonna get some juice. And looks a little bit more red, to be honest. Interesting. These guys don't really go into red. If we click on this guy, you can see it's still in orange. These guys are all in the orange space, but it's interesting you point out it's red. Quick question. Can a drawing of a specific onion in a very specific one-bit style be sent to the... Yes, check. If it is of the crop idea, certainly. You can see there's plenty of crops here. We've got like some peppers and strawberries and onions even here, and we have sunflowers. So if it's any of these guys, feel free to. It doesn't have to be the specific ones you're drawing. If it is of a crop idea, certainly. Let me get that juice. And like Twitch or YouTube, would you stream on more often? Oh, I stream on both. There's not one I choose over the other. And I'm so confused. Did I miss something? You did read it a guess? Let's see. And it's so cool that you can see that pumpkin on the top are like Generation 1 and the bottom are like Generation X. Ultimate instances of pumpkin. We'll go back to here super quickly. Beginning pumpkin, end pumpkin. It does make a difference. And I see. Missed the answer between all the words. Were you asking about transparency as a overall idea, Ansia? We've done a little bit of glass, but I definitely think transparency itself could be a good topic to cover. Actually, no, I'll write it down. And welcome back for the ads. Welcome back. All right, let me get the juice. Okay, gotcha. And there are no favorite size manages to put Twitch chat on screen. I can't put the other one on stream, unfortunately. Let me write it down, though, as I do think transparency as an idea is a really good topic. I barely know how to do it. We did it once, but I think doing it again as a main focus would be a great idea. So let me do transparency, TRANSPARANCY, and glass, GLASS. Okay, saved. And let's see. Do you have any tips improving shading? I can shade simple shapes like circles, cubes, cylinders, pyramids, etc., but I don't know how to shade beyond shapes like bushes, humans, or any other objects. My best suggestion would be to look at other examples. For example, and I'll also do this here, exclamation PIXELARTGS. That should work. It won't work on YouTube, unfortunately, but I should be able to copy it here and also do, let's see, hold on. Scroll down. Steal? It's not stealing. It is looking at references. I'll go ahead and copy this guy. Also paste it into YouTube. That should get you started. My best suggestion would be to look at what other people are doing. For example, if we take a look at, look at potatoes. How to shade a potato? You can see they shade potatoes differently depending on the artist. So looking at other artwork that you find appealing can help you figure out shading. And I did get my hands on the GBA style Pixelart book. It's very interesting on style and art. Ooh, Game Boy Advance, I believe that's GBA. And I did read those. Okay. And I feel like I need to go back and study for more Pixelart. It was always just, yep, that looks good enough. I mean, good enough can be sometimes what you need. Sometimes you don't need all the glitz and glamour, but good enough is also, it depends on you. And me and myself, I don't cheat, just helping. And thanks, of course. Thanks for coming in and asking. If there's any questions I can answer, I will by all means attempt to do it. Okay, so let's go ahead and save here. Scroll out. We'll now be trying to draw, oh no, where are my notes? Apple. Apple it is. I'll go ahead and save this guy. We'll go to, let's see, new layer here, merge down, and we'll go ahead and just copy this guy, paste it here, and oh, hold on. I should just be able to copy you. Paste. Why won't you let me copy you? Oh, hold on. Copy, paste. There we go. Okay, apple time. Apple. I feel feel like apple is something that all pixel artists or all artists in general have to at least try every once in a while, wouldn't you say? And Stardew was made by a guy who started coding at good enough. Yeah, the thing is, it seems like the most popular games are made by people who aren't artists and who even aren't usually programmers either. They're made by people who just have a big passion. Like, I think Toby Fox, for example, musician first. Everything else kind of came afterwards. I'm not too sure about Concerned Ape, but I believe he as well is mostly artist first. Let me go back into, let's see, Pure Ref here. Lovely. And the large canvas looks like Pumpkin Tetris. Let's see. I'll make this guy a little bit bigger. Let's take a look at apples and see if we can dissect them. Let me make you a little bit bigger about here. There we go. Our screen should be good to go. And let's see, Hattica Ultrakill, I think was a musician? Huh. I've heard of Ultrakill before. Not too much about it though. Scrolling out, apple. All right. What are things we notice off of apple right off the bat? Right. We start off with first shapes. And I'm sorry if from any questions. Nope, not at all. But since you do a game, was there an animation stream for anything other than characters? We've done animation for water and also fire. I haven't done a specific other animation itself, but we've done water and fire animation-wise. And who bit all apples? And if it works, it works. Yep. If it works, there's no need to try to clarify. And was that you? No, I actually don't like apples. I usually like red fruits. Apples aren't one of them. They're bleh. Yuck. And let's see. And thank you for the answer. Of course. And no worries at all, Ansia. Like I said, I'm here to answer questions. Just you have them. Rotten apple? I don't have any on here. That would be a fun idea. Maybe for a spooky, during the spooky month, we could try drawing some rotten food and eat the art subject. If it's gonna be anything, it's gonna be strawberries, and we haven't gotten strawberries. So looking at the apples, oh, there we are. Looking at the apples, what are you noticing? Let's start off with the apple that is whole. I'm seeing kind of like a heart shape. We have a guy kind of coming in here, then it's kind of a little bit flat, and then we have another heart shape, and it's kind of coming in flat. Let's see, going to this guy here, what do you have to offer? I'm seeing another top flat, bottom flat, and then a little bit of a round edge. It reminds me of the pumpkin, wouldn't you say? And taste in fruits always surprises me, even apple pie. I could go for a good apple pie. Apple crumble too, but the apple itself, don't like it. I would not want to bite into an apple. That just feels weird. It's like asking me to bite into ice cream or bite into like bite into ice. And apples are bleh, green apples are yummy yum. Fried apples are really good too. And strawberries are pretty good, yeah. And for some reason, I find majority of apples being sound like lemons. If you actually put lemon juice on your apple, it'll make it taste better. Let's go ahead and see about this shape. So if we do like this here, round it out, and then round it out here, this one seems more like a circle, wouldn't you say? Circle of an apple and bigger fruit hater. Biggest fruit hater. If the fruit is red and is not an apple, I will probably like it. Then again, don't like watermelon either. Let's see. I'm seeing a flat top, flat bottom again, and then a little bit of a heart, a little bit of a heart. Well, it kind of looks like a pumpkin too, doesn't it? This could be a pumpkin or an apple, depending on who you ask. What else should we notice? Anything else of note? I think that's it. They're more round than a pumpkin, so maybe that is something else to take away. And for our reference, let's try to look at, you know what? This apple right here. I think it could be a lot of fun. So looking at this guy, we'll go ahead and add our outlines, and then we'll go from there. I never heard of the lemon thing, but I trust your advice. It's tasty. Pomegranate? Yeah. Pomegranates are delicious. And let's see, as the biggest strawberry hater, I do not approve of this opinion. Check, we can agree to disagree. At least you don't like bananas. Let's be honest here. We can agree to disagree. Rounded top is this one, and flat on the bottom. Okay, so now that we've got the sheep, let's try to draw our own apples and see where we do. And take care. Thank you for stopping by, Epic. I hope you have a lovely one. Alrighty, let's go back into here. And let's see. I remember you put lemon juice on the bitten apple, it will stay not brown. Yep, that's another thing too. Lemons are a natural preservative. So you can put them in things and they help keep it fresh. Like when I make my own strawberry jam, I put a little bit of lemon juice in it. It adds a little bit of a tart feel and also keeps the jam pretty tasty. Let me go ahead and banana too. We're not I thought you meant we were going to do a curse soul. No, not at all. But banana hater? I wouldn't call it banana hate. I'd call it despise. Very different, super different. Let me scroll out, go to our apple here. we'll move you down here. And just like what we did with the pumpkin, we'll start off with the shape and then move on from there. And let's see, has eaten non-mushy bananas. Blech, I'm telling you, they're bad. And let's see, red strawberries, Granny Smith, there are super sour. And why is there white? White is the highlight. We'll get into that in a little bit, don't you worry. And let's see, last month I took a bite from purple apple. Purple apple, I have a little bit of questions. And welcome back, Mordor. Welcome back. And I'm sure she must have eaten crunchy green ones. Blech. Disgusting. The crunchy ones are not my favorite at all. Anything that's crunchy, I don't like carrots. Yuck. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and grab the color we used initially for our pumpkin, and let's start there. So we kind of had that little heart shape that we saw before. So let's start off there, why don't we? And this is going to be, let's see, pumpkin, Pumpkin, and apple, Apple. Apple. There we are. And if you could, mix taste buds. Oh boy. All right, let me make sure this is the right zone. Yep, okay. So we kind of have like that round shape we saw before. And oh, also let me do symmetry tool. I do love a good symmetry tool. Zoom in back here. Where were we at? This guy here? Nope, it was this guy. Good, okay. So symmetry tool, gonna align you to the center, and let's see. Thanks for stopping by as well, Saeed. Let's see, did I miss anyone? Let me double check. No, I think it was just Epic that was going. Just gonna erase some inside lines, recolor to red, then done. Apple. Easy peasy. Crunchy green banana. She be jamming. Music's nice. And eaten. I did read that one. And I did read that one. And actually, white is light from the light white source reflection to a camera lens. Interesting. And what about French fries? They're not crunchy. And Sally gotta go too. I see. Good. Well, thanks for stopping by, Seed. And eat besides strawberries. Like I said, cherries. I gotta think of other ones, but usually the red ones. And okay, good. So broccoli's okay. Cauliflower's better. All right. So a heart guy to start off with, a little bit of a heart shape. So something like maybe this here. We remembered it has a flat bottom, so I'll add a bit of a flat bottom, and we also have a bit of a flat top too. So maybe something like this, keeping in mind that round bit, and we can add the stem later. So for right now, we're just looking at the apple. I think for now, that's a good start. And I'm already hungry. I'm surprised you weren't hungry with all the pumpkin talk. And save here, and he actually killed me. Oh boy, let's see. Save it here. And what do you mean French fries aren't crunchy? I mean the hard crunchy, like you have to crunch into it. French fries are a thing you can melt on your tongue type of crunchy. The other crunchy, like carrots, they're crunchy. Okay, so let's grab a red from here, and I'll grab this. This is a red. It's kind of like a brownish red, but you know what? We'll do this as our red. We'll grab our symmetry tool again, and we'll fill out the apple. So where's my symmetry tool at? You right there. Slide you over like that. There we are. And and potato chips. I don't really like potato chips, but yes, they are that bad. All right, let's see. Move you here, and all I'm doing is just grabbing our outside, and I'll phrase a crunchy little sphere. Yeah. Let me make sure the continuous also ticked on. So for our apple, I just want to try to go for more of the shape we're seeing. So maybe something more like this, and now it's a circle. That's not what I was looking for. Maybe that there, yeah, and then it has a bit of a dip. Maybe this is not the apple we want to do. Or maybe it is. Give us a bit of a challenge. Let's see. Maybe we can make it longer, because I'm seeing, right? Mine right now looks like a ball. If you look at these edges, they're super long. So let's try to mimic that. What we'll do is maybe go up by 2. So something like this. Up by 2 on these. That does help, doesn't it? So maybe up by 2. Maybe then we can round that guy out, and then round these edges out a little bit more. Something like that there. That does feel more like an apple, though this guy up top feels a little bit too pointy. So I'm gonna go back down a little bit more. And this guy here, I think would be, yeah, 3, and then maybe 2, and then like that there. I feel like that could work a little bit more as an apple. And apples are like upside down pears. From my recollection, pears are more like this, right? Pears, I guess. If you were to flip it, I could see it. Hold on. Oh, wrong button. Control H, Control V. Ah, yeah. You know what? I see it. Pear, apple. Pear, apple. I can see it. And add a plant. Looks like a vase. How dare you? So let's see here. I'm gonna add, and it's an egg, not a pear. You all have such wild imaginations. What I want to do is add that little bit of indent. I think that'll help it feel a little bit more like an apple. Something like this here, where we can have that little bit of indent to show off, hey, look, we're not all bad. Something like that there. Yeah, for now, because we're just going off of feels at the moment, we will call this my beautiful apple. Done. And let's keep on going. And close enough. Eggs are more pointy on the top. Yeah, they're more oval. The pears are different. Eggs are like a like this, like that. That's an egg. A pear is like that. Yeah, like that. Little bit different. Then again, I could also see that being an egg too. I could certainly see it for some games. Let's see. So I'm gonna go down a little bit, scroll down here, and let me get some water fruit egg. Let's see. That was not water, that was juice, but close enough. What I want to take a look at is some other areas of this. What I'm seeing, at least for this guy, is I'm seeing a few shapes. I'm seeing a trapezoid and a half circle on top of each other, and maybe that's why mine doesn't feel as nice. If I click on draw here, what you'll see is that and that. You get what I'm saying? Let me slide this over a little bit. This apple seems to have a little bit of a small guy down here, like this. And then you take a top. It looks like a little bit of a cupcake almost, and kind of looks like tilting an egg sprite. I'll have to look at it. So let's see. Something like that. And I'm not seeing that for my apple. So if we were to try to do more on the trapezoid feel, we have that guy there. That guy kind of makes sense. And then our other guy, which would be our circle. So if this were more of a circle, it might be maybe circle like that there. I feel like you could go down a little bit, possibly like that. And then we would want it to be a little bit wider, possibly. Like that there. So maybe something more like this. That looks the exact same. Trapezoid is longer. Okay. Hold your horses. Let's see. Maybe we do you here. You're going out. Maybe go up a little bit like that. And then maybe go up a little bit. So like that. Nah. You gotta go up a little bit more. Possibly like that. And then this is where we would add the extra round curves. So something, I think, like that there, where we're seeing the rest of the circle. Trapezoid and circle, like there. There we are. So now we have trapezoid and circle, something like that. Half circle and a little bit there. Kind of, sort of. I think that might work out a little bit better than that again. Doesn't look like an apple, but that's okay. So let's see. We'll grab this guy. I'll grab him again. Really, at least the beginning, is certainly about shapes. What we'll do now is, I think, look at shading. And looking at these guys, it's a little bit tricky. There's shading going on in all the place, so you just made it smaller. These two shapes look completely different. What do you mean? And Aseprite question, is the background a layer you colored, or did you change the background? Do you mean this guy here? I didn't color this guy. I just made a basic color, and then I just lowered down the opacity. Usually, I do gray, but if you want to change the color of your Aseprite background by default, if I hide this guy super quickly, you would do, edit, you would go into preferences, and then from there, you'll go into your, I believe, backgrounds? Yeah, and do you see how these colors are your grays? You would select these two, and it would change the background there. And you can also change it, so if you're more of a 16x16 person, or you're 8x8, or the other sizes, that can also work too. So if that is of interest to you, that's also there. And then you can see as well background for active or new documents. So if there's a certain background you want to go for always, you can also add it there too. I just do this because I think I like it sometimes adding the background over the gray. Because the gray kind of gets different every so often, but this kind of softens the background a little bit. That's why I add it. And let's see, how do you do also? Can you elaborate a little bit? And surprisingly, apples have a lot of straight edges except for the top. That's what I'm thinking. This feels like trapezoid, which is straight edges, and then we have half circle. And I'm almost thinking, if we go back here, and oh, hold on, wrong layer. Something like that works out a little bit better. Yeah, like that. There we are. And you answered, I see. Good. Lovely. I'm happy to help. So let's see. Yeah, I think this works out a little bit better. Maybe then we can do smaller again. I really am just shrinking my apple, aren't I? I think this is better. Of my apples, this looks the most applest. So we'll keep it. All the apple. And then we'll go down here. Okay. So we'll slide you over since we're going down now. And I have trouble with Aseprite. I use Hexels. To be honest, didn't even remember how I found it. I've never heard of that one before. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. Hold on. I want to save it for later. Hexels. Thank you for that one. I will have a look at it after stream. Okay, so let me go ahead and click on this guy. What I want to do is I want to see about our shading for our apple. If we're looking at all of these guys, what are just some things you notice? I feel like depending on the location of the apple, oh, you can't see it. Hold on. There we go. I feel like the location of the apple, and I'm very bad. Mine looks like a tomato. Well, the first step is making something, and now we can modify it. Don't you worry, Roger, I'm sure by the end of it, it'll look a little bit better. At least a little bit better than what you started with. Yes, I think there are certainly similarities with apples and tomatoes. Let's see. I'm seeing a highlighted area kind of along here, right? For that apple, if we're looking at this apple here, I'm seeing a big dark area as a shape, kind of like here, this big wobbly shape. We're looking at our apples. What are we seeing for this guy here? This one's a little bit different. I feel like this one might be the one we should go for, where all of this, well, this is a shadow because it's a bounce shadow. You don't have to worry about that guy for now. That guy is a whole different topic. But when I'm just looking at this, I'm seeing a bit of a highlight here, and then a little bit of a dark area. Well, not a little bit. Dark here. So all of this is dark, and then all of this is another color. So kind of a triple layer. I think this might be the one we want to go for. And the bounce light. I love bounce lights, and I think we'll be able to cover it, especially because we'll be talking about Minecraft texture packs, and there's one that uses a bounce light. But bounce lights are neat. If it's one thing I want to get better at, it's shading, coloring, and how light works, the understanding of it. But now you have tomato for later. Oh, let's see. And there it goes. Yep, mine looks like an orange. Are you still in pumpkin? And some have wax, so it's not consistent. Yeah, waxes are a little bit shiny. Let's see. This one, I can't tell. There's different ones. For example, this one here, right? You can kind of see that shape of all dark here. Then you kind of highlight, a little bit of highlight there, and then all dark here. It depends. For ours, I think what would be fun is doing, let's see. Let's do this guy here. I think this will be the one we should look at. So I'll go ahead and close you. We'll copy you, undo you. Let's make it look more like this guy. I like the way this looks. It looks tasty. And tomatoes and apples are similar. Kind of too similar to draw one and the other over any other veggie. This definitely could be a tomato if I just like did this and then up. Tomato, right? Easy. All done. I can certainly see it. And unless you draw them sliced, yeah. I mean, tomato slice, watermelon slice, potato. Let's see. This guy here, if I scroll out a little bit, there are a few different things we can see. We can see a dark area over here. We have a light area, maybe a little bit of a dark area here, and then we have a bit of shading, or lighting. So I'm gonna grab this red, and we'll just move this red here so we can see. We're gonna need a darker color. Now, does this guy provide a darker color? It does. So we'll just use this darker color, and let's see. Yeah, you're a little hue shifted, good, okay. And then we also have a lighter color. So what I might do is move this guy up and move it towards our yellows, so something like that might be our highlighted color. I do like saturation, so I might even move it over here for more of a brighter color. And let's see, tomatoes are surprisingly more flatter than apples if you look at details. Ooh, I never used tomatoes, so when we get tomatoes, I'll be curious. And when did watermelon enter the conversation? Watermelon slice, tomato slice, they're both red slices. Let's see. I did that, and I think the difference between apple and tomatoes are their surfaces. Apples are glossy, while tomatoes have more of a matte one. Ooh, interesting. An efficient pixel art could be a tomato, could be an apple. All in one. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and we'll add, let's see, about a dark area about here. Something like that is what we're seeing for this apple. So possibly something like this. We can also see there seems to be that edge that comes around. So maybe that's something we can add to this guy around here. And we'll see about maybe a top as well. So I'll go ahead and grab this guy. What I'm thinking is maybe we can choose another color. Maybe a little bit more, let's see, brighter, but not too bright. Let's see, maybe around here could be another color we can use. So it's a little bit too similar. So I might make you a little bit more saturated, but you're closer together. I think they're the exact same color. I can check by going into here, and they're not the exact same color, but they're pretty close. I usually try to go for a higher contrast. So what I think is we have a highlight color, and then we have a dark color, and then we have a super dark color. So I might make this guy our super dark color. Go back over to here and about here, And now we have a super dark color. So instead, dark color, and then this guy can be our super dark. Then we'll have this guy as our bottom layer. So something like that maybe, where this is their bottom area. And then maybe we can have, let's see. That's our highlight. So maybe I am spitballing at the moment. And let's see, and well, it's going to be ugly, let it be really disgusting. That's the spirit, Rodrigo. Can't make a cake without baking a few eggs. And Pixelart did read that. Good. I'm thinking something like this, where we do have a bright top side, because that's usually what apples have, right? Kind of like what we had with our, pumpkin, where we had the top side. So maybe instead, something like that there, and then this. I could kind of see it, maybe more so that guy there, nah. I think our apple's not saturated enough. Add a little bit more oomph to that red. Yeah, okay. And then let's add, a highlighted color, so maybe over here, and maybe, okay. For now, we go back to what we had. And is that a saying? You can make eggless cakes? Isn't it omelets? Usually? I have so many questions. Usually, you add eggs to your cakes to make it fluffy, but there's many of those. And welcome back, Frost. Let's see. I'm a little confused on the top, and that's okay. Again, this is our first apple, and this is the apple we're just doing from looking at apples themselves. So they don't have to be pretty apples. It could be as disgusting as we want, like Rodrigo said. So you know what? Okay, I'm a little confused, and that's good. Because if I'm confused, that means there's areas I can improve on. So you know what? We're gonna do this as good as I can try at the moment. We kind of have this guy as our darkness, right? Yeah, okay. And then we have, these guys, maybe we can do a bit of a, maybe more of that, like a staircase. That could work, possibly. Or we could do down by 2 each of them, maybe like that. That could work too, possibly. And then maybe, you know what? Maybe we can add a little bit of anti-aliasing, get all fancy. Going all in, yeah! Well, Steve ahead. And I mean, you don't have to. I'll drop it, but it's fascinating. I've never made a cake without eggs. I have made a cake with different flours before, but let's see. And you should be able to replicate eggs with bananas for some recipes like brownies. Oh, you know what? I have heard that before. And oh, banana brownie sounds decent. Yuck, disgusting. Let's see about maybe combining these two colors together. So I'll grab this, I'll make it about 50%, and maybe we can add a bit of anti-aliasing around these edges here, possibly. I don't know, I'm just spitballing here. So maybe grabbing that color here, and then maybe we can do, let's see. Yeah, you know what? Nah, I said no to anti-aliasing, actually. We'll do that there. And then we'll add our gloss, so maybe, yeah, like that for our apple. There we go. You know what? I'm feeling it now. Let's go ahead and add our green as well, or not our green, our stem. Do we want to do green? You know what? Let's add a leaf. I feel like adding a leaf. Where's an apple with a leaf? Apple with a leaf? Perfect. Okay, let's see. We have a stem, and I'll just go over to here and grab the stem we already have, because there's no use in not using what we already have. So copy paste, move it down. Go ahead and select that color. Actually, erase that color. Let's add our stem. So something like that there. Yeah. And then let's see. You about here. Yeah, it does look like an apple. I have succeeded. Maybe it's not the prettiest, but you know what? She's doing her best. We'll also add on our green for our leaf. So let's go ahead and add that too. And maybe, you know what? Maybe we can add a little bit of a stem like this. How about that? Okay, that's a little bit too long. You're doing a little bit too much. A little bit too much enthusiasm. No. I think I like it pointy. And let's add the leaf. Let's go into our greens here and see about them. And if I eat a brownie and it tastes like bananas, they would immediately might crash out. I agree, check. Oh boy. I mean, I have done before oatmeal cookies with bananas. It didn't, I mean, it was okay. It was okay. I'll give it that. But I wasn't happy. I'm gonna make a little bit of a leaf here in a funny little leaf shape. And I'm gonna make my leaf pointy too. So we'll add a bit of a leaf like that. We could also make the leaf smaller since this is a super big leaf. For example, my leaf could be a square like this. And then maybe we can add a highlight to our leaf. So if we go back to these colors, I can add this color and maybe this color here. And then apple, done, like that. Yeah, done. Now let's add our outline and then let's look at some examples. And yep, it does look like a cherry. No! Oh boy, like the Pac-Man cherries. Cherry. Hold on. Cherry, I can't believe this. This is terrible. Horrible. I'm offended. It does. Well then. Where's your apple? Let's see. We were trying to do an outline. So grab this color. We'll grab that darker red. Maybe a little bit darker. Table pumpkin, cherry apples, that doubles as tomatoes, very efficient. And who knew the same fruit can be confused with so many others in pixels? It really is a certain pixels that can make or break a pixel art. We'll go ahead and do a hue bit of saturation and make our outline of our apple darker. For these areas here, we'll go ahead and grab our darker stem. You've got the whole crowd and applause! Applause! Terrible! I agree! Horrible! No good! Very bad! And it's because your apple's too perfect. It is so versatile. It's a flexible apple even. And can you breathe? No. I'll grab our stem here, like so. And we can grab this. Well, we gotta add the highlights in a second. We'll also grab a darker color for our leaf here. Let's see. You here, or maybe you here for our leaf color. Let's see. Darker leaf here. And then we'll add our, let's see, copy you, paste you. And now, for our highlights, we can add that guy there for our highlight. And then we need a highlight for these guys and a highlight for our apple. And then we can look at some examples. And do you know how you do that? Because I don't have the same results in my drawing, and that's actually a cool skill. I don't do it purposely. I wouldn't have noticed it if any of you didn't say it. I wouldn't have seen it. Oh boy, I wouldn't have guessed it looked like a cherry. We did it the other week. We were doing this game called Pixelart Academy. That's what it reminded me of when we were looking at the Pac-Man cherry. And reuse our resources is important for game development. Yeah. Cherry bowl. Oh boy, this should be today's clip. Oh, it's so silly. Let's go ahead, grab this guy, and we'll do a dark guy outline. Many guys here. Something like that there for our highlight. And now, this is my apple. This is the best I've got in terms of apple. Maybe a little bit darker for these guys. Yeah. Okay. Saying that, let's look at some actual apples. And as I've had a glance because, I had to compile all of these guys together. So I already know they look way better than mine. But you know what? I am quite satisfied with this apple. I've drawn an apple before in like a Pico 8 style, so very limited palette. But I don't think I've ever drawn an apple as an apple and using any colors I wanted. And let's see, it's hard to replicate on purpose. I just tried 3 times and failed. Do you mean the cherry apple, or what exactly do you mean, Anthea? And I can do that myself? I can do that myself. I don't know where to send it. Hold on. Let's see. What do you mean? Oh, hold on. I can show you as well to any of you who are here and who are happening to draw alongside me. If I just quickly grab you into planning screen here, the cherry apples, tomatoes, like, oh, I don't know why. I just drew the stems on top of each other. If I do this, and I go ahead and grab on, let's see, do exclamation D-I-S-C-O-R-D, there we go. And I go ahead and grab you as well. Hold on, this here. Oh, grab you here. Grab you into YouTube too. So copy and, oh, that works, paste. If you want to participate along the studies and you have some pixel art you've been drawing alongside, what you can do is you can go all the way up here and you'll see some people have already joined. You join that pin link and you can see Alias is in here. You'll scroll all the way down until you find Pixelart Study with me, and these are the previous ones we've done before, and you'll select Crop Study, and I don't want to spoil myself, so I'm going to scroll all the way up, but you'll post it in this chat here. As far as the stream clip was concerned, you can see stream clips right there, so you can paste it right here. Saying that, let's go back into Aseprite. And I mean clip, yep. You can put it in the stream clip portion, and we see many gizgle fits and they never get old. Let's see. Let me go ahead and go back into you here so I can see what we're looking at. And that should be subtracted there. And then back here. So let's actually look at some apples are really cool now. Remember, my beautiful apple that could do no wrong. These are the apples that are the competition. Look at them, aren't they really pretty? We'll go down the list. Give me 1 second, and I'll talk about where I got them from, and then you can say from the names if you're very curious. So let me get some juice, and then we'll see. And look, I'll leave you for a while. No worries, Nancy. I hope your food is nice and delicious. You know what? Talking about this food has made me hungry. This is not good. All right, drink time. Tasty, and yep, thank you for saying that as well, Frost. Snap break? Yeah, I could go for, you know what? I could go for apple slices if they're soft enough. I don't want the crunchy ones. Alrighty, so to talk about these guys on here, we have this apple, which is from Mackay Kingdom. You'll be able to see the names here when they highlight. This one is from Turnip Boy Commits Tax Evasions, I do remember. And then this one here is from... Oh, I don't remember. You're from... Nanatsu Kaze no Shima Monogatari. Oh man, it's funny reading it like that. And you see these are nice? So you like apples? You like them apples? They're very pretty, I could agree to that. And hungry stream, yeah. It was like this last time when we did food as well. We also have on here apples from Stardew Valley. We have the default Minecraft apple, and this is the updated Minecraft apple. So all these apples here are from Minecraft texture packs. This is why I brought in the example of Minecraft at the start of stream, because you can see they do apples differently. And I think we'll see about doing it maybe in November. Spending streams trying to make maybe a Minecraft texture pack. I feel like that could be a lot of fun, but these were all the texture packs we looked at earlier. Can you think of the names? We go down the list. We have, let's see, we have regular, we have here faithless, we have the plastic one coming back into play here. We have, I think this is Whimscape. Yep, this one's from Dandelion, and this one's from Excalibur. And they're all apples, but they're done differently in different styles and colors. And I asked for the freedom of bananas. Never. Where were we? Let's see. Crunch is weird, but soft apples? Yeah, soft apples. I can do that. And we finally agreed with fruit opinion? Yeah. And let's see. I mean, actually, I can't guarantee I come back because I might end up sleeping. No worries at all. Sleep is super important. More important. I do hope if you can get to sleep, you should sleep. And guards, get this man! And what channel does Ark get sent to? Did you happen to join the Discord, Darth? You should be able to see it's in quick shares. If you give your Discord name, Frost should be able to add you to the correct channel. And we're made of democracy, freedom! And I love how mods have become the modern day version of Victorian royal guards. I'm a princess after all, gotta have some knights around here. Saying that, this one is also from Amari. So these are the apples we have to work with. Which one's your favorite? I quite like this one. This one from here. This one is Whimscape. That sounds like heresy. Let's see. And nicknamed, I see. Frost, would you mind adding Darth in the correct channel for art? If you would not mind, on the Discord side of things. So let's see here. I like this one. There's this one here. And you can also see as well, right? We talked about outlines before. Do you notice some of the different outlines? We go along this line. We have shaded outline. This one here seems shaded too. We have shaded as well. This one down here, black outline. We have, let's see, shaded and orange apple.
Chloe Baboe just followed.
Is it Chloe Baboe? Chloe Baboe. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. What a lovely name. Sounds like I forget, but I know there's something with just like double B's. But welcome to stream. We have here, I believe this would be shaded outline. We have as well, and it is, thank you. welcome in. Let's see, this would be shaded. This one's also shaded. This one is no outline, and I would also argue this one is no outline. So we have the full range of outline types on here, which is also really nice to see. It's nice to see the different styles at play. Looking at all of them, I think some of my favorites are this one and this one. I usually tend to lean more towards saturated because I like more of a cartoony feel. These two have a lot of saturation. And what I mean by saturation is when the colors are in this area, about this area of your color wheel. Less saturated would be about this area here. And you can see, right, less saturated. These guys, the saturation's kind of like a kick. It punches you in the face. If I highlight this guy, what are we saying, right? It's on that left side. These colors. I've looked at enough saturation that I can usually tell. And if you look at this guy, look, It's on the left. It's more on the left, the middle sides, compared to these guys. And I say saturation than that guy. Okay, saturation maybe more up here. This guy's definitely not as saturated as something like this. It hits you in the face. But as a rule of thumb, right for less saturation. So starting here, you want less saturation, go this way. You want more saturation, go this way. Just as a rule of thumb. And then brightness and lightness and darkness would be going up and going down. It's the little things I think. Color itself is such a lovely theory. And I want to start with this guy. Since we were talking about bounce lights, I think this right here, I like this apple, and I think it's specifically because of its use of bounce lights. So I'll go back into here. This was my beautiful apple. I'll go ahead, paste this in as our reference, and I'll also paste this guy as a reference. Let's see, you are from the Faithless texture pack. Copy you. Oh, as well, it should have it as how you can get these textures too. And you need to figure out words per minute counter. Oh boy, I've seen some plugins you can get for stream where it is a translator. I don't even know how that would go. It would go, I feel like it would just misinterpret my words all the time and it would just go over and over and over again. I don't know if that would be good for the stream. Maybe we can try it once and see how well it goes. So let me go ahead and save this guy here. Now, what I wanted to talk about was why this guy here, let's see, let me get a highlight. Saturated highlight. Why they add that color there, this color, instead of doing, and I'll grab this here, move you here, this versus, and I'll fill this in here, that. This versus that. They're basically the same, but there's a reason why they add that color there versus not. And hi, BYK. Welcome into stream. Welcome back. And heresy is the last and best hope of the world. Or is it heresy or hearsay? And chaos add-on sounds fun. Could be fun to do for one. maybe I don't know if the April Fools would follow along. You know, I can check super quickly. That could be fun to do like an April Fool's stream. If I just go quickly to next year. Nope, April Fool's falls on a Wednesday. How unfortunate. I wanted to talk about this color here, why it exists. If we go back into Pure Rough, let's see. And I'll see if I can find a good example. I certainly cannot explain it all in one word, as this topic itself, it deserves a whole sentence, a whole category. And if you want to learn more about this, what I can recommend you look at is, let's see, where are we at? Let me grab it. Raw.com, and let me go to color. There we are, color study. Taking a look at this here, it should get you started on colors. So if this interests you, you might want to take a look at that page. It talks about more in books as well, and I also go over free books that you can get. So if you're interested in learning more about colors and where to get started on learning about colors, maybe this can help you. There's articles, there's links to videos and things of that nature. And heresy and hearsay, they're two different things. Ew, books! Well, Curse Soul, that's why I also have on their videos too. I make sure to cover all topics. Well, let's see what's going on here, and I'll see if I can find a perfect. Look at this. Now, looking at this tomato, it's a very juicy and delicious looking tomato, isn't it? I don't like tomatoes, but aside from the point, can you take a look and see how there's red, right? And then we kind of have this kind of color here as well. The idea is that it's this thing called bounce light. The idea behind it, but the Pixelogic book is barely even a book. It's 80% pictures. I wasn't talking about the Pixelogic book. I was talking about, and I can show you pretty quickly too. Copy, where we at? Oh no, I'm lost. You, and paste you here. Okay, and go into you here, and then go into you here on the screen. You can see playlist. There's also books. You can get it free digitally or physically. These books, I have them physically, but if you don't have the money for the books or you want to get a sample of the book, there's these books you can look at as well too. It's not the best quality, but I think if you're thinking about lights and things of that nature, it's super handy. So let me go ahead and close that there and bring it back into Pura. And miss these? I don't know if you were here for the color study stream, Frost, but yeah, when we talked about colors, I did yoink. And books are great, though if they are free, maybe there's an argument for their quality. True, that is very true. I would like it, well, knowledge, not the best knowledge, but free knowledge is the best. And I'm looking keeping rewatching Cherry Incident. Oh boy. So, the way the light works, and if I grab this guy here for draw, the best way to describe it is you have the ground, you got the sun, and you have the sun rays. And let me see if I can grab some yellow here. Yeah, that's completely yellow. Yep, 100% yellow. The sunlight rays, they go towards the object, right? So this is your ground, but they don't stop. What they'll do is they'll go down and then up. So you have all of these kind of light rays bouncing up into different objects. And what's going on here? And are we doing wheat or what? Yep, we will get to wheat. Don't you worry, we will be the last guy. We still have like an hour and 20 minutes left. So there's still time. And is it interlude? What do you mean exactly, Retector? Looking at this tomato, if I were to grab that red for our tomato, and just do this little tomato here, this is our adorable little tomato. What's going on here is that because our ground is yellow, just about, yep, ground yellow, and our sunlight rays, what our sunlight rays are doing is, let me grab green, that's a little bit better. They're coming down, they're hitting the floor, and then they're bouncing up into the tomato. So they're sharing the color that they're reflecting. That's why in this area right here, it looks pretty yellow, even though the even though the tomato is red. And let me see if I quickly grab this tomato. We go back into draw here and slowly crawling from apples towards wheat through the other red vegetables. Let's see. I'll grab you here. We'll do a file. We'll go new file here, and we do you here and paste just super quickly. We have the red tomatoes, right? You're looking here. Go into this area. Look at that. See how they're oranges and yellows? All because this background itself is a yellow. So those colors are getting shared with the tomato. That's kind of why these guys are these colors, the whites and your shines. That's a little bit of why. And tomato lights, yeah. So when we're looking at our, let's see, don't save there. When we're looking at our apple here, that's why this exists. It's meant to imitate the idea of that, what is it called? I forget the words I just talked about. Bounce light. It's meant to imitate bounce light into the object. This artist does it a lot in their work, and I really like it. I would like to get used to doing something like this. And I don't want to look at wheat yet, since we're going to cover wheat, but look at the potato. Again, bounce light. And it feels like it makes the art super crispy. I enjoy it. And how to make colors in the color square change real time in the eyedropper tool. And isn't that why oceans are blue? Maybe? I don't know too much about the subject. I'm still learning about it, but that could be why, because I think water is transparent. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, that would make sense. Water is transparent, but the sky is blue. So the sky, the blue sky, the light passes through the blue sky, hits the water. So the blue sky turns into blue water. That does make sense. Brown egg. Their egg is really nice too. It's very pretty. And I'm off to work. No worries, Big Hat. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the stream and the apples, tomato, cherry tutorial. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. And how to make the color square change? For the eyedropper tool, all you have to do is hold down Alt. And as I'm holding down Alt, you can see it changes to the eyedropper tool. So if I'm holding down Alt and I'm just holding down the mouse as well, if I'm dragging it across, it'll do it automatically. Well, it'll snap to the different guys. And if you want your color area to look like mine, I don't think this is a default, but what you can do is you can click, and I think the regular one is, let's see, I think when you get Aseprite, the color wheel is this. Nope, not that one either. I think it's this one. Nope, that's mine. Is it this one? Yeah, I think this is the default one for Aseprite. The one I use is Color Tint Shade. It's usually the one that I recommend for well as artists. And hi, Lord Psycho. Welcome to stream. And is this Aseprite? Yep, this is Aseprite. And the craziest thing about the blue sky is white colored light just reflects the atoms of air, I think. I don't know too much. But if I had to guess why the ocean was blue, that would make sense. The blue of the sky reflecting. So technically seawater comes through white light? I don't know too much. And I like using this one because you have your hues down here, so your colors, and then you have your tints and shades. So your saturation here, and then your tints and shades, you're up and down. I like this method here. So taking a look at this guy, right? That's why there's a backlight or a bounce light there. And I do like as well, these highlights, the yellow feels like a nice color. And that's a default one in Librasprite. Interesting. And so technically seawater comes through. Oh, I did read that. Good. Okay, so saving mine, looking at their apple, what are other things we notice? What I want to take, well, there's two apples here. What I also want to look at is the shape of their apple. So we'll go ahead and we'll grab their apple, if I can. We'll grab their apple, do a new layer, paste it here. I'll go ahead and erase this guy, just so we can have the references. And I think I would call that fair. And then we'll also grab this guy here as the other reference copy, do new layer, paste you here. And true artist question, do you like HSV or HSL model more? I forget the names of things. Hue, saturation, value, hue, saturation, light. I don't remember which one is which. I'll be honest. I'd have to see it in order to remember. Let's see. What I wanted to do was fill in this color. So I'll go from our continuous, and it should fill it all in. And what I want to pay attention to is the shape. That's all I want to see, as I think the shape, just the first thing when you start off, is super important. So we have the initial shapes I thought to do. There we are. Lovely. And, oh, wrong guy here. Let me grab you. You should be there. And let me go ahead and merge you down. Merge down and merge down. So what are we seeing? And you can toggle them in Aseprite by clicking on color down below. Really? It opens a slider window? Do you mean this guy up here? Or are you talking about something else? I don't know. Or is it Serpa Green? I'm not too sure. And BRB again, no worries, Ross. And I'm moving the laptop along at last. I have a huge CMYK enjoyer. And I did read. Okay, those, good. And under color square, do you mean this color square? This here? Or, no, I definitely don't understand. Okay, so looking at my initial apple shape, and I'll grab it as well. It was this guy. So we'll grab it here in the hex colors. This is, I believe this is hex colors to hues, or do you mean this? Oh, okay. I think you're asking between these two, right? I would say probably HSV. Yeah, probably HSV value. Yeah, I think this one. They both feel like they could work, but I feel like this one's a little bit more intuitive with what I usually do. Thank you for that clarification, Skellion. And I'm a bit of a A, B, C, D, E, F, G fan myself. Oh boy. All right, let's see. Or do you mean this one? Or they look the same. These two guys, if I had to guess, they're the same, at least with names. I love HSV too. I see. Got ya. Okay, I'll go ahead and grab my apple just so we can get my shape. And I just want to compare shapes. That's what I'm doing for these guys. So I'll grab this color here, and we don't want to do that. Fill it in. What are we noticing? They decide to go with the heart shape for their apple. I went rounder, and there's nothing wrong with that. It all comes back to stylization. If I want my apple to look more similar to their apples, that's what you would do. You can even see here, right? The bottom has this bump for this guy, and the top one has a bump for this guy. So there's a few differences, and I think I want my apple to feel a little bit more bumpy. So let's add a little bit of a bump to our apple. You can see a lot of them do that. This one doesn't do it, so depending on the apple you choose, let's try modifying our apple and add a bit of a bump. So I'll go ahead and grab my current apple. We'll go ahead and paste it down here, and we'll move it down here as well. So let's see, you here. And let's start off by maybe adding, let's make our apple one wider. That way we can have a middle bump. So something like this here, and we'll add a bump like that. And we'll add you here and you here. And already, it does feel more like an apple. I mean, I do like my cherry. Maybe that's why it felt like a cherry, because it was a circle. That makes more sense. You know what? I can see it now. Oh boy. All right. So that's the bump done. What's another thing we can take away? We can see, especially if we get rid of our stem for the moment. So I'll go ahead and copy this guy, paste him over. We're just looking at the shape at the moment, at the very least. You can see mine has that kind of rounder shape. Their sides kind of go up and down a little bit more. If I were to possibly, and I'll grab our symmetry tool. Let's see, grab you here, drag you over. Maybe we can do something a little bit longer. So make the lines or the sides steeper. And my apple went from tomato into apple-ish. Good, you're getting there. And green apple. Those are the super sour ones, right? And let's see. What I'll do next then is I think I might move this guy up a little bit and erase you there. Yeah, I think that can make our apple feel a little bit more apple-y. And then we have this guy that rounds on the sides. And yeah, if anything, maybe we can also make this guy go down a little bit. So maybe we can move you here, and do that. I think, oh, hold on, you here. Possibly that could work as an apple as well. But maybe we can move this in here so it's not as bad. I can see the heart working out. A nice cherry with chubby legs. Let him be. He's just a little guy. already have. So maybe that stem can go there. And then we can go back to our leaf. So maybe a little bit of a leaf here. There we go. So already, I would say my apple looks a lot better looking at references too, right? Though, maybe it could also just be, you know, style-wise. Maybe you're more of a fan of the round apple. But just looking at these guys, taking what we learned, the references, the notes. Look at this. We went from cherry to a little bit more apple-y. It really does look like a cherry. From here, we'll go ahead and copy this guy and move it down. I think maybe stem can shift right by one. I think you were waiting for an excuse. No. I would never. Do you mean moving the stem about here? Like this? Or what exactly do you mean? And the cliche to have our apple to always have the stem in the middle? Oh, so shift the stem. I see. So you mean like, let's see. Move about here and over there, and then about here, there, and then move you there. Like that is what you were saying? I could see it, yeah. Oh, you know what? It's not a cliche, it's the truth. Usually apple stems are in the middle. That does make a lot more sense. Maybe what we can do as a compromise then is have this as the center. Like that. How about that? And one pixel can change a lot. I do agree. Let's move this down here. Yeah. That does make more sense. Thank you for the suggestion. All right, let's see. Copy you. We're gonna move you down. And what's something else we can take away from looking at these guys? Now, I definitely think we can work on our highlights. And looks good to me. Thank you. Let's see. I think to start off, our highlights could certainly be changed. I don't want to do too much because I want to keep the idea of our original, but I do want to modify it a smidge. So looking at our highlighting, we're looking at their highlighting. They do have sections of areas, and looking at mine, right? It kind of wraps around. It does kind of do that. They use, let's see, 2 more colors. So maybe we can add a middle color. Let's see. And this guy is anti-aliasing, I believe. Well, there's a little bit at least here. I would say these, and let me move it here. I would call this itself here some anti-aliasing, making the edges curved, or not curved, smoother. By smoothing out the edges, you can see before, after. It looks a little smoother, doesn't it? And let's see, ads incoming already? My goodness. And we're doing it again? What do you mean, Cursor? What do you mean exactly? And let's see. Save that guy there. Ads are about to start, so we'll let them go ahead and do their thing. And actually, hold on. Was it supposed to be here? I think that's better. Yeah, okay, we'll do the ads. And did you talk about blue for shadows or yellow for highlights? We have before. I didn't cover it today, but I can certainly cover, yeah, I didn't cover it today. We have before, but I can certainly talk about it now. Yeah, we have a little bit of time. As far as highlights go, in the anti-aliasing Pixelart final boss, I don't want to touch it. And I get hit with the Giggle Blaster with a Giggle Master. I'm gonna laugh myself. The reason, or at least it's less of blue for shadows and yellow for highlights. It's more so purple for shadows, yellow for highlights. So if I take our red here, you would shift it over to your cooler colors, so your purples. And then you would maybe go down a little bit, or hold on, it was a little bit too violent. Let's go a little bit more down here, and then you would go down, so down more towards your saturation. But I'm sliding this red over. So you would go purple, it's more leaning towards your purple feels. And then for our yellows, because you're warmer colors, your highlights, you go more towards your orangey yellows, and you would go switch it down a little bit, so maybe up a little bit there, maybe a little bit more, possibly like there-ish. That could work, yeah. And that could be your color palette. If you want to have our color go darker, you want to go more towards purple. If you want a color to go brighter, you want to go towards yellow. And actually, that's more of a crimson. And what is the warm color and cold color? Sure. The warm and cold color, the best way I can describe it is like what you see here. Where, and actually, you know what? Actually, I can show you. Since we have done a color study before, I should still have our notes. And depending on the general art style for a game, Apple can feel just right or too desaturated compared to Minecraft 1, for example. Saturation can play a big role. To talk about warm and cool colors, let me pull up our previous color study notes, as I do have them on hand. It does pay to still have an organization. Scroll out a little bit. For cool and darker tones, warm and cool, when it is on this side of the color wheel, it's usually considered cool. When it is on this side of the color wheel, it's usually considered warm. Your warm ones are usually around your yellows, your reds, your oranges, pinks can even be considered warm. Your cools are like your dark greens, your dark blues and purples. That's what it's for. And then as far as the purple and yellow, like I was talking about, you usually want to shift it towards those areas. And you can see this is where hue shifting can come into play, where I lean more towards purple here, and then I lean towards yellow here. So it can make a little bit of a difference. And by the way, do you think it's easy to learn the basics of color theory? 100%. I love color theory. I should have a video on YouTube for color theory as well. Let me see if I can find it super quickly. I should already. Let's see. If I click on that guy there and read some theory before putting it into practice, theory is super fun. Let me see if I can grab it to those that are curious. We have done a color theory stream before, so I should be able to, let's see, copy that there. So actually, you know what? I'll do this instead because I made a clipped version of it as well. If you're interested in getting started on colors and learning more about color theory, I chopped down a stream I did on color theory. So this is about 6 minutes. Let's see, and I'll paste it into here. There you go. That should give you the basics of color theory. That should hopefully be helpful. It's not too much, I'm hoping. Saying that though, yeah, ads. Thank you, Bobby. Okay, ads, we'll start them now. And thank you, of course. And I did read that as well. And warm color and cold, and crimson, yep, good, okay. And Giggle Blaster, and blue highlights and shadows. Good, okay, lovely. Let's go back into our draw then, and I'll grab some water, and then we'll do some stretches if we still have time. Let's see, water time. Get a little bit of those. Delicious. And then from there we have juice and get a little bit of that. I'm almost out of juice, which is terrible. Once stream ends, I probably do a little bit of coffee and I'm back for a bit. Welcome back, Ansia. Even for a little bit, I'm glad you came back. It's always nice to see your name. Okay, let's see here. And also hue shifting so hard, mostly because my color picker's too small. I can say you can do, let's see if I can do it. And then let's see, kinda, that did help a little bit. You could also try using external color pickers. That might help too, if using this guy down here is a little bit too hard. Yeah, this guy down here, super tricky. I can certainly understand that. Let me go back down here. Slide you back over. There we are. And my apple's too round. It looks more like a gamer bomb than something I like, or something like that. I see. How silly. And what is the next fruit? We'll be doing wheat after this, and then we'll call it a day. You had a bite, now you come in for a bit? How gluttonous. Let me slide it over to you about here. Yeah. Once we finish this apple, then we'll cover wheat, and then we'll be done for the day. However, we'll come back, and unfortunately, we didn't get to it as well, so maybe we might have to do a follow-up of a follow-up, because I wanted to talk about plant life cycles, but did not get into that, as it seems the object itself took a long time. So maybe, as a follow-up, we could also talk about the seeds and everything, as I think the seeds, leaves, things of that nature are super fun. So, yeah. Next week, and I can also go back to, let's see if I go into planning here. And well. Look who it is. Hi, Sharky. Welcome into stream. Let me go ahead and hide this guy super quickly. Well, once we do apples, wheats, and let's see, pumpkins, next week we'll cover potatoes, tomatoes, and carrots. That is on the agenda. And too many capital letters. We certainly won't cover bananas. And, maybe one day, maybe, possibly. I would like to try drawing strawberries. I think that could be fun. And let's see, did I create everything? Banana for the last one? Nope, definitely not at all. And I don't use Aseprite, but I could use hex codes actually, especially since I can make colors just with hex codes with all the programming. Oh, that's true as well. I would love to learn hex codes. I feel like that would be fun. And fair enough, it was nice to try. And stick attack. Oh boy. And welcome back from the ads. Let's continue with our apples, or epile. Let's see here. Let's go into draw right there. Okie dokie. So back into our apples. What were the other things we think we could do look at? And didn't you draw bananas during the weapon study? Not on purpose. And hex codes are mostly guesswork. The concept itself is relatively easy if you know the base 16. Ooh, I would love, well, I have some flashcards of colors and hex codes and things of that nature. And there's a website I know as well where you can do color guessing for hex codes. I'd love to be able to do that. And finally back home, well, welcome back, Frost. And the time to have breakfast. In quotation marks. And what about plantains? I think those count as bananas. They're close enough. They're banana shaped. So let's see. I did read those, and good. Okay, so looking at our apple, another thing we can modify were the colors. And you know what? Maybe we can just, oh, hold on, grab you there. Oh, that is the color. We can maybe shift that down there, and let's see. And maybe another color in between. That could be our highlight, but I think it should be a little bit more vibrant. We can up a little bit, possibly like that. You know what? Yeah, let's add a little bit of that saturation there. More sticks and 4 p.m. breakfast. At that time, you call it brunch. That's close enough. Let's see. Go ahead and save this guy here. From there, what I wanted to see about was something like here, where there are certain areas that are kind of wrapping around. There's another color. There's a transition color between these two. What we could try is something like that, where it's in between them, and then maybe we could have our cake and eat it too, where we can maybe copy like, oh, hold on. Apple, why are you angry? Oh, I see. That would make sense. We'll remove that there, paste you in here. So having another transition guy could be handy. So something like this where it's wrapping around. I do like that feel of the apple a little bit more. And actually, never mind. I think it's a little bit too much. I think a little bit is better than a lot of it. So something like that there feels a little bit better. I think, yeah, like that, possibly or no? Like, yeah. There, I think that's okay. And hi! Of all times to come in, welcome back. Banana wowie. Hello, Blue Juice. I drank. And Apple is angry. Now it's smirking at us. He's a cool dude. Oh no! Okay, good. That shouldn't be as funny as it is. Banana, now. There we go. Was that better, Rodrigo? Okay, where were we? I might up the saturation on this guy just a smidge. Actually, no. I think it's better with a little less and just add mirrored yellow highlights to the left eye. Oh boy. Oh, it's pretty creepy. I'll be honest. Oh boy. Okay. Where were we? We lost her. I'll add maybe a kind of rounded appley sort of guy. Maybe here? I could see it. Maybe big like that there? No. I think this is fine. What do we see up here? We see it kind of as, oh, actually that makes more sense. Even here, it's not used everywhere. And I like how this is a dark area. So maybe, right? We can do mostly you here, like that. Yeah, maybe more akin to this, do you think? And did I? Hold on, let me scroll up. Hex code is simply you get 6 numbers for each, and then 2 part represent the RBG, respectively. So FFGG or FFB would be purple. Yeah, I've heard of it before. I've tried learning it before. I really want to go deep dive in. And let's see, so FF is 255 and 0000. So there's 265 values for each. Ooh, an ARG. Oh, hold on. RGB. Let's see. I want to try adding that dark area. I do like that as well. So let's see. Maybe we can do a darker tone just a little bit more towards you here. And if we add maybe a darker position over here for our dark guy, possibly over there. And let's see. Hex code's just a translation. That does make sense. And that was a metal vocal fry. Let's see. I'm thinking like a dark color here for color. But you know what? I think with versus without. What do you think? Oh, hold on. Actually, undo. We have this versus this. I kind of like this. I'm okay with this. And then for our bounce light, what we were talking about before, they decided to go with the color of purple or pink. I like that idea. So maybe we can try more of a pinky tone. Now, I'm wondering how they do it. They use first our red, and then they use this color. So they go pretty, oh, it's a little bit of a slide up, but they're moving about here and they're going a little bit towards the right. So we go back to this guy, we go a little bit towards the left, and then we go up a little bit. So possibly here for our little bit of highlights, something like that there. I'm not too sure, truth be told. Maybe like that? I'm not too sure. And let's see, funny thing about number bases, I learned about number bases just because of a visual novel by the name of Zero Escape 999. It's always fun when you don't expect to learn something and you do end up. And it was so fun to read, funny to run into the idea again in computer science after knowing it as a kid. Well, that's always nice. Let's see. Okay, I think for now this is fine. I don't know about this color here, but I'm okay with it. Last up, we have the highlight. So you have this guy and you just made it brighter. And I think we do that here as well. So I'll just grab my guy and we'll go back to what it was. So the highlight portion up here, highlight portion up here. And then let's talk about the stem for a little bit and then we'll move on to wheat. So for our stem, they do have it. Well, it depends. I like the brown idea for the stem instead, but my brown's not exactly brown. So let's see about doing more along the lines of this guy. So if I go back to mine, it's not as dark as a brown as I'd like it to be. So maybe we can even grab that and move it from brown. And then maybe we can grab you here and you here, you here. Oh, you know what? It's growing on me. I can agree to that. Slide you over. Move you over here. I quite like that stem now. It's not too bad. And how do you have so much energy for 4 hours straight 3 times a week? What do you think I do when I'm not streaming? Rest. There's so much rest going on. I hibernate. And on the morning of every Friday, I rise for 4 hours so that I hibernate some more. Let's see. We have you here and pointy here, and then there's a highlight up top. And then let's see. Yeah, you here. Let's see about maybe making you darker over there. Move you over to maybe here, and then have you as that. Maybe we can use even more colors that we've used before. But I do like this. I think this is fine as our apple. And then having maybe a highlight of the tone that we had before. So let's see, a highlight at the top. So maybe what we can do is go back here, and then we'll have this guy go up a little bit and more into our warmer tones. So maybe that guy can come up, and then maybe this guy can also come into a warmer tone. So up and up about there. And maybe we can call you about up, nah, maybe there. Nope, I like it as that. I think that's fine. And then my theory was right, hibernate. Sleep mode, engage. And, oh, I can never remember how to say, I still am super rusty. I haven't looked at my, let's see, I think that's katakana in a while. I know that's an ah. I know that's, I think, a ru. It's either a ru or a re. I think that's either a, I think that's a ha. So maybe a ba, ko, ro, bako, ah, ru, bako. That's my guess. Welcome into stream. Hello, Eris. I hope you're having a great day. I am. It's always a great day when we get to stream. We get to do some fun art. I'm enjoying myself 100%. And you're not like scared of bananas or disgusting or disgusted to an uncomfortable point by saying them. No, not at all. It's just that, they deserve to be in the corner of shame. That's all. It's okay. It's just something they'll have to learn to accept. Let's see. So back to here. What I'll do is we need to cover the leaf. So looking at our leaf, what are they doing for leaf? Their leaf is certainly more pointed. I went for a leaf that was a block, and that is a style. I believe if we go back up here to our apples, you can see it's what they do for more of a plasticky feel. And you know what? Let's see if we can do something a little bit more leaf-like. There's tons of leaves here. You can even see there's a leaf there. So if we were to do more of a leaf shape, how might we do it? We might raise this guy, let's see. Maybe this could be more considered a leaf, like that. Now it's a bigger leaf. And you know what? I quite like it. Oh, hold on. Wrong guy to look at. We're looking at you. You're supposed to become a bigger leaf, like that. There you go. Lovely. And shame, more like corner of independence, looks mascara. I'm not even gonna complete that sentence. Let's see. Oh boy. And for our, leaf, how are they doing their leaf? The leaf is super vibrant too. I'm realizing now, I just like vibrancy. I like saturation. I was about to say sponge. My apple went from being least to a lot more. So what we'll do here is we'll grab a darker green. Now, remembering our cooler and warmer colors, right? What would you call this green here? Would you call this one, that guy right there? I don't want to give the answer right away. Would you call this a warm or cool green? Knowing you're cool, you're warm and cool. So what would you call it? This guy right here, that green. And I'll get a little bit of water. And right top apple has sparkles. You mean this one here? Cool. Yes, cool is the right answer. Look, it's the water. It is cool. And you can tell in Charming Apple, you can tell it's cool because if I click on this guy, look how close it is to blue. It's actually blue. It's blue. I thought it was green. It's super cool, actually. I was looking at this guy. I was expecting it to be something like this. I mean, that's pretty close. But this is not green. This is blue. And you missed some dialogue, but I believe it's more she just doesn't like eating it, but plays the general disgust. It's this, I wouldn't want to eat it. I'd rather not, even if it's in like banana pudding or something. It's just not too good. But it's not too bad. Let's see. And then this green here would be considered a warm green because if I click it, look how it's closer towards yellow. So the more you go towards yellow, the warmer it is. That you have your warm green and you have your cool green. That is blue, apparently. Oh boy. And what's wrong with you? Why are you blue? Let's see. Go back down to here. And what I wanted to do was go for a cooler green for our apple leaf. And left borderline is actually more pinkish, even though the apple is red. Yep. If I go back up here, this guy, yep, super pink. That was a little bit easier. I would not have guessed that's blue. Oh boy, let's see. All right, I'll scroll down here, and what we'll do is we'll go for, and this is actually yellow, and you're so totally fine. Yeah. And color theory, yeah. I was not expecting that answer. Okay, so we'll grab my green, and we'll go more towards our coolers because I do like me a little bit of cool. And we'll go back down here and about maybe like that there. We'll remove the color there. And you know what? I don't quite like the way the leaf looks anymore. I think, let's see, maybe we can move you there. Maybe it's just the overall feel of my leaf, but something doesn't quite feel right. There's a few ways you can do a leaf. That's a leaf. You could do a leaf like that. That's a pretty good leaf too. You know what? Let's try to do that leaf. Let's kind of like that there, and then we have that there, and then we have you here, and then you here, and yeah. We'll go for this leaf. Actually, that looks like a... it looks like a worm! You know what? Well, can we keep it? Let's make this guy a little bit darker, so we'll go down, more of the cool colors down here, and then from there, we have the highlights. So let's see. Highlights, which are... interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. A highlighty color. So we'll go back down to about our highlighty colors, and we'll go to you here. We'll go a little bit less darker, about you there, and we'll make sure you're up here, and we'll make you go up a little bit more, about there. Yeah, I like this a little bit better. And we'll also do a bit of a darker tone since this guy is more towards the bottom. So we'll go down, go back into our cooler colors a little bit since this is the bottom guy. Something like that I feels a little bit better. And hi, Sport. Welcome back to stream. And why leaf when you can make a whole tree? You just gotta be a leaf in yourself. Let's see. Quick question. Do I remember correctly that you were wondering about the name of supporters of your channels? I believe we settled on Rubber Geese. I haven't changed it officially, but Rubber Geese from supporting orbiters or orbiters in general to Rubber Geese. So go with the idea of Rubber Duck. I think that is our apple done, though. I don't know the puns. So we started here for our apple. This was before references. This was apple references. After references. And I certainly believe we still have enough time to do the wheat. And if we go over time, let me go a little bit over time. I want to make sure we cover everything. So I'll go ahead and merge this guy down. That's our apple. That's our pumpkin. And now let's finish with wheat. So let me go ahead and do new layer here, and we'll do wheat. And then I'll go ahead and grab this guy here, copy, paste, slide you on over, and let's see about wheat. And move you about up here to where we'll be, about up there. Let me grab our color of outline of choice. And let's see how well we fare. And oh, that's nice. I was thinking star stickers could be nice. Oh, yeah, stars too. That's the thing is like, what is it? Planets orbit around stars. So that does make, that's why, because the whole stars, I meant everything. Yeah, at one point I also wanted to be an astrologist. All the sciences I wanted to do. Astronomy. Oh man, I love astronomy. Let's see. Go into here and go into, let's see. We're going to peer off. I'll go ahead and open up you here. And really? Oh boy. Yeah, wouldn't you believe it? And I also wanted to be an astrologist and also love astronomy. Yeah. You know what? To all of you astrology fans, look up vampire stars. That's why I have the little teeth. Hold on. Let me move you into here just so you can see. I would look into vampire stars. It's interesting stuff. If I go into, let's see, you here? The teeth. Let me go into peer up here. And what about pastrology? I could do a mean lasagna. That's pretty good. And make like a tree and give me an apple. Oh, that was terrible. That was awful. That wasn't where I thought it was going at all. And wait, so much lower. Let's see. Saying all that, let's move on to the weight. That explains so much. Told ya, I take a little bit of inspiration from all over places. Now, saying all of that, oh, we have wheat. What are we seeing here? And that's like, I just take all your energy. Vampire? Nah, emotional vampire. Let's see. And what's the lore behind the elf ears? Sometimes you don't have to have lore. You can just like having elf ears. Let's see. What I wanted to take a look at were, I wanted to see about, now, barley, wheat, I think they're of the same idea. And let's see, it's down to me as to how Eris's face doesn't hurt much by the end of stream. Mine does after all the laughter. I have muscles on my mouth. You know, after smiling so much, you build up the muscles. I want to try to do something like this, where we have it maybe on a ribbon of some sort combined together. If I go up to here, this is the plant itself. Since we didn't get to seeds, we'll stay away from these. And the bouquet looks good. Yeah, I want to do bouquet. I do think these are very pretty though. They definitely feel fall, and we're exercising here. Yeah, smile. And let's see. The stars are associated with elves from the internet. Oh, interesting. And I really gotten a face workout over time. I've been hanging out on stream. Good. And a Pixelart brain workout. Even better. I'm thinking we look at, let's see, for references, I quite like this. I think it works fine. From what I'm seeing, it seems to be very stick-like. If I right-click this guy, go into draw mode here, I'm seeing just multiple sticks in different areas. We kind of have a stick here, stick. And not only is this a stick, it reminds me of a cattail. To any of you that know about that plant. If I go to, let's see, we'll do red to make it a little bit easier. But a cattail looks like, let me move it up here. It's like this. They're the little hot dog reed guys that you see in the plants. That's what it's reminding me of, where we have these big top areas like that there. So I think if we just make some sticks and some ovals on top, we should be good. And coding distress, kidding. No, there's much distress going on here. And chaos creation, hold on now. That's not true. So we'll go ahead and we'll see about sticks and tall ovals. I think that's what we need to do. And you can see here, yeah, sticks, tall ovals. That's what we're looking at. I'll go back into, let's see, our draw here. I'll go ahead and make this guy small, like here. Let me make sure PRF is enabled. And now we got reads. Yeah, I think that is, looking at all of these guys, that's what it feels to be like. And hold on here, she says, suddenly introducing chaos in response to your allegation. Let me make this smaller, like, yeah, that works. No, actually, it's way too big. Make you small. Yeah, that works. Move you about down there. About down there. Yeah, okay. And many dissonances. Let's see, save that there. And there's a whole channel on the server to prove that's true. No! Let's go back up to this guy here. And what we'll do is I think we just need stick. We need to think stick. And let's see. Did I already say hi to you, Mindy Toe? Possibly in a hydrate? Sure.
Check _14
And
just redeemed hydrate.
Let me get water. Let's see. Agua has been acquired. Okie dokie. Saying that, what we're going to try to do is do sticks. So, I'm gonna just do... Done! I think that is the start of it, at the very least. I think it gets tall on the top, narrow at the bottom. But all I really wanted to do was just add angles. We can even go kind of like right here, and I think this is a good starting point. Something like this. So I'll go ahead and copy it, move it down, and let's continue from there. Now we're gonna need a color. I think yellow is a perfect choice. Maybe yellowy orange. I'll make sure to pin this so I can see it as well. And yes, you did. I see. Good. My memory is horrible. But welcome in again. I didn't realize the voice can read Roman numerals. Interesting. Huh, and that was fast. Usually the sketchier the better. Sounds so funny. Let's see. I'm gonna go for maybe that color. That kind of yellowish color for our guy. And now what we have to do is make shapes out of our blob. And we're adding on. And I think this method has been working out a little bit better. And I'm also seeing now this could easily be corn on the cob if you let it be. Oh boy. Let's save it. And what we want are those reed shapes that we were looking at before and the stick lines. And let's see. What I'll do is I'll also move towards something like this here. This is more of the bundle I want to go for. Something like that, where it's kind of straight except for the top. So we'll merge these guys in a little bit more. Maybe merge them in a little bit more here. And we'll see about your sticks. So probably want maybe a stick kind of coming out here. Maybe we can have a darker stick coming in as well. So maybe we can have, let's see. We'll have this as a top color. Maybe we can have, if I go down here, slide it over a little bit, get a little bit darker. About there, maybe a little bit darker. Maybe that can work too. We'll see. There's multiple ways we can go. And I'll move you about down there. Yeah. Okay, good. Save it. And let's go for this color for now, for our darker guy. Maybe it can come from behind. So maybe we can do, let's see. I'll do a new layer just so we can have them overlapping. And something like, let's see. And sharp and sweet one, we're like in it, I'll have to look at it once stream's over, Frost. Let's see. I'm thinking maybe we can do this kind of sliding over, then it kind of goes to the left. And we don't want that, do we? And how are your streams both energetic and cozy at the same time? That's what I say. I get surprised that my streams are super cozy because I feel like I don't know. I'm trying to go for multiple sticks on angles, but I don't know if that's possible for the way we're doing things. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Again, we're not trying to commit ourselves to the idea. We're just spitballing at the moment. So it's okay if it's not perfect. It's okay if it's not good. We just need to try. That's all we're doing at this stage. So since I don't know too much about the stick portion, I'm gonna leave it alone for now. We'll do the top, and then we'll come back to the stick. And if I can't do the stick, that's okay. We'll look at the other options. So merge down, and merge this down too. Okie dokie. So from there, I'm thinking we come in about here, and then here, and they all come in, and then there's some sort of ribbony guy there, maybe a little bit more around here, and then there. And now we have our reeds that we can look towards. Maybe we can have kind of there. Maybe we can have one in the background about here, like that. And maybe we can get one more in about here, like maybe there. Possibly. It's not looking too well, but that's okay. That is a-okay. So maybe we have this guy coming in. My hand jerked. Let's see. Move you about here, here, here. Move you about up there, pointy. That is, I think, super important as well. It's inspiring determination, but also very self-forgiving. But she's also really enjoys the process. Oh yeah! You can't go wrong with process. Let's see. Maybe something like that there. And that can go there. It kind of looks like a little bit of a broom. But that's okay. Let's slide it over and let's keep working on it. Let's slide it over here. I want it to be more vertical. I think that's my issue. I want it to be something more like that. Yeah. And then I want it to kind of go down. So maybe what we can do is go a little bit on the opposite feel, or maybe we start off with it looking... Oh, you know what I just realized too? From my memory, isn't it usually big on top, like this, and then small on the bottom? Or maybe it's more so like a cross at the bottom, like that? That does feel right. And oh yes, brew meat. So back to here, I think what might be better is removing these guys, making this a little bit more like a fan. So something here, and then adding that rod feel. About you here, maybe even you about here, maybe remove you about there, fill this in again, and then maybe. And it's quite the shock seeing how somber the old streams were. Yeah, the current ones. That's what you call confidence. I got more comfortable streaming. And so thus I'm willing to do more wackier things. I enjoy it a lot. And I'm gonna go chill? No worries. Leaving you on the lurk? Sure. And have a wonderful rest of your stream? Sure. I think you mean a bunch of wheat tied in the middle? More like hay? Oh, wait. What's the difference between hay and wheat? Is there a difference? I didn't look into this, so I'm not too sure. Let's see. Maybe something like that here. And then we can have another guy about here. Like that there. And then maybe we can have another guy kind of coming in about there. And another guy about here. Like that there. Slide you over. Oop, not like that. And hi, Les. Welcome into the... I'm here to cover. Well, one leaves, one joins and begins. Welcome in. And also, one's voice tends to get higher the more it's used. Don't tell me. I don't want to become a squeaker. That'd be terrible. Oh boy. Well, welcome in, Luskin. Thank you for helping around, Frost. Let's see. Something like that I think should work. And then we have the bottom. So I'm thinking we can kind of have it. And hay is cut and dried grass. I think hay is cut, dried grass. Could be, possibly. I can see it, yeah. And we have our bundles here. And then we have our sticks. So now I'm thinking we can grab our old stick and just kind of do one of these moves. It kind of looks like a broom still, but you know what? It's okay. And wait, is that true? I definitely talk a lot and my voice hasn't gotten any higher, which is actually something I'd want. I don't know. I'm semi hoping it's not, because the high pitched stuff, I already have been told my voice is super high pitched. But I wouldn't want it to be a high frequency. That would be something, not preferred. But I'd be surprised to hear it. I feel like there's some people out there who have really deep, low talking voices, and their deep voices don't ever go away, despite how much they talk. And let's see. Hay is cut and dried grass, while wheat is a culture of it by itself. Interesting. I don't find your voice that high pitched personally. Oh, that's good to hear. And definitely gets higher seeing your old shorts. Now, does it get higher, or is it more of just me talking? Okay, let's see. Now, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take some of this and we're gonna go from here to there and up and down. And as we're continuing along in Journey, that just sounds like boring. I feel like that's more of a board and structure sort of feel. And then before I leave, if you have any direction you want to move your voice to, voice training lets you go towards any direction you want. I see. Thank you, Frost. I believe, remember hearing you talk about that before. And I know, thanks so much for the info though. Yeah. Okay, from here, we have our wheat guys. And what I'm wondering is maybe we can add a bit of a center for these edges. So maybe what we can do is have, let's see, this guy come out a little bit. And then maybe this guy kind of move in a little bit here. Maybe. That doesn't feel right, but just trying things out at the moment. Maybe we can have it kind of look like this. That looks like corn again. So you know what? Never mind. And I think deeper voices can sound more calmer, while higher can sound more engaging and happy. Oh, I have heard that one. And we'll be back to look. Again, sorry for replacing the wheat. No worries. Hold on. Sorry for replacing the wheat. You'll understand later? A joke. Do you mean it's a joke I'll get later? A joke I should have gotten now. But if you've left already, I hope you have a lovely time. Oh, you said lurk. Okay, good. I see. Okay, I'm gonna go with this. This is fine for now. We're just giving it a try. Saying that, we're gonna add our details now. Yeah, I see. And it's a dangerous amount of yellow owlish blobs. I mean, sometimes you need to just become the blob. See the blob. What are we seeing for these guys now that we're seeing multiple things? If I do a draw here, I'm seeing a sort of braided pattern, kind of like that guy goes in there, and then that guy goes in here, there, and then there, and then there, and then there, and then there. There's a sort of in and out pattern. So let's try to imitate that pattern now that we have the read idea, the attempt at it at least. So I'll go ahead and save this guy, and we'll use this color as our alternate. And it looks like a dart. I can see it. It could also be a feather duster if you believe hard enough. And one of those little red feathers. Yeah, I can see the feather duster. And let's see, I think it's dithering time. Check. I will try as much as I can to make sure it doesn't get to that point. Fingers crossed, maybe. We'll see. We'll see. We will certainly see. Maybe something like that there. And then we maybe have this guy there. Something like that. Okay, yeah, maybe it is dithering time. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Arrow. And then we have arrow. And then we have another arrow. Oh no. I think it is dithering time. I'm trying to figure out the pattern because I was thinking it would be that. And then you would take this. And then you would take... Where does it go from there? Or maybe this is the pattern. Or maybe what we can do is something like that, do you think? Maybe? So, possibly, right? We could do this, and then this, and then this, and then, hold on, let's see, you there, like that? Maybe that could work a bit more in our favor. And maybe we can delete a couple pixels in a base. Maybe it can look less polished and pointy like a dart, or shift them. We can see. Let's see. Moving this down a little bit. I'm thinking maybe using this pattern might be handy. So maybe something, let's see, like that there. I think this. But how can we make it? The issue is it's diagonal. I don't like you, diagonal. Copy. Okay, you know what? Maybe we can just use this as the base, right? And seeing the vision? Yeah, right? It's just, how do we apply said vision? As I do like the pointy bits, but how do we use them? How can they be of service to us? Maybe something like that, and then I doubt it's not 90 degrees. Yeah, 90 degrees is the thing. It seems to be a tricky bit. Maybe moving it over here. And then they all kind of come downwards. So maybe this is now where we grab the bottoms and we start grabbing it like maybe there, and maybe we have another guy here that comes into play. And then maybe we have another guy that comes down here into play. And like that there, and now we add outlines possibly. And hi Cryban, welcome back to stream. Welcome in. And maybe with the third yellow, and hi. Ooh, you know what? Third yellow, not a bad idea. Let's see. And can you rotate an Aseprite and steal its implementation? You can. Hold on. Let's see. Let me grab the third green. I would see the third green. The third yellow could certainly be used as shading. I do like the way that feels. Thank you for the suggestion. Welcome back. Let's see. To rotate it, what you would do is you would first select the object, and then you can see up here it says rotate sprite. If I do Control T, I believe, hold on. It should be a thing. I don't remember how to do it though. There should be possible. If I grab this guy, and oh, you have to select it apparently. Once you move it around a little bit, it'll let you know. And it looks like I tried it. No! Oh boy. If it's not one thing, it's the other. Then you can rotate it here. So for example, I can do 90 degrees. I can do 180 like that. Or you could also, if I undo this, I can do Control F, or hold on, Control H to flip it horizontally, or I can do Control V. That also works as well. But if you ever want to move it for, like, for example, 45, that's where this would be more handy. It looks like a hand now. Oh boy, that's no good either. Okay, maybe if we possibly move these guys in just a smidge, like there. And then we move these guys in just a smidge, like there. And then we move you in just a smidge, like there. Nope. Some surgery going on here. Hold on. Like that. And then this would go here. And then maybe, no, not like that. Like that. And then you can get rotated a little bit. And should toggle for moving, rotating? Or what do you mean? And you could hover on dots just for on space? Or what do you mean exactly? Or rotate? Yeah, Shift H or rotate. Let's see. Movie about here. Movie slides it in. Movie slides it in. About there. Let's see. Something like that there. And then we have you down here. And then it'd be more so about you down here, right? And then we have the arrows. So you would start down here. And you would go for the arrow pointing, possibly. And only 30 minutes remaining. Don't forget, check if we can't get through it all in the 30 minutes. I don't mind at all going a little bit over. I want to make sure these guys get all the attention they deserve us. I thought we would be able to get through, for example, plants and seeds. We didn't even touch that. I had that on the menu to do, talking about the different life cycles. So that's going to have to be a topic some other time. And Pixelart has a cheat shading tool. Never heard of that. Oh, Pixelorama, do you mean? I've heard of Pixelorama. never heard of old Pixelart. I know this was a mistake. That does sound interesting. Let's see. You about here, you there, and select shape and the border square up here. You can hover diagonal squares to resize it. Do you mean rotational pivot? Oh, that's pretty neat. Or do you mean these squares? I do know about these squares. These guys, though, I found that they're not the best at resizing. What I'll usually do is I will copy it. I'll go File, New, and then I'll paste it. And then what I do is I go to Sprite and I go for a sprite size. And then I'll multiply it from here. And if I want it to be twice as big, then I would do 200. And then you have the double. That's how I usually do it since it scales a little bit better. And don't save there. I meant for rotation. I see. Got ya. And okay, good. Okay, good. So back to here and here. And I'm glad we were thinking of the same thing then. Yeah, Pixelorama. Okay, move you here, move you there. And I'm gonna make these guys pointy, I think. I think that should be fine. Like that there. And then we need to have, let's see, it's kind of a 3-2 guy, and then maybe a bundle down here. I definitely don't like how that is shaped. So possibly, let's see, is there a way we can make it not as awkward for our little point guy here? That's not too bad, truth be told. It's just the sticks we've got to worry about. We'll see. Paste you into here. And now you would just need the sticks to go along with the wheat. Because these guys are super big already. So it's just a matter of moving them around, I think. Maybe there, and then we have you here, maybe for a top. Like that there, and then that there. And then we would need your sticks. So maybe we can have a stick kind of coming down here, maybe a stick kind of coming down, let's see, here, and then maybe a stick also coming down here, possibly. They do look a little funny though, so I'm not too sure. Maybe we can have this guy being the first stick, and so it's coming over everything else, something like that. And then we have the back stick kind of coming maybe more so diagonally, like there, and then you kind of sliding over for more of a look like that. So it's kind of looks like it's folding in on itself almost with the chunky feels. And I'm wondering as well, do we need those double pixels around the edges, or what do we think? If I slide it over a little bit, go ahead and save, and we remove you, and you. You know what? I kind of like the chunkiness of this guy. I don't like how thin this one feels. This one's more my favorite than this one. Truth be told, I don't ever usually use chunkier outlines, but this guy, I like how chunky it is. So we'll continue. And then for here, what I'm thinking is we can either have this as a different color or something else, and we'll need that band as well to wrap around. These guys kind of stay the same color, but maybe a little bit lighter. So we'll do a little bit of a lighter color for this one. So I'll move this up a little bit, slide you down. We'll go ahead and move you about here, and let's see, that looks sweet. Terrible, horrible, I say check. How dare you? Let's see, slide this over here, and we'll go for more of a paler color. It's tricky though, it's super tricky. I want a yellow, a light yellow, like that here. And maybe remove first 2 double pixels from the bottom. Do you mean this one here? Or do you mean first 2 double pixels? That one there? Like that? That's not too bad. I can agree to that. And then that would probably come down there, and then that would probably be there, and that would be maybe. Then you could go possibly here, and then maybe this guy could come over now a little bit better. So it's not as weird. Possibly like that. I can see that working too, but I do like how pointy this one feels. Like it's all coming to one part. And let's see. Yeah, that there. And then maybe we also need to add that band. I think I remember more puns, but my memory is rather hazy. But terrible check, I say. Awful, horrible, no good, very bad. I'm gonna add a little bit of a band around here, possibly like something like that there. And then we can also add you there, and then you there, like that. And maybe this can help with adding some along the bottom here. Now that I've added the band, I don't think I like it as much. Or maybe it's that it needs to be pointier. Yeah, you know what? This works out a little bit better. And then we can kind of add a little bit more, possibly this. I can see this working. And then once I get temporarily back, well, welcome back, Anzia. Even if temporary, I'm glad to still see you here. Okay, and I'm gonna grab this guy, copy, paste, slide over. And I was trying to go for more of a light color. So I'm gonna go up here a little bit. and more of a cream. And puns are so bad. I brought her back. Oh boy. Something like that down there. And then these can be maybe our stalks. And then we can go down a little bit more into our red and more along the lines of this guy here for our top. Possibly like that. Maybe even a little bit darker. So something here, here, here. And maybe we can even do these guys for the bottom to show, hey, look, they're kind of coming out like that. Does that feel like it could be? Maybe? I don't know. And again, it's not too bad if it is or it isn't. Right now, we're just trying things out. As far as the Reddit guy is concerned, I'll go ahead and move you down to the right, and then we'll go ahead and slide you over a little bit, and then this guy will be our side. So it kind of looks like it should be wrapping around. You could even maybe do this, so it looks less pointy, which I quite like. I think it's okay. If anything, I think this guy could have a little bit more contrast, so I'm gonna make it a little bit darker. We go from that guy to that guy. Yeah. One last thing, let's do our outlines, and then we'll take a look at actual what other people are doing. I need to counterbalance bad puns, a total absence of puns in my vocabulary. I was about to say, how can you counterbalance bad puns when there's only bad puns? None good exist, I tell ya. It's a lie. Let me go down, and then we're going to go to the right a little bit, and I'm going to just move you. That way I can just quickly fill these guys in. So uncontinuous, that there. Ooh, you know what? That's not too bad. It does look pretty. And then from there, let's go ahead and make sure we do a dark color for this guy. It's about here. And we'll make sure you know what? We could do something like, let's see, that, and then that. Maybe even that there. That feels a little bit better. Possibly you, maybe. I could see maybe that working. And let's see, actually, do you have one? But it would need context, otherwise it wouldn't be that good. I see. I didn't think it was possible for it to be good. So that's a surprise to hear. We'll grab this color here. We'll go down. We'll go a little bit over to the right. And we'll see about, I'm gonna need to make it a little bit darker. Probably there for our stick edges. And then we can go ahead and modify these guys so that they're not too similar to everything else. Something like this here. And I quite like it. I don't think it's too bad. And send it in stream discussion then. And the ribbon's a nice touch. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I might do this here. I'm not too sure though. If the overlapping one's okay? Yeah, I think this works it a little bit better. We'll copy, we'll move this over. And lastly would maybe be our shaded highlights. So making things a little bit brighter, a little bit darker. What we can do here, and you don't understand, I built it for a specific scene in which you need to be immersed. I see. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll slide it over to our darker colors. It's about, let's see, even a little bit darker here. And back! Are you one and son? Hi, Crystal. Welcome back. And hi, Jared. Welcome into stream as well. Welcome back. I feel like I recognize that name as well. Not welcome for the first time, but hopefully I got that correct. And looks great. Yeah, thank you. So we'll go ahead and I'll slide you over here. Now, what I want to do for this guy is I'm thinking this middle guy can be the guy that stands out. Many guys, I know, they're going on. But maybe we can make you come in the back and this guy's popping out. So if I do like this, does it feel like the center one here might be the one that's out and about? Possibly. We can also make these because they're the bottom ones to come out here. And then maybe we can add a little bit of a highlight. So we'll go up, maybe a little bit into the yellows. It's up here. We're gonna need possibly a little bit brighter up here. Yeah. Maybe something here. There. That there. And also, I think, possibly, maybe we can grab this color and make it the darker tone for down here. Like that. That might be doing a little bit too much, but I'm not opposed to it, truth be told. And what are we making? Right now, we're doing wheat. We've been over the current stream. That doesn't sound right. Over the stream, we have been, oh, I see, you were here before. Okay, good. I thought it was a new name. We were working on wheat. So we started up here, and now we are on here, wheat. So let's see. Last touch, I think, would be to add a dark area down here, and then this guy can maybe be our highlight area. So what I'll do is, I'll go ahead and grab this guy as well. We'll move you back down, copy, paste, and we'll go for a darker tone. So I'll grab this guy, go a little bit darker, go back down here, and now we have you as our dark tones, and still reads. You know, sometimes you can't win. You win some, you lose some. I am curious to see. Now, granted, I think these are going to be hey and oh, is it Zuchi? Possibly Zuchi Radio? Thank you for the raid. right, and welcome in, everyone. Let me grab this here. Slash.
Zusha Radio
Shout
rated with 9 views.
Out. Zuchi Radio, is that how you say it? Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I hope you had a lovely stream, and thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. What I do, hello, hi. I'm a game developer, and I do my best to learn Pixelart. So once a week, we cover different Pixelart topics, and we try to study them. And today's thing on the menu is we're doing crops. So what we started at the beginning of the stream was we tried drawing pumpkins, and this was my final pumpkin. And I haven't decided which one of these, but one of these is my final pumpkin. Next up, then, we did some apples, and this is my final apple. And now we're working on wheat. And this is my current wheat. And I've never drawn these guys before, so it's a fun thing of, I don't know what you're doing, you don't know what you're doing, but let's try getting better together. And let's see. That's right, good. And I think it's better because of disparity between tip line and color and baseline color. And you make improvements rather swiftly. That one didn't land, check. And one more orange, one is more orange while the other one is less saturated in yellow. This one, yeah, this one is supposed to come from the front. That's what this was hopefully supposed to show off. And I know the elevator was probably a bit much, but I'll try to promote your game myself here. I appreciate it, Ansia, truly. Oh boy. What we were working on was shading of outlines. And I was just looking at hue shifting down here. So let's go down to the right a little bit. Let's go down a little bit more. And we were gonna do dark areas here. And I'm thinking where these guys meet is where you want to do it a little bit darker. And I meant tip 1 and red ribbon 1. Oh, do you mean this right here, red ribbon? Or do you mean this tip? That tip is supposed to be brighter because it's supposed to be the front guy. That's what I was trying to show off. Or do you mean this here should be more so like that? Like that? That does feel better. I can agree to that one. Is that what you mean? We haven't touched the ribbon though. We're getting there slowly, if that's what you mean instead. Let's see. And I am not talking to imaginary friends. I also stream on YouTube. No imaginary friends here. So let's see. I'll grab you, and I'm going to make this guy super dark on the bottoms, like that. And we'll save it. And now we'll grab our red, and we're gonna go down towards our purples, and possibly make it like you there and there. And then make you possibly brighter. So if I grab you, we go a little bit brighter. So still darker, but brighter up here. Like that. Yeah. And there are a total of 0 voices inside her head. Yeah! I am completely sane and orderly. We'll go ahead and save this guy here. I think that is our wheat for now. Now let's take a look at some examples of actual... Hold on! Do not believe her, she's bad with numbers. I do my best with numbers. Who is it? Just like me, for real. Now that we've given our best shot of trying to draw from real life, we're going to look at some examples from Pixelart games. So I'll go ahead and I will hide our pair of screen for now. Save this. And now, as I said before, this is wheat, I believe. But I think in most games, when they do wheat, it usually looks more like barley or hay. And I meant by looks of its base, it's more desaturated and going towards Minecraft-ish realistic looks. While the top one looks more Stardew Valley-ish and cartoony one. The base steaming down here, all of these guys are going more towards saturated as they're getting darker. Is the hope at least. This guy goes darker and then, or do you mean these two guys? I didn't see what you did there. Oh boy, we'll go into here. So these are wheat and crops from different games. Let's go over them. Many of these are from Minecraft texture packs, but when we get there, we'll get there. Now this guy I believe is Terraria. Yeah. And it's interesting how they do theirs. We'll only pay attention to these, I think. Will probably be the ones we're looking to. And actually, now that I'm looking at it, they're all Minecraft. And never mind, it's hard to explain. I see. I do appreciate you trying to explain. I know it's super difficult to explain through through text. It's very tricky. Looking at these guys, we have a few variety. This one is from default Minecraft. This one, if I can click, default Minecraft. This one is from upgraded Minecraft. This is from the texture pack Faithless. This one is from Plastic. This one is from Whimscape, Dandelion, and Excalibur. And which of these do you think is your favorite? And fourth to the bottom line is peas. Those are all supposed to be wheat seeds. I do at some point want to do life cycles and life stages of plants and things of that nature, but we really weren't able to do as much as I thought, which is surprising. Maybe we'll see. We'll certainly see. Saying that though, yeah, they do look like peas. I like, out of all of these guys, probably, and I think it's again, the two I saw before, Faithless and Whimscape. And if we go back to the apples super quickly, are you Faithless or Whimscape? Faithless, Whimscape. I think I just like the style of Pixelart. These two guys and these two guys, it seems like I can spot them out. My guess is that this is Faithless and this one's Whimscape. Faithless, Whimscape. I did it! Yeah, they're pretty easy to spot once you get the picture of it. For example, I'm gonna guess Faithless, Whimscape. Yeah, yeah, I see it now. Now this one's pretty nice too. This one's from plastic. Ooh, shiny. And square potato. Sometimes the simplest is the bestest. And what's going on in the preview? This is a Pokemon fruit of some sort. I don't know which one, but it is this guy here. I don't know what it's called though. Like, grab these for different maybe example ideas. So let's see here, cheese. Oh, I can see this is being cheese too. And second looks the best in my opinion. Let's see, second wheat. Oh, interesting. This one's less saturated. This is the updated Minecraft one. There's always different outline styles, and I have been enjoying a more of a colored one. And could the fact that it's the same order in all cases, is it? You know what? I would not be surprised if that's the case. Or am I mixing things up? And where are the berry sprites from? Do you mean, which one exactly, check? Do you mean these or these? And I'll take some water so you have time to answer as I grab a little bit of hydration. You know, it could be the fact that they are all in the same order. However, the carrots aren't. So, you know, let's take a quick look at the carrots. I bet I can show you. I'm not going to bet on it, actually, but the biggest one. These are from Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, hold on. B-click. B-click. Oh, click. Yeah, Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire. This is not in the same order. And if I had to guess, I would say this is Faithless and this is Whimscape. Am I correct? Hold on. Faithless? Whimscape, yeah! They have a distinct style. I think it's pretty easy to spot. These guys weren't in the same order. So I can still claim that at the very least. These guys not so much either. So let's see. Let's go back into where we at. Barley. So the second one here, yeah, that's super interesting. And I will bet 3 seconds of my time. Sold. Let me get some water. Okie dokie. And let's see, grab my pen again. So we'll grab the ones I enjoy. But again, if you find more other ones appealing, you should use those for your references. The point of making this big old blob of art or gathering all these resources is that people are more inclined to different styles. So if there's one you like, for example, I tried my best to get different styles of Minecraft texture packs because some people like realistic, some people like less saturated, some people like more saturated, and some people like flat. There's so many different styles, and I think it's so neat, and you got yourself a deal? Yay! And I didn't see, but you did say in the same order. Some of them, the ones that are flat lines, are in the same order. These guys, at least, not a flat line in the same order. I could get away with that one. The ads are about to start though, so we'll let them do their thing. And while they're doing their thing, we'll grab and drag and drop these guys into the other screen. So I'll go ahead and grab you, do you, save you, and we'll go ahead and grab the ones I enjoy. So Faithless again, copy, and we'll grab, let's see. You are you. So merge you down. And then do new layer, and I think she did it, or I didn't see, but you, oh, okay, good. And I did read that, good, okay. We'll move you about here, and we'll move the other one also here. So select, grab you, and move you over to here. Okay, so we've got those guys, and with that said, let me go ahead and get some last of my juice, and then we'll do some stretches, and then we'll continue working on our wheat for a little bit more, and then we'll be done for the day. How surprising, I can certainly say that. And I'm already noticing a few things, but I'll save it for a little bit. We'll save it for when we come back from the ad. So, water! Getting! Okay, tasty and delicious. Not so nutritious, but that's okay. For the stretches, you're gonna want to start by going to the right for your arms or your back. Left, no, this is right, yeah, this is right. And then you want to go to the left. You want to make sure you go backwards. Don't break anything now. Backwards. Make sure you go forwards. And then for your neck, look to the right. You want to bounce it a little bit too. That can help. You don't want to make sure when you're stretching, it's not painful. That's super important. You can go to the back as well. And then you can also go forward. You can also tilt to the right. This has got to be my favorite one. You can also tilt left a little bit, and forwards, and backwards, and forwards, and backwards, and my headset. Let's see. You can also go to the right, and then you look down. This one's a pretty good one too. And then you want to switch over, and you want to go right and down, like that. And hopefully, you're feel a little bit better, a little looser, and you're pretty hasty with the stretches. You're supposed to hold each for about, I'd say, well, depending on which one you do. Like, you can do maybe like 24 of these, and then for these, you want to hold for like 30 seconds-ish. Depends. But I do like to make these feel super nice. Like, make my neck feel flexible. And you don't want to flexible neck, but yeah, it depends on the person. I hope you all have been enjoying the stream, though. And, well, my back! Ah! Yeah, the breaking backs, I am not responsible. And 30 reps of jiggling your brain, sloshing it around. Well, we get a little bit more water, and then I think we'll be back. And also, let me clear my nose. Oh, never mind. I don't need to clear my nose. We're good. Okay, water has been acquired. Stretches have been done. I think we're all good to go for a little bit longer. In saying that, house are just about done. Shake it all now out. And welcome back from the ad break. Alrighty, well, let's continue, shall we? Let me go ahead and grab this guy here, grab this guy here. Okay, we are ready to commence. Now, what are some things we noticed right off the bat? Let's start like what we did last time, where we grabbed these and we looked at the shape first. So, copy, new, do you here? And let's go ahead and fill in these colors with their respective guys. Oh, that's pretty neat, isn't it? I can say if you're not sure how to get better at colors, breaking something down can be helpful. For example, if I wanted to draw in this sort of style, what I do is, and let me see if I can quickly show you. Grab you here, grab you here. I think there's about 4 colors. And you would first try to mesh things together. So for example here, if I grab you, move you, paste you, grab you, these guys are gonna get eliminated. And now there's a highlight. And this is tricky, hold on. Merge it down, merge it down, merge down. There we go, okay. So there's highlight, and then without the highlight, the next color to go. So the next guy would be this highlight. So you would move that guy down there. And then you can see where this is going. So I'm gonna move you there, and then maybe here. So to get to here, you kind of have to start here with your different layers. And we can even break it down a little bit more. And if we move this to here, oh, hold on, grab you, paste you in there. Now it looks super flat. And this was the shape I was trying to go for before, but I didn't know how to do it. But this kind of roundish top and flattish bottom with the sort of fan look, but they knew how to do it. I do like what I'm noticing is the areas where it's going over top. That's an interesting idea. Mine are very straight, and some of them do kind of go around. They don't seem as straight. So maybe it also has to do with the style of weight, because these guys are like pin needles. But then these guys are pretty round. They're free to move around a little bit wherever they want, which is interesting. Maybe we can try to do a little bit rounder, just a smidge on some areas. I would not be opposed to trying that. So let's give it a go. Copy, or hold on. Let's go ahead and move you down, merge down, copy, paste. And from there, what I'm thinking is, what if we did some guys in the back somehow? Or maybe we can do, let's see. Move you down about there. Possibly, does this, let's see. Something like this. And then we kind of move you down there, and then let's see.
C_of_tranquility just followed.
That is Sea of Tranquility. Thank you for the follow, and welcome into stream. Welcome into Trials and Tribulations. Let's see. Grab you here, and then we have you kind of coming, possibly a downward arrow, or maybe we can do something like this here, and maybe there. Yep, many there's. I'm trying to go for something a little flatter, or something that looks like it's kind of moved in on itself, but I don't know if that is a good idea to do. I don't know if it's going for the idea I was hoping for quite. Like that there, and then maybe we could have some guys back there, but nah. Okay, it was an idea. Certainly worth a try, I do agree. Let's undo you here, go back to what we were at. What are other things we see? Because I think just alone, their style is going to be different, so trying to transform this one, I'm not sure if it's too possible. we're noticing here the back layer bounce light, right? The bounce light that comes from down and then up. So this color shading there, that's what that is. And what we're seeing here is, it seems to be the case for this guy and also kind of this guy where the lines are the shading itself. There's no outline. Mine have an outline. They do have shapes. Theirs are more so like a squiggly shape. And then there's a highlight on the top. And then they do another squiggly shape pattern. And then they do another highlight. So I don't know if it's even possible to follow these guys, their style, just because it's different. But my guess would be, it would be something like this, and then you would have the separator that they have here, and you would move in between each of these. Add maybe like another squiggly here, like that there, let's see, possibly like that there. And not all of them get highlights, but some of them do. And then you'd have maybe another squiggly here, like that there, let's see. Maybe like that there, and then you'd have another squiggly here. And then you would surround them all with the lines they deserve, and they're nice and pointy. So it might be something like that there. And let's see, you go there, and then you're all surrounded in also darker areas. So it might be like that we see, because they're all darker. And then we have you here, you here, you here, you here. And if I'm getting the style right, and it does seem to be the case, at least a little bit, where the feel of it is, there's these multiple different lines that are getting separated. It's the idea I use when it comes to doing trees, where you have a starter of a leaf bush. So if I just do a new layer here, let's go for a warmer green. I do like warmer colors. Like that there. You try to, maybe the best word, insinuate, show that there's a shape there. So if I were to make a brighter color for our highlights of our leaves, I might do something where it's a, hey look, there's a leaf here in our plant. There's like a little leaf here. Yeah, like that. That guy might be moved over here. There you go. And you would do multiple different shapes to show that there's something going on here. And that's what it seems to be doing here, where there's shapes in the object itself to show that it's not all one specific thing. This might be a little bit more pointy. That's the idea I think it's going for. I don't think we'll be able to use it, but what I always want to do, even if I'm not able to use it in my own art, is I want to make sure I understand what's going on. Sometimes it's hard, sometimes I can't because it just doesn't reach my skill level. But from my understanding, that seems to be what's going on here. They're using shapes in the lines and then they're separating them out. So I don't think we'll be able to duplicate them, which is again, okay. But I'm glad I understand it now. And just because of the way mine is structured, if I were, I think I'd have to redraw it to apply what they're doing. But I really do like what they did. I think it's really neat. Saying that, let's go ahead and look at what art everyone's been up to. So I'll go ahead and save this here. We'll go ahead and zoom out a little bit. We'll go into our planning screen here. And if you happen to have drawn some pixel art that you'd like to share, some pixel art that was relating to the topic of crops, what you can do is join the Discord. So !Discord. And let me go ahead and grab that link from there we are, copy here in Discord. Yep. Don't worry, Crystal, I can add you in there. I'll show everyone, so you'll be able to see. From there, what you'll do is you'll go into here. Let me go ahead and slide this guy over and down, and I can go ahead and enable you here. So you can see, we're in the Discord. Once you join, on the side, you are in the welcome. Welcome, by the way, Darth, to the welcome to the Discord. From there, you go to the side, and you should see announcements, general, and right there on stream, it should be Pixelart Study With Me. If you click that guy, and oh, I'm getting spoiled already. Hold on, I wasn't ready. You'll see the very top one says crops. If you click it, it'll lead you into this screen, and you can post it in this little chat box here. Let me make this bigger so we can see all of them, and I'm getting spoiled again. Okay, now let's take a look through everything. I didn't want to see it yet. All right, so going from top to bottom, let's see what everyone's been up to. We have a little small pumpkin from Rodrigo. It's a little tricky to see. Let me see if I can possibly drag and drop this into. No, I can't. Hold on. Copy image. Can I paste this into my Aseprite to get a better look at it? I can. Lovely. Okay, let's take a look at it a little bit better detail. And yeah, I'm ready. Oh, lovely. And yeah, I'm excited to see what we did. We can take a look at Rodrigo's jack-o'-lantern here in better detail, and it's so spooky. I like it a lot. I was excited to do spooky time, but the red eyes and the roundness of the pumpkin too, that's good. The roundness, I feel like these lines here are the hardest part. So I think you did a great job, Rodrigo. Let's go back into planning screen here, and I cannot find it. Curse, what is your Discord name? I can at you if you'd like. Let's see. You here? And from down here, there's a lovely piece. I do agree. We have, okay, at NASS. There you go. You should get added. Oh no, hold on, I didn't see anything. Oh, okay, we're good. You should have been added though. Let's continue going down, and we have Bumpkin, the gifted pumpkin. A very simple drawing, but I usually don't do sharing this way. A bigger version, because why not? I do appreciate the bigger version. It's a little bit easier to see. Look at him! I like the little, what is it, the pointed tail too? I think it has a lot of character, and a little cat mouth too. It's adorable! Bumpkin the pumpkin. I can see it. Lovely job, Ansia. Let's see. Close this here. We're going down, and this is from... Oh, is this yours, Check, or is this from the game? If I had to guess. Oh, yeah. This is, I'm guessing, the game itself, or maybe this one's yours. Could you elaborate a little bit? Yeah, elaborate a little bit. I want to make sure which one's the... Are these both yours, possibly? I don't know. I'd love to hear. I made it in the game style. Oh, so this one's yours? They're both yours, or is one of them yours? Just want to double check. I know what I'm looking at. I do think they're both great, though. I like the little, what is it? Not the weeds, the roots as well. I do like this, though. It feels like it would be from The Binding of Isaacs. The small one is from the game. Oh, even better. Yeah, I think you did a great job. It feels like this would appear on the game. That's why I couldn't be sure. This one didn't feel like it was in the game. This felt like it was in the game, so well done. I like the little guy, the sad onion. How cute. Lovely job. Let's see. Let's scroll down here, and we have, oh, bigger pumpkin. Thank you. And let's see. Bigger pumpkin, and then we have, oh, that's rotten to the core. Is the white supposed to be the inside of the... Oh, no, it's a pumpkin. I was about to say apple. I could see it being an apple, too. I was going to say maybe it's mold or something, but this, it feels rotten to the core. Oh, boy. Let's see. And an apple, definitely not cursed. I like the apple. I like the leaf, too. The leaf shape, I think, is something important to pay attention to, and I think you did a great job. Hold on, let me grab that name. Ansia. Ansia's apple. And it's an achievement for an item that doesn't require an achievement to unlock. And it's an achievement for an item that doesn't require an achievement to unlock. That is a head twister. Oh boy. An achievement for an item that doesn't require an achievement to unlock. It's not making sense to my mind at the moment. I also like the gloss on here as well. And I can also see that there's a little bit of highlighting on that shading too. Interesting. Let's go down a little bit more. And ooh. It's a small apple, but I think it does a lot on the definition. And I keep forgetting, oh, this is darts. I can see the name right here. Oh, lovely. I like this apple. I think it's a cute apple. It's the fan-made achievement. Oh, that makes more sense. I can see that being the case. I really like this apple, though. I like the orange. I like the purple. It's gotta be one of my favorite colors. See, the reddish purple. Well done. I like the leaf, too. It's just a line, but the line can tell so much, or it can say so much. Let's go down here, and we have a... Isn't this dead mouse or death mouse? I forget what it's called, but isn't it like a DJ, I think? I do like how you were able. I like how you managed to get the wheat shape down, Mr. Detector. The silhouette feels very wheat-like. Let's go down the list, and oh, now this is nice. It's fancy. It's a small difference, but it does feel like a bite was taken out of it. And have you made said onion blade, and definitely not blessed banana? We're just gonna, no, we're right. Let's see. Actually, since this shape is apple cursed, it's be less compensated to Eris. What do you mean it's not wheat? You know? Aside from it being what it is, I think it works as a banana. I like how you also colored the tip and the bottom right as well, and banana, you say. Oh boy. Aside from it being the object, I think you did well. Well done. Let's see. And the totally number version that doesn't know all of your secrets. Yeah, this one's cursed. This one's extra cursed because it doesn't look cursed. It's a wolf's and sheep's clothing. Ooh, look at this. The wheat shape feels, what's the word I'm looking for? The leaf. This part right here, I feel like is the hardest bit, and I think you did a great job on it. I was struggling, but I really like how you made it longer. Yeah, maybe if I went up, down, instead of diagonal, that would have worked out better. And she's too smart, we need to stop her. Oh boy, is there an updated one of this one? I think, or no, I see. Yeah, the shape alone for here, Rodrigo, was really well done. Well done. And I'm starting to get a bit tired. No worries, Ansia, thanks for stopping by, and thanks for participating as well. And here from Dark, we have, oh, this feels like it almost follows the Whimscape idea. I'm looking through these two. Yeah, I can certainly see this being wheat. And I think there was more additions here. Yeah, this looks a lot more wheat-like than the other ones. Well done on the progression. Well done indeedy. I do like them. Let's see. Oh, even more? Oh! It only gets better. I'm gonna guess this might be the last one, or no. Yeah, this is the last one. This is a zoomed in image. Ah, the black went from being shading to being a different color, maybe? You decided to go from straight to being more rounded? I think the rounded works here, and I'm still there. Oh, I see. No worries. Let's see. And oh, this is my variants from today's stream. I use pre-made palettes SLS08, which is 80% white. Looks good, but I'm still happy with shaping and shading. I mean, the hardest part for the pumpkin, I feel like, is getting that round fill. And I do think you did it as well. And the apple, whoa, that's an interesting way to do it. And I see a little bit dithering as well. Oh, this is lovely. I think you did a great job, Mr. Detector. And I also see here, I'm telling you, the shape is half the battle. And I think you did a great job on the shape. Let's see. We also have Crystal. The name will stick eventually. Apple or AAP by palette. Interesting. Or B4 possibly? I really like the way this wheat looks. The colors are really nice. Or it's a palette, but even if you use a palette, you have to know how to use the palette. So my words still stand. The use of the palette is really well done. I like it. I also like how you did the outlines of this pumpkin and also the apple too. And the little dithering too. And yeah, altered patterns for the last week removed the aggressive shading. Yeah, I see the difference. I definitely think it makes a huge difference too. The difference from that to that, yeah. And I'm convinced that Iris has gathered a group of new different people in accident. I couldn't plan. Let's see, this one's from Skellion. And ooh, now this is lovely. I like how the progression between them, it's always really nice to see from the start to the end. The shininess and the, ooh, yeah. The rounded edges, I really do think adding that top there, like what we did before, that does help a lot. These look great. And I like how you went for more of a small stock and went for more of a bushy feel. And you also did the line idea that I thought about doing before, or that I didn't end up doing, but I thought was a great idea to do. These are lovely all around. Well done. Let's see. We then have, oh, this is true. This is very true. Ew, evil face. Very true. I think that is all that is for art. Lovely. And thank you all for joining. I truly do appreciate it's so nice to we'll go to the end of stream and just see what everyone's been up to. It's always really nice to see. Let's go into, let's see you here, where we at? The sky screen. Now, if you'd like to see us continue the study, if this did pique your interest, next week we'll be doing the same exact thing, same exact day, same exact time. So next week, Saturday at 1 p.m. EST, not 1 a.m. Could not do that. We'll be doing Pixelart, and tomorrow I'll be working more on my Pixelart game, which is a rhythm typing cafe game, and it'll hopefully be fun. And we have become Farmist. Oh boy, and it was a lovely stream, Iris. Thank you for stopping by, Crystal. Saying that though, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I'd love to see if we can find another pixel artist to raid, and if not a pixel artist, maybe we can find a game dev to stop by and have a look at, and have a good one. Thanks for coming by. If you're on YouTube, that'll be the end for me, but again, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around for the raid. They're always super fun. We always get to find new people to say hi to, and there's just so many communities out there. I think that's super fun, but I will stop yapping. Again, I'll go to the end screen and come back. Aside from that, I hope you all, just in general, have a lovely morning, afternoon, evening, or good night, and I hope to see you all tomorrow, if not next week, when we do more pixel art. See you all soon. Bye-bye.